bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni.
bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré.
ẹrù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní.
máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́.
máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí yá ní.
máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan.
máa délé yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí yá ní.
ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? ẹ sá máa tò mí. ẹ sá máa
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause his pain needs a new rep.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look feel. One day you get ya. Mama say na wa get to go kwa. Aga na wa mo telomba. O we budike. Aga ni lu de budike wa nemo. Aga na wa ke ya di ba ya jomba.
Everybody, bola bola, ọmọ Tinubu, ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀, báwo la bí lùdì, ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀, àtẹ̀lù lùdì, àtẹ̀lù létí, àtẹ̀lù lẹ́ta, àtẹ̀lù bẹ́ẹ̀rì, àtẹ̀lù bàrú, àtẹ̀lù jẹta.
And there it is right there. So that is right there. I'm on the way. I'm not quite sure. Jide, it's been too long. Where have you been? You know, I had the thoughts to call you actually, and then and then things took over, and I never got around to it. You've been missing in action for too long. Good to see you there, Jide. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? How about that? Yes. So we started off with that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. And apologies. The sessions are starting increasingly later and later. I am aware of that. So the sessions are starting a lot later than they should. And not only is it an inconvenience for you, it is also to the detriment of the platform because, of course, our audience are already asleep. So if they don't catch up in watch back, we don't get the traffic. Our panelists are already about there. So it does affect the platform. And I'm sure it inconveniences you as well. So I am aware of all this, but it's just really it's the time slots that life allows me. So there it is. The ideal starting time for this, as I said before, is around about 6 p.m. So you do it from 6 to around about 7, 8, 9, 10, 4 hours, bang it and target and do it again the next day. So that's because that's prime time, you know, around about 6 o'clock UK time. That should be around about prime time globally. So that's the ideal time. So this time that we start now, they call it an ungodly hour. So yeah, with the owls that you know that cannot shut their eyes. So yes, apologies for the late start. You know, inconvenience to you, as I said, to the detriment of the platform as well. But there it is. Hopefully in the near future, that 10 o'clock slot. 10 o'clock is still somewhat late, but maybe I can push to allow for that. Then we do it from 10 till around about 12, 1, and then it's still decent. So that. And the protocol as well. Click on the like button. Of course, I tell you every day. Some of you do it automatically anyway. You know, I didn't even put it up. Let me put it up. I often put up a chart. Sorry. Let me put the chart up now. I often put up a chart to say, click on yes if you have liked. Click on no if you have not. could you believe that almost in equal measure, people click on yes and no? Let me just put that in now. Have you liked, shared? I said a chart, a survey, subscribed, and super chart, and then an exclamation mark with a question mark and then a smiley face. So that's what I often put up that poll asking if people have liked and subscribed, and can you believe that almost like about 60-40, that's how it usually goes. So some people, not only do they not click on the like button, to stick in that knife even further for the spite of it, you know, this sort of people, they think it's inflicting somewhat. It doesn't really, but to really inflict it, then they go and click on no. You know, so these are a lot of people watch us out of spite. That's just it. But nevertheless, we soldier on. So click on the like button, as I said. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me in the studio. Super chat towards the stream to support whatever it is that you're supposed to support my wallet, I suppose. So do all those. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. So do all those things. Let me just launch into it. I'm going to start this session off with a reaction to an interview, an interaction between Doyin Okupe and Charles Anyagoli. I never quite get his name right. Maybe if he pronounces his name now, I'll memorize it. But you know the guy, the one that speaks in the rather posh accent. So I'm going to start this session off with a reaction to that. It's about a 30-minute long interview, but it's riveting stuff. So it's well worth the watch and the reaction. So we kick it off with this. Let's kick it off with this. I'll send the link into the comment section as well. Only if you want to hop on. If you don't want to hop on, I don't really object to just doing the readout and running my commentaries and then just having an early night. I can't even find my. All right. Let's kick this off. Let's start it off with this.
So are we already in the throes of the early stages of jockeying for positions in the 2027 presidential election, which is still some 3 years away? Well, if you've been following the news here on Arise TV and elsewhere, you would have heard the rising volume of the political chatter led by northern politicians who've been holding unification meetings and declaring in clear terms that they are positioning for 2027. But it's drawn the scorn of many southern politicians who are accusing the north of acting as if they have an entitlement to power. They say that after ruling Nigeria for 48 of its 64 years of independence, the north has left this country, especially their own northern region, mired in the economic, social, and political rot that it currently is in. But northern politicians counter by saying that under President Tinubu, this country has never had it so bad. So in the face of what many see as an ailing, failing economy, against the backdrop of the growing opposition from the huge voting bloc that the North represents, can President Tinubu repeat his 2023 feat and hold on to power in 2027? Or will the cable be cut?
For his take on this
and other issues, I'm joined now on the line from our studios in Lagos by Dr. Doyin Okupe, who used to be the Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to President Olusegun Obasanjo and was the Senior Special Assistant on Public Affairs to President Goodluck Jonathan. And lest we forget, he was also the former Director General of the P2B presidential campaign. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Okupe, for joining us. And thank you for coming in. I noticed you were sort of wandering up the street trying to figure out where the studio is. But I'm glad you found it, and we're very happy to have you in the chair. let's start by talking about the positioning for power in 2027. The North have started trying to align that movement in their favor. They're uniting various groups under the umbrella of the League of Northern Democrats with a view to returning to power or power to the North, or to a candidate, as they put it, who is in sync with the North in 2027. Do you think that scenario is plausible, given the inescapable fact that the North has ruled Nigeria for nearly 50 of its 64 years of independence, and most recently after 8 years of President Buhari, from whom a Southern president took over just 18 months ago?
Thank you, Charles. The question you asked is not that straightforward. The truth is that there are stakeholders in this country, and there are ways that this country has been managed since 1960, since independence. The country may not have made giant strides economically and in terms of provisions of what will soothe or make the populace comfortable. But in terms of its politics, we have managed it in a way that it has kept the country together. I want to remind you that when Obasanjo became president, there was an unwritten national consensus, that a Southwestern person, somebody from the Southwest, would be president. Because if you looked at it, the two candidates for that election were Obasanjo and Olufalaye. So head and tail, Southwest wins. That was a national concession, and it was not for nothing. It was because the stakeholders felt that at that point in time, immediately following Abiola's death, who was presumed to have won an election, there was a need to assuage the Southwest. It was not a question of northern interest. You see, those who control the affairs of this nation in terms of politics before now were more interested in national interest than sectional interest. And our failure to evolve a national elite system is one of the most fundamental problems why Nigeria is stagnating, because we all pull in different directions. Now, coming specifically to your question, I see a lot of young people, young minds, brilliant minds from the North coming together, which is a good thing. The North needs its political elites to come together for whatever reasons, even if only to shoulder the responsibility of the burden of neglect of the masses for so long. But, for 2027, we politicians, and I say that authoritatively, without any fear of contradiction or equivocation, I am part of this system. I am in this system. I understand this system. In 2027, power cannot return to the North yet. That's not how we do it. We rotate between the North and the South. The North does 8 years, at the end of which the South does 8 years. So I'm not saying that Bola Tinubu must be president in 2027, but he's not going to be a Northerner. That is not it, And the fact, what we see in recent times is that the slightest, the simplest thing that some of our young people in the North consider to be irritable, then the question is that, okay, we will show our hand in 2027. We will speak in 2027. This country was brought together by not even coercion, by cooperation, understanding, and concession on all fronts. There were times when, the North did not have the requisite people to fill positions in the federal system. there was a concession that the North must be accommodated. We had things like federal character because of that. We've had things like, even if you look at JAMB, what somebody in Abia scores and does not, you cannot enter university. Somebody elsewhere in the North scores, less than 20% of that, and it's admitted because we believe that the North is educationally disadvantaged. This is how we have run this country. We have run this country with a lot of collaboration, with a lot of brotherhood, with a lot of patriotism. It's not this brigandry, threatening, like, okay, we'll do this. The North must, if you look at Babangida, President Babangida, President Obasanjo, Abdul Salam, and General Ibrahim, these are, and Tiwa Janjuma, these are some of the people who have managed the affairs of this country in terms of political balancing for the last 25 years. They're growing lesser in influence, they're dwindling in consideration, and they are advancing in age. But unfortunately, and I regret to say this, they have not been able to raise, an elite class, younger group that can effectively take over from them along the same platforms on which we have grounded this polity that it is the
All right, that's enough of that. The audio is very poor according to the feedback that I'm getting. But the point that I want, hold on. So sorry, just give me 1 second. The point that I want, sorry, I'm juggling a lot of stuff right here. So the audio is poor from the feedback that I'm getting, but I did tell him to make. He has already made it. We've said countless times here that the moment Tinubu won that election in 2023, that was an 8-year term, and the only thing that can stop Tinubu is it goes on to explain this, by the way. It's just because of the poor audio. The only thing that can stop Tinubu is another candidate. So if they not present another southerner, then they run the risk of being out of power for 8 years. That's a point that I've made endlessly on this platform. And Doyin Okupe goes on to make that point. I think I'm actually going to play it on because I need him to make that point so that it sinks in. There is no vacuum, there's no vacancy in Aso Rock in 2027, no. There is none. Because the South, especially the Southwest, will be insistent that you have to honor that two-term, and the North, to honor that two-term, they will have to endure or concede to Tinubu for another 4 years because they cannot run any other risk other than that. I've said that endlessly on this platform, and I won't say great mind thinks alike, but almost verbatim, everything that I have said, Doyin Okupe goes on to repeat it. Let's just watch it on only a few more minutes.
The way it is today.
That's a good opening analysis. Nevertheless, some people have suggested that the best way forward for the North in 2027 is to find a Southern candidate to support, which is along the lines of what you're hinting at, rather than field the Northern candidate, because this would honor and respect the agreement which allows each region to do 8 years. But the North has countered by saying that if they were to field a Southern candidate in 2027, that candidate would also want to do 8 years, which would, breach that 8-year rotation plan for the North to fulfill its presidential allocation. What do you think of that?
It's a political quagmire. If the North decides to field another Southern candidate against Bola Tinubu, the North would have shot itself in the leg. Don't forget, this is a third world country. Let us assume that you bring a new person and he wins. There's no agreement he will make with you. He will not spend another 8 years. So, you just extended the lifespan of the rotation to the South by another 4 years. So why don't we, what has Bola Tinubu done? Let's come to terms with this. What has Bola Tinubu done? Bola Tinubu has come with very serious reforms, that will take the country away from, the situation in which it had been undergoing for the past 8 to 10 years. I will say it here on public television. This is the truth. This government has not been able to articulate this position, but those of us who are watching from the outside, we can see it. As of the time that the Bola Tinubu administration was coming into power, the country was finished, was socially, economically finished. We were spending 98% of our revenue, 98 cents on every dollar was being used to, for debt servicing. We were subsidizing fuel, we were subsidizing power, we were subsidizing virtually everything. There was there was very severe and serious arbitrage in the foreign exchange market. Now, so what did the Buhari administration do? They just went ahead and printed and continued to print money until they printed up to 30 trillion. So Nigerians did not feel it because it was, the money was still being available, although it was not backed by anything. There are a few countries that have done this in the past. So it's not a matter of Nigeria is rich. Venezuela is extremely, one of the largest reservoirs of crude oil in the world. The poverty in Venezuela is worse than here. And I will show you something. This is Zimbabwe. This is Zimbabwe dollar. On this paper, or on this currency, is $100 trillion. Zimbabwe dollar, 100 trillion. It is probably worth about $15, $16, or $17. It will not buy in Zimbabwe 2 live fowls. Now, this is what Bola Tinubu has saved Nigeria from. If Bola Tinubu wanted to be popular and wanted to be, for him to be sang and all that, he would just go back and continue what was being done before, continue to print money until
all right. So I think we've had enough of. I think we get the gist of where it's going. There is nothing. It's just it frustrates me that you have to explain this because all of the permutations tell you how it is. There is nothing, absolutely categorically nothing, that removes Tinubu out of office in 2027 other than a northern person. Somebody from the north. And even that person from the north will find it a real lift, for all of the reasons that I've explained countlessly, copiously, relentlessly on this platform. I've explained and I've explained and I've explained, and if you don't take my explanation, almost verbatim, Doyin Okupe tells you exactly the same thing. There is nothing that removes Tinubu from office in 2027 other than a northerner. But who is that northerner? There is nobody in the north of sufficient potency to remove him. Peter Obi does not remove Tinubu from office, so forget that. Peter Obi's not ends in 2027. There's no way that a southerner replaces Tinubu. It's just not the permutation. It's not permutationally possible. Whether you rebrand him as the best thing since sliced bread, or you accept him as the flawed fraud that he is, however it's presented, there is nothing that replaces Tinubu in Aso Rock other than a northerner. I've said it Doyin Okupe has said it, but still, people are hoping against hope, and so let them hope against that hope until reality dawns. Hope against hope, or even hope against reality, more to it. So hope against hope, or hope against reality. Let's go on from there to this. Tinubu will release Nnamdi Kanu. This is Bianca Ojukwu, who is now speaking from the inside. Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu has expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu will release the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Speaking during the 13th memorial anniversary of the late Dame Ojukwu in Owerri on Tuesday, Ambassador Ojukwu said she believes President Tinubu understands the importance of Kanu's release. She argued that freeing Kanu will expose criminal elements who have used his detention as a cover to perpetrate heinous crimes in the Southeast. Delivering her remark on the theme, unifying the Igbo race, Bianca Ojukwu called for an end to the violence plaguing the Southeast, emphasizing that the Igbo people are not known for harming their own. Well, I'm not sure about that. I think they might. Well, I think that is their number one reputation, isn't it, really? But let's carry on. Delivering her remarks on the theme, unifying the Igbo race, Bianca Ojukwu called for an end to the violence plaguing the Southeast, emphasizing that the Igbo people are not known for harming their own. She stressed the need for collective action to reclaim the region from criminality and insecurity. The release of Nnamdi Kanu is paramount to separating genuine freedom fighters from criminals causing mayhem in the Southeast. Our people face existential threats and we must act to restore peace, she said. She lamented that years after the passing of Dame Ojukwu, the Southeast has become a region marked by violence and insecurity, forcing many to flee their homes. It's just really it's pressure from within, isn't it? So if she's going to our community to tell them that sorry, I'm not coming through okay. What's going on? Everybody's complaining about the audio. It is tell me if you're hearing me okay or not. I don't know quite what to do. It's the same setup that I've always used. What do I do? Well, let me just carry on. Yes. So I have lost my train of thought there. So yes, she's speaking from the inside, and this pressure that Bianca Ojukwu can put on Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu has more potency than any of the screeching or squealing. So she has gone back to her community that the possibility of it is very real. And this is a window, by the way, for the release of Nnamdi Kanu with the cross-dresser now locked up in Finland. This window now really opens. So if Tinubu has any wisdom in him, it will release Nnamdi Kanu into this window because they're not going to hold Simon Ekpa in perpetuity. Finland is a rule of law sort of country. So at some point, it'll be a matter of days rather than weeks before this guy is released. They release him on bail and then confine him to the country and then set a court date for him. So they're not going to hold him in perpetuity. So this window of opportunity now, Tinubu should take it and release Nnamdi Kanu into that window. So releasing Nnamdi Kanu into that window, and I think that's the push that Bianca Ojukwu is making right there. So that's the push that Bianca Ojukwu is making right there. Southeast residents observe sit at home despite arrest of Simon Ekpa as schools, markets remain closed. So this observation of sit at home is not anything to do with solidarity, it's more out of fear. Southeast residents observe sit at home despite arrest of Simon Ekpa as schools, markets remain closed. Just a couple of paragraphs from this. Despite the arrest of a self-confessed Biafran leader, Simon Ekpa, by the Finnish authorities, they sit at and by the way, there's a lot of fake news circulating. Somebody even sent me a clip now that guy has been released. He has not been released. You know, should I even play you the clip? Somebody said they are even live streaming it. Somebody sent me a clip that the guy has been released. Let me hear myself back. What's going on? You guys are putting me off with the comment section. Some people are saying they can hear me loud and clear, and others are telling me check your mic. And that one tells me the audio is okay. This one tells me my output is whack. So I mean, what do I do? Who do I believe? You know, I can't hear myself back because I have to mute everything for the feedback. So I don't know. All right, I'll just press on. All right. So yes, despite the arrest of self-confessed Biafran leader Simon Ekpa by the Finnish authorities, the sit-at-home in the southeast of Nigeria has continued. Also, clashes between the Nigerian security agencies and militia groups linked to the agitation continued across the 5 states of the region. So that sit-at-home actually is more out of fear than out of solidarity with Simon Ekpa. That's just what it is. So yes, that's just what it is. Hold on.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Suda Kari Party.
All right, is that better? Tell me if that's better. Is the audio better now? All right. All right. So we go with this one. Then I've had to unplug this rather expensive mic that I bought. But yes. So that's it. It's more out of fear than out of solidarity. That's what's going on in the Southeast. So that is what is going on in the Southeast. So now the next storyline, I'm going to lead it with a clip. So a big moment in time happened in Nigeria today. A big moment in time. Long awaited, finally here. Watch this.
And it's a major milestone or major achievement to see Port Harcourt Refinery coming up on stream and holding stably. It is indeed a very proud moment for us. With the Dangote Refinery on stream, Port Harcourt Refinery on stream, and we're hoping that the Warri comes up and the Kaduna and will be net exporter of petroleum products rather than being a net importer. It is an achievement that will be credited to Mr. President, of course, because he insisted, he persisted, put all the pressure, he said it must be done, and it has been done. And I congratulate the NNPC and the management of Port Harcourt Refinery for their focus, and also to the contractor. My colleagues to the project have been working day and night in collaboration with the contractor and the management of Port Harcourt Refinery. I also wish to thank my colleagues for achieving this milestone. So please, let's have a good moment of thoughts. Products will be available nationwide. What is important is there is now competition and there's choice. Because all along what we've been talking about, we only spoke in July, was about choice about competition, about availability and affordability. And we will see the prices of petroleum products coming down because there is ample supply. We hope the refinery will continue to sustain the current level of production. And we are hoping that the second part of the refinery, the new refinery, will come on very soon so that we can complement all the product availability in the country. Thank you very much. My name is Farouk of NNDP.
All right, so that was Farouk Ahmed, the midstream guy who had that clash with Dangote earlier on, telling us it was in pure petrol. But that's the big news. NNPC, Port Harcourt Refinery, now fully charged up and pumping. We saw tanks are going to be filled and then sent out to depots. So that's much to the chagrin of the naysayers. And this is really big news, by the way, because we got Dangote running already. We have a government-owned refinery up and running now. So that now sets the stage. It sets the scene for a price war because we are expecting that the entry level point of the entry price point, I should say, of the government refinery should be significantly lower than Dangote. And if it is significantly lower, then you have to then query the cost of production of Dangote and query if it's price gouging. So we want to know what price NNPC is coming to the market as. But that's big news, by the way. A lot of administration tried this and failed, but it looks as though now it's been done. They're celebrating, of course. This is a tweet by Bayo Ononuga. Never say never, a lesson for all mortals. Only God Almighty possesses the divine authority to declare what is achievable or not. Today, the Port Harcourt Refinery begins its operation, producing petroleum products against all odds and skepticism. This serves as a profound reminder to all of humanity, including our former leaders, that perseverance, determination, and faith in our capabilities can overcome even the harshest challenges. Let us learn from this moment that limits are often set by our doubts, and with collective effort and unwavering resolve, we can bring about the change we seek. So, of course, why is he saying all this? He's saying all this, of course, just to poke Obasanjo in the eye. So he then tags this headline from The Guardian. Does it give us a date? This is from a while back, Obasanjo. I tried to get refinery working. Tinubu plans won't work. This is Obasanjo as early as September 2023. So there it is right there. They will of course try and debunk it as fake news, and already they're trying to grit out the sheen of the luster of that good news. So they're trying to grit out the sheen of the luster of that good news. The gritting out of the sheen, it starts here. So the gritting out of the sheen starts here. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNPC not trucking out petrol from Port Harcourt Refinery, bought C5 raisins and blended with naphthalene to sell to public. This is allegedly from a staff of that refinery. But there was a grand commissioning of that refinery, by the way, streamed by the Aso Rock social media platform. So Mele Kyari was there. You saw Farouk there, Farouk Ahmed. All of the Truckers Association, they were all there. The trucks were being filled and everything. So very, very difficult to be debunked this, of course. But the debunk it, they will try. And of course, always led by Omoyele Sowore. Nigerian Petroleum Company, NNPCL, not trucking out petrol from Port Harcourt Refinery, bought C5 raisins and blended with naphthalene to sell to public. So quite what this means, I don't know. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is not trucking out premium motor spirit, PMS, popularly known as petrol, from the Port Harcourt Refinery, as it claimed on Tuesday. Top sources in the know have revealed to correspondents. Correspondents was informed that the NNPC instead bought cracked C5 petroleum resins and blended it with other products, including naphtha, to sell to the Nigerian public as though the refinery processed it. Top sources familiar with the activities of the company and the state of the refinery told correspondents that the claim of trucking out PMS from the reopened refinery was a lie. I streamed the whole thing, by the way. The commissioning of it was a grand event, so it was an elaborate ruse if it was a lie, which then tells you that it is in fact the truth. The source had earlier said the plant is running, but it is the old one of 60,000 capacity, but you can't get PMS from it except diesel. The part that produces PMS is yet to start. Speaking further with correspondents, a top source in the refinery said, if you hear they are trucking up PMS from the depot, no, it is a lie. They bought crack C5 from Indorama company in Port Harcourt and blended it with naphtha to sell to the public. I have to find out what naphtha actually is. I think it's a component for refining petroleum. I'm not going to do the Google search, but we'll go on that understanding. The source added, cracked 5 is modified petroleum resins. Indorama Eleme Petrochemical Company Limited is a group company of Indorama Corporation, a something or the other producer based in Port Harcourt, River State. Meanwhile, naphtha can be produced from a variety of sources, including crude oil, natural gas, condensates, petroleum, distillates, coal tar, and peat. The NNPC on Tuesday in a statement backed by some videos of NNPC branded trucks had announced that the Port Harcourt refinery had become operational and that it has started trucking out PMS from the refinery. However, correspondents was reliably informed that the company only bought cracked C5 petroleum resins from Indorama and blended it with other products, including naphtha, to sell to Nigerians. So what does that mean? Does that mean is that they are telling us the components of blending into petroleum, into petrol, not petroleum, but petrol, PMS, premium motor spirits. But are they telling us that we're being sold inferior products? So that's the thing. But I don't think they have the faith to make that claim. Correspondents earlier reported that NNPC claimed that it had fulfilled its pledge of restreaming the Port Harcourt refining company, signaling the commencement of crude oil processing from the plant and delivery of petroleum products into the market. On Tuesday, the company had claimed that trucks began loading petroleum products, including PMS, automotive gas oil, or diesel, and household kerosene, and etc., etc. So that's that. So it looks as though the NNPC has been very quick to respond to this. So they've put out a press statement, a public statement to debunk, or rather to address what's being claimed by the naysayers led by Omoyele Sowore. So this is the NNPC logo, of course, press release. The board and management of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited expresses heartfelt appreciation to Nigerians for their support and excitement over the safe and successful restart of the 60,000 barrel per day old Port Harcourt refinery. This achievement marks a significant step forward after years of operational challenges and underperformance. We are, however, aware of unfounded claims by certain individuals suggesting that the refinery is not producing products. For clarity, the old Port Harcourt refinery is currently operating at 70% of its installed capacity, with plans to ramp up to 90%. The refinery is producing the following daily outputs: straight run gasoline, that's naphtha, blended into 1.4 million liters of premium motor spirit, which is petrol. So they claim they are producing petrol now. I'm not quite sure if that is the volume they are claiming they are producing. One point, if it can process 60,000 barrels, and from those 60,000 barrels, they are claiming they can output 1.5. What's Nigeria's petrol consumption per day? Oh, hold on. All right. All right. So this should be interesting then. It says straight run gasoline, which is naphtha, blended into 1.4 million liters of premium motor spirit PMS. So this is per day quota. But if we look at this is just a quick search on Google. It tells us that as at August the 20th, 2024, Nigeria's daily consumption of petrol, also known as PMS, is 4.5 million liters. So if we are consuming 4.5 million liters, and NNPC claims that they are producing 1.4 million liters, then they can significantly, and they should significantly impact price, because that's like a quarter of our consumption, isn't it? That they are claiming they are able to produce. Straight run gasoline blended into 1.4 million liters of premium motor spirit PMS or petrol, kerosene 900,000 liters, automotive gas oil, AGO or diesel 1.5 million liters, low pour fuel oil, which is LPFO 2.1 million liters, liquefied petroleum gas. I think this may well be the one that they're using for that new gas system that they're introducing to everyone. Liquefied petroleum gas additional volume. So they've not given a quantity number to that. It is worth noting that the refinery incorporates, so they are actually saying that they do add these things, but the way they inflected it in the Showore piece is as though they were doing something shady. But they are actually, okay, let's even see how they explain it. It is worth noting that the refinery incorporates crack C5 blending component from our sister company, Indorama Petroleum Petrochemicals, formerly Eleme Petrochemicals, to produce gasoline that meets required specification. Blending is a standard practice in refineries globally, as no single unit can produce gasoline that fully complies with any country's standards without such process. Additionally, we have made substantial progress in the new Port Harcourt. So there's there are two things happening in sequence. They've revamped the old moribund system, and they're able to pump out whatever quantity they're claiming they're pumping out, but they are also now building a new refinery, which I'm sure is more capacitated than the old one. So it looks as though everything is about to change. It is worth noting that the refinery incorporates crack C5 blending components from our sister company Indorama Petrochemicals to produce gasoline that meets required specification. Blending is a standard practice in refineries globally, as no single unit can produce gasoline that fully complies with any country's standard without such processes. Additionally, we have made substantial progress on the new Port Harcourt refinery, which will begin operations soon without prior announcement. So it will just start working, and they start to churn out more. We urge Nigerians to focus on the remarkable achievements. It's not a remarkable achievement. It's something that's taking you 3 decades to do. So just to build revamp a simple nonsense refinery, 3 decades. So there's nothing remarkable there. We urge Nigerians to focus on the remarkable achievements being realized under the able and progressive leadership of President Bola Tinubu, GCFR, and to support efforts aimed at delivering more dividends to the nation. Malicious attacks on clear progress only undermines the significant strides made by NNPC Limited and the country. Let us move forward together in building a stronger and more self-sufficient energy sector. So that's the clap back, that's the retort, that's the Benue song from NNPC right there. So we go on. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come on, come on. If nobody wants to come on, that's fine. But let me send the link and then we'll see how it goes. 2027, Atiku Peter Obi, El Rufai reportedly begin talks over new political parties. So yes, that is the one threat that could threat. That's the one. I'm not even going to say threat. That's really the one move that could make 2027 interesting. Anything outside of this sort of grand coalition, 2027 is going to be a cakewalk for Tinubu. 2027, Atiku Peter Obi, El Rufai reportedly begin talks over new political parties. So, if you look at the protagonists, the only potency there, the only two potencies are really Peter Obi is a potency. Atiku somewhat is he a busted flush? We find out soon enough, but certainly El Rufai contributes nothing rather than other than a Machiavellian mischief making. So yes, 2027, Atiku Peter Obi, El Rufai reportedly begin talks over a new political party. So let's find out. Atiku Abubakar, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), and Peter Obi, the Labour Party LP candidate, are reportedly in discussions about forming a new political party ahead of the 2027 elections. According to sources, the two leaders recently met to deliberate on the possibility of adopting a fresh political platform. Yes, you know, that's the only way it can work, because there are too many baggages in all of the pockets of our political structures that we have already, or political parties. It's just too heavy laden, the PDP space, because of course for Peter Obi to cross into PDP, he has to battle and surmount Saraki, Tambuwal, Yemsin Wike, Makinde. So the battle is just too many. Even if Atiku brings him by hand and says he will subordinate to him, so and Atiku cannot even subordinate to him anyway. So that's really, it's not practicable. And the Labour Party is just a right mess. It's a hot mess. So nothing going on there. So really, they should form another political structure, but they have to do that fairly quickly, because we're now virtually 2 years away from the next election. So according to sources, the two leaders recently met to deliberate on the possibility of adopting a fresh political platform. They are scheduled to meet again in Yola, Adamawa State on Saturday, November the 30th, where Obi will serve as the keynote speaker during a ceremony marking Atiku's 78th birthday. So by the time the election comes, he'll be 80, but he'll still tell you that he has the vim and vigor to navigate the ship of nation. The event, taking place at the American University of Nigeria, owned by Atiku, is reportedly intended to demonstrate their continued camaraderie. I've never been able to pronounce that word, so somebody will come and help me in a moment. According to correspondents, according to The Sun, the Africa Report disclosed that a spokesperson for the duo acknowledged that a potential merger is being considered, but declined to share specific details. Since their defeat to President Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC in 2023, Atiku and Obi have explored avenues for collaboration. The discussions are seen as a response to internal challenges within their respective parties. The PDP has faced a prolonged crisis, with its current national chairman, Umar Damagum, being an ally of Yemsin Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Wike has been a vocal critic of Atiku's presidential bid and supported Tinubu in the last election. Similarly, the Labour Party has struggled with internal discord as Obi's relationship with the party's chairman, Julius Abure, has soured. The talks between Atiku and Obi are reportedly advancing, with election preparations set to commence in just over a year. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai is also said to be involved in these discussions, signaling the possibility of a significant political realignment. So I'm not quite sure that I still feel that at the last minute, El-Rufai will on board as a Tinubu man. He worked too hard to bring Tinubu in for him not to on board. So I'm waiting for the last one to load up. We were talking about the battle for the succession of Sanwo-Olu just as early as, in fact, over the course of the week, we've been talking about it. So a new protagonist, a new player throws his hat in the ring. Residents push for Ambode's return as Lagos governor in 2027. So this will be the perfect play for Seyi Makinde. So this would be the perfect play. If we had Ambode, because Ambode can only serve one term. So if Ambode comes in and then he serves the term that sees Tinubu out of office, then they can push Seyi Tinubu in without the uneasy texture of daddy's son overriding the nation, sort of. Residents push for Ambode's return as Labour governor. And he did a fairly decent job anyway. Some residents have urged the former governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, to join the race for the 2027 governorship race, saying he has the Midas touch to transform the state if given the second chance to complete the good work he started. It will be recalled that Ambode, I'm surprised that Ambode is not actually in Tinubu's cabinet in some form. He's a smooth operator and is a known achiever. Is somebody that does things, is a known achiever. Some residents have urged the former governor of Lagos State, Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, to join the race for the 2027 governorship race, saying he has the Midas touch to transform the state if given the second chance to complete the good work he started. It will be recalled that Ambode, who governed the state from 2015-2019, lost the ticket of his party, the All Progressive Congress APC, under controversial circumstances during the primary election, a development that denied him a second term in office. However, residents of the nation's commercial nerve center, under the aegis of Lagos Residents Association, Lagos Residents Association, in a statement by its President General, Dr. Olumuyiwa Adesanmi, urged the Lagos State chapter of the APC to give its governorship ticket to the former governor. Adesanmi said it is the constitutional right of the one-term governor to seek a second term, saying the circumstances under which he lost the party's ticket for the second term was suspicious. The group therefore urged the former governor to join the race to succeed the incumbent Babajide Sanwo-Olu, whose second term in office ends in 2027. He said, former Governor Ambode enjoys humongous support amongst residents of Lagos whose lives he touched positively whilst in office. We all understand how he lost his bid for a second term in office and not on the grounds of performance. They've gone on, okay, just a couple more paragraphs. The legacy he left behind, both in human capital development, infrastructure, and total transformation of Lagos, is still there for all to see. We residents of the state are solidly behind him and calling him to come back and complete what he has started in our dear state, the group demanded. It has also volunteered to purchase the nomination and expression of interest forms of the governing APC for the former governor to contest the 2027 governorship election. So you probably want to take this story a bit more seriously than you originally would intend to. So you want to take it a bit more seriously than you originally intended to. I think I've got something for you actually. Do I have it? All right. There's a clip actually circulating of Ambode going to Aso Rock to have meetings with Tinubu. So it cannot be speaking of anything else other than what this story is proposing. TED funding suspends foreign scholarship for Nigerian lecturers. So it's all these lecturers that take all these fundings and disappear and don't come back. Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Let me see. Is this legible enough to read? Suspension of foreign components of TED fund scholarship for academic staff intervention. In response to the current exercise, in response to the current excessive cost of training in foreign institutions, coupled with the high rate of abscondment of scholars, the Board of Trustees of the fund has approved the suspension of the foreign component of the TED Fund Scholarship for Academic Staff Intervention. Beneficiary institutions are accordingly advised to prioritize their training needs for implementation locally. It is expected that this will conserve and reduce pressure on foreign exchange rates, boost investment, and local capacity in our institution, whilst increasing the number of beneficiaries of the intervention. The effective date for this policy is the 1st of January 2025. Scholars already enrolled in foreign institutions will continue to draw down their sponsorship up to the end of their respective programs. To facilitate implementation of this policy, please bring the content of this circular to the attention of your staff and kindly ensure compliance. So a woof is over. The free flow. There's no such thing as a free lunch in Freetown. Is the phraseology. No such thing as free lunch in Freetown. No such thing as free lunch in Freetown. Remember your friend of mine, Uju Kennedy. She has resurfaced under a different guide, or under a different guise, I should say. Your friend of mine, Uju Kennedy, has resurfaced under a different guise. What's this?
Hi, my name is Barrister Mrs. Ojukwu Kennedy Ohanenye, the former Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. Today I'm in court to give a support to my 4-year-old child who has been defiled and sodomized by the teacher. So I decided to come to court. She's been calling me, Mommy, will you come? Will you come and support me? So I'm here today to introduce myself to the court and see if they will allow me to act as a friend of the court, so that I'll be able to support this child and follow up on the matter. I don't want any, that there's no way of human or defiling a child or raping a child.
So there it is right there. You know, publicity and attention, they are elixirs. Once you've had a taste of it, it's very difficult to let it go. You always luster after it under one infraction or the other. So that's the lady then that cannot let go of the limelight. So that's the lady then that cannot let go of the limelight. One more clip. We play the Kegite music and then we see who turns up. This now not going away narrative of Southeasterners not selling land in their homestead. I'm not quite sure why it's generated that much controversy. It's always been the backdrop understanding of the country. Ever since, throughout the course of my life, I've never known otherwise, other than that being what obtains, that Southeasterners, for whatever reasons, they don't sell land in their region. And I'm not sure that there's anybody that they'll tell you that XYZ company, we're not talking about companies, we're talking about individuals. And then they'll cite you examples of some satellite parochial, far and few between instances of some random guy that bought land somewhere. You know, that's not what we're saying. We're talking about freely being able as a Nigerian to make an unfettered access purchase into that space. They don't allow it. Maybe it's reasons of their tradition. Maybe I don't want to use the word clannishness. But then of course that place never really attracted anyway. So it was never really a big thing because I'm not aware that anybody's rushing to the Southeast to go and do anything. So it was never really a big thing until Reuben Abati flashed it up. Reuben Abati flashed it up, and it has taken over the landscape ever since. Also, let's take a little soup from that space, and then we see what happens next.
Talking about today, what are your thoughts on this very naughty debate?
Well, I'll begin by contextualizing Ruben's observations. Then I'll touch on T.O. Benson himself, some other statements and activities associated with him in connection with land. Then I'll raise core issues about why it is not always easy to get land in some areas, and what those of us who are actually from the Southeast, the challenge we have among ourselves about land, beginning with Ruben. Yes, like you said, he started by pointing out some good things about the people from that part of the country. Then he made a reference to the comments of T.O.S. Benson. Ruben was not speaking as Ruben Abati. It was reported speech. In other words, he was telling us what he heard. That's number one. Number two, there's then the perception, okay, if a man as Benson would say this, there's also the possibility that this is factually correct. But that's if what Benson said. You've said he's not a flippant person. That is correct. But what if in that instance, actually, the statement is not correct? And I asked that question knowing for a fact T.O.S. Benson's in-laws are Mbiri people. That's the place of the former Minister of Education, Obaji. The husband, Sam, we spoke about some of these things. He is their in-law. He was their in-law. Now, when I marry your daughter and I come to you for land, should you look at me as a possible source of income, or should you consider the fact that my daughter is in your custody? In fact, rather than sell land to you, I'll give one to you. The closer my daughter is, the easier it is for me to be sure she's being well taken care of. So for the record and for all of us, Mbiri people gave land, donated land to Chief Benson at Mbiri, which he used, in fact, at his own discretion to construct a post office for the people. And the structure is still there. So recontextualization, Ruben did not set out to misinform anybody by the statement he made, but he was correctly quoting Chief Benson. Now, so let us also get it to that point. And then when the altercation, if you like that expression, between him and his colleague, brilliant presenter, the young lady, remember he said, in a bit of anger, which was a little too heated, that if others, apparently he has some other sources, and if others have, let them present anthropological evidence. Now, the point there is this. You can carry out a research on the behavior of Gwagwalada people. That research will require field work. The result you get will depend on whom you interviewed. And if later I read that work, I'll say, oh, Gwagwalada people have these qualities. And I make this with, I recall that 2019, yes, I was in charge of Tambuwal's campaign for president, and some people came and presented in poll results with 58% showing that Nigerians wanted him to be president. I told him, Your Excellency, this is a non-starter. He said, how? Delegate elections is not a popular election. So you carry out a poll among people in the street, heaven knows who they are, and you come to say, which Nigerians? So you get the point that even where you have anthropological evidence of this sort, secured through polls and research and questionnaires, it doesn't guarantee anything. Why I take this trajectory is for us not to. There's what you call reported speech. In interpretative writing, when I make a statement and you say, okay, Ikechukwu said, you're conveying what I said. If I now say, okay, Ikechukwu said, and I agree, I'm endorsing, I'm taking ownership. So having contextualized it from the origin of the expression itself, that it was a narrated story, I've also presented counterfactual that the man actually has land donated to him. I will add that the former director of works at the Federal University of Technology in Owerri has land in Owerri that he bought. That's where he lives. He's a farmer today. If you go to Owerri, you have the Rotibi Street off Douglas Road. That street is named after a Yoruba man who back then bought practically the entire area. He was a great entrepreneur. Those Igbo people who own lands in those areas bought it from him. Then, of course, you recall that Umoru Atine Alaji was a mayor of Enugu sometime in the 60s, or was it 50s now? He was also in charge of land allocation. Igbos didn't meet and selling, don't sell to outsiders. If you go to Enugu today, the one area, Garki area, people from all over the country have land there. So there's, I think even for me personally, when I watched the controversy, I said, thank you, Ruben, because this has thrown up a matter on which there should be national discourse, More people will gain information and will all be the better for it. That's the essential point. The second one is about land generally. You don't have too many people who are not Easterners who have land. And the question is, why is it that people have land elsewhere? Because there's business elsewhere. Tell me, what federal establishments do you have in Enugu, in all over the southeast, that will make me leave my place in Yoruba land to come and buy land? Is it to be a villager? So we must also see the connection between national infrastructure, national institutions, national political headquarters, etc. The limited absence of that in the southeast makes the land there totally unattractive for anybody to procure. Why are Igbos buying up lands in Lagos? Because they need it. And I speak from some involvement in what's going on at that area of business. Little Road used to be made up of a couple of tiny bungalows. The same with Enowa Street. Go to Enowa today, there's no building there that's less than 2-story buildings. Check the history, you'll find out that it was the traders who went to negotiate with most of the people. Allow me build a 2-story building here. I will use it for warehousing. You live in part of it. After 10 years, it becomes yours and I begin to rent. And I speak because I know those who did that, some of them who were direct relations. That's how most of those places got built up. You may also recall that Nnamdi Kanu, an Igbo man at a point he was governor, actually met with the people, called them to a meeting and said, stop selling land. Do leases. Make this arrangement. That's when this alternative thing came up. Now, an Igbo man will not go to Newe and build a 2-story building to store his things because there's no port near him. He'll be throwing his money away. So all of that, you can take it into account. Why would I leave Kanu to come and buy land in Imo State or in Anambra State? Am I on drugs? There is nothing going on in those places. So the political economy of the Nigerian state is also partly responsible for the things we are blaming on other things. Now, putting all of that aside even, let's pretend all of this doesn't exist. National infrastructure. The rail system of any nation is at the arteries of that country. Do you have rail in Nigeria? Yes. Do you have it in the southeast? No. Did you used to have it in the southeast? Yes. How did some of us know places like Saminaka, Kajuru, Lafia, etc.? It was because we traveled by road. You don't have that anymore. And so, putting that aside as well, let's come to the issue of land. You say, oh, land holding system. No, I'm not going to talk about land holding system, but I'm going to talk about personal experience. The southeast is land choked. The land is not available. You go to most places in the southeast, you find that people bury in their compounds. My parents are no more. One of my sisters is no more. They are buried in the old family compound. My cousin Ide has a section of his land he uses for that. So there are other things to be understood. First, the land is not available. Where is available and you want to buy it, you buy. Go to Onitsha. Onitsha Business School is owned by Shogbeson. Professor Shogbeson is a Yoruba man. He started it in 2010. So it's not like saying, oh, it's only in the 60s, These days, they are not doing it. Today, it is thriving as one of the best business schools, working with the people. Last week, I went there to give the keynote address on innovative entrepreneurship for under 45s. Most of those who came were the people in the environment. You wouldn't know he doesn't belong there. So, in essence, taking it, in that trajectory, what has emerged is a perception that was fueled or is being fueled by people who talk about it. Ruben diligently acknowledged the virtues of the Igbos he knew. Put a however based on a story by Chief Benson. Looking back at it, I don't know whether Chief Benson meant it in jest, but the fact that he has land actually donated to him by Mbiri people, who are now, right now, in fact, I understand, very, very angry about all of this, that they are being misrepresented, where he went out of his way to build them a post office on that land, etc. And also the cultural practice.
But Prof.
That your in-law wants land near you.
Prof, sir, if I may...
So there it is right there. If there are instances that redeem the Southeast, it's gentlemen like that. I always enjoy when people like that make their it's balanced, well-spoken, reserved, conservative. It is nationalistic. It wants to douse the tent. So those are the redemptions. It's just that they are few and far between, because in most instances you get, wildlings like what's that one? The actor something Okonkwo, the one that is always acting silly, you know, that one, or area father, you know, you get too many. We need more voices like this than voices like those, you know. So if there is voices that redeem the Southeast, voices like that, and I certainly would want to buy land in the Southeast, not to go and try and, you know, it's my favorite culture. You know, of all of the Nigerian culture, the Southeastern culture is my favorite culture. So if the opportunity avails, I wouldn't mind living in the Southeast. If the opportunity avails, I wouldn't mind living in the Southeast. We play the Kegite music and then we see who turns up. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. You don't come, oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, the dulcet tones of Two Niger. So there is right there. Pansat right there. So there's Pansat. Adan Lepoko is in the house. Your favorite voice and mine. And Baba completes the set. So good to have you, gentlemen. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. Yeah, so let's kick it off with Two Niger. Actually, let's do 10 minutes just to get to the voices quickly. So Two Niger, you go first. Or we should really go with Adan Lepoko first. But let's go with Two Niger first. So Two Niger, you go first. I suspect is the now newly revamped and pumping out petrol refinery that's brought you into the studio. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, one man. Listen, I think I appreciate you covering it too. Yeah, it's a good thing that it is on now. Now we don't have much of an excuse for that's another reduction in demand for the dollar again, and the Nigerian government getting the crude oil now is no longer complicated now to say that why would they sell it to themselves at market value? If they want to bring the price of crude oil down, this in petroleum product down in Nigeria, they have an opportunity now to do it. So Nigeria is making some strategic moves that seems to be heading in the right direction. I did say it now when I said it that this president is the luckiest president in history. I could have compared him to Gowon, but Gowon inherited a war before he came in. That's not the case for this president. This president, all the necessities for creating a very, very viable presidency was already in place. The fact that it took a year and a half to even come here is just crazy, because if you look at it, President Buhari had done everything. We say all the stuff we like to say about Buhari. The fact that in his term, Dangote Refinery was able to be built. This large refinery was able to be under his watch. That's a significant achievement. And then he went on.
You mean completed? It was actually started under Goodluck Jonathan, the refinery.
The building started. Yes, it was the initiative and the idea started around that time. But the building started under this President Buhari, and he completed under his term. That's why, in a way, he rushed to inaugurate it because he almost ran out of time. The same thing with the Port Harcourt refinery. He is the only one that truly wanted them to work. He actually made an effort to actually get them to work, and he ran out of time.
He had 8 years.
Yeah, he had 8 years, but he didn't succeed for a very, very long time. There are areas that you can see glaringly that he failed. Like if you look at the foreign exchange market that he didn't regulate, the black market, that area he failed. However, on these ones, he really made an effort to get them to work. I think because he knows Dangote is probably going to succeed in building it, so he might as well get the local refineries to actually come online. So he made a conscious effort to get them to work, and you can see the results showing up now. And this is why I said previously, if the president wanted to capitalize on this, he doesn't even have to campaign for the election. He will win it. Because can you imagine Dangote Refinery coming online, doing what he's supposed to do instead of all this controversy we had for the last 2 months? Then Port Harcourt Refinery coming online, Warri Refinery coming online, and another one coming online. That will be, it will just completely flip the strategic.
Tunaja, there are actually 2 phases to the Port Harcourt Refinery.
Yeah.
So the first phase is revamping the old refinery. But then the second phase is on-streaming a new Port Harcourt refinery, which is at its advanced stage and is almost ready to go. So this one is.
Yeah,
I muted myself. So this one is already giving us 1.4 million, and I'm saying if that 1.4 million, if they are pumping 1.4 million liters into the market daily, that will really put pressure on Dangote, and if they are pumping it at a low profit, it will put pressure on the price points at the pump.
They can compete heavily with Dangote. They can force the price down. And for me, the most significant part that would really affect, because it wouldn't be fair to sell to Nigerians too cheaply to undermine Dangote. In other words, Dangote cannot make profit then. However, where I see the greatest gain is the forcing of the foreign exchange, the demand for the foreign exchange coming down, and the earning of foreign exchange, because this is a major value-added manufacturing that we've been complaining about. This is value-added manufacturing that Nigeria is doing now, and it means that the income we are getting from our petroleum products will increase. If only, I don't know what Dangote does with his money. I hope he brings it to the Nigerian economy. So, but if that is the case, it means we will be earning, the supply of the dollar will increase, and the demand for the dollar will decrease. So 2 dynamics going on at the same time, that will mean that the value of the naira should come down. Should. That's why I use that term should, because Nigeria, these are our politicians, they are diabolical. They find ways to sabotage the system. That's why the last time I was here, I think about 2-3 weeks ago, I was saying that if after a year from that time that the Nigerian currency hasn't started appreciating significantly, these are our politicians, they deserve to go to hell. They really deserve to go. That they really deserve to burn in hell. That's one point. So I think this is a very, very welcome news, and Nigerians, and you can see Nigerians are already giving him credit for it. They are already giving Tinubu credit for it. It shows you that if all this refinery come on stream, he doesn't have to campaign in the election. He will win it, because the naira should appreciate. By appreciating, the cost of energy at the petrol station will collapse. It will just come down, and the foreign exchange demand will. In short, the way this thing should be happening, our naira should be going back to around $1 to $1 to around 600, 700. That's where it should be. And if that happens, you can see petrol prices coming down to around 300, even below when just after the subsidy was removed. So
sorry, Tunaja, I missed that. That value of the naira. Can you repeat that, please?
The value of the naira should be coming down to around 700 or so. It should be coming down, because even when it was being managed,
what is it today?
It was 1,600. to a dollar.
17 something. Why do you say that? I mean, explain to us.
$1,600 to $700, depend on where you are buying from, to the
No,
dollar.
but it's heading up. You say you are assigning a number to it. It hasn't moved. Are you just
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That if it doesn't move, I just said it now. If it doesn't move, our politicians decide to rot in hell.
No, but you know, you don't have to make a submission. You know, if you don't have anything to say, you could just.
What are you talking about?
Pass it over because you
don't know what you're talking about. Keep quiet, Jerry. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not based on anything.
It's not
just
making sense. What do you mean?
You say that Dangote should not sell too low because he'll be losing money, but which means Nigerian people should be paying over $1,000 for gasoline, right? You are sympathizing Dangote instead of the competition for the marketplace. You don't have to make a submission. If you have nothing to say, just pass it over.
Did you hear what I said? If the demand for the foreign currency reduces, the naira should gain value. In other words, the cost for naira to buy the dollar should come down. And if it comes down, we are all going to gain from it. If you may not like Dangote, you may not like the progress that this refinery is making to the Nigerian system, but if you don't like it, that's your problem.
No, it's not right? If the day you announce you're opening a refinery, it's supposed to shake the market because they know there's competition coming. It's not a particular day that is going to happen. For people who are thinking, who are in the marketplace,
my God!
No, just hold on. If you open a refinery of 650,000 capacity a day, it should make a big dent. Just the news that you're going to open next week is going to make it start dropping today. We're on the market. I'm here.
Another refinery shut down in Europe today from the pressure of Dangote.
Yeah,
one man. That is not true. I've seen maybe 3 now. They say these are people, if you look at their business model, right? It's not really, refinery is not their main thing. They have a lot, they buy up stuff.
Why are you just, what is your angle?
No, when it comes to make your submission, but make it factual. Don't say
I'm making it factual. What is that that was not factual?
Based on what? Is it going to go from?
Not factual.
You don't even know what it is today. You want to tell us it's going to go to 300 based on what?
Based on the demand for this dollar coming down and Nigeria earning more foreign exchange. Is that
you're talking nonsense?
For you?
Okay,
come on. Okay, I think this
just to where you are to Nigeria. When they first floated the naira, all the expert spaces, all the big financial houses, they bracketed the value at that value you just said, 700 to 800 to the dollar.
And that's what it should be, because if you extrapolate from the point where the government decided to float it, the black market value was around 700 or so. I'm not even using the official value, and that was when they used to defend the naira. And now you don't have to defend the naira anymore because the demand has collapsed. And on top of that, there is further this in supply because of value-added manufacturing that Nigeria is doing now. So you can't even make it up. I'm just giving, that's a conservative estimate. By right, it should go below that even because of the extra income from the dollar that we are getting. Except the Nigerian government starts spending like Father Christmas again. And you remember, they actually removed the fuel subsidies, you know. So Nigerian government has a lot of wiggle room financially. All those changes that used to be on them.
Nigerian government will spend. Hold on, just hold on 1 minute. I asked you right now, what is the rate today? You don't even know. You don't know what the rate was yesterday.
I know what the rate was.
Just hold on 1 minute. All I'm saying to you is this. Let me ask you this. Do you think Nigerian government will start spending money like a drunken sailor? Have they stopped? Are they ever going to stop? It's not one thing making that thing go up or go down. You know, but land, because you every submission you make is psychophantic. You want me to start fighting with Dangote. So you, as a minority guy, you just want to stay aside talking nonsense, making the chief tribes fighting. That's what you're counting on. You're not speaking economically here, capitalism by markets or whatever. You're just talking. You just on the internet talking nonsense.
Just stop. I think I worry that you just come online and you just talk for the sake of it and kind of vent your animosity towards other groups or individuals that are succeeding. Who cares about all those things? I care about the fact that strategically something has changed in Nigeria that hasn't changed for how many decades now. This is significant change, and the reason why it's happening, I've talked about it before. is because of the geopolitical weather. That's why this space is being given to us. And if we have people waffling all over the place, not wanting to take advantage of it, to actually get Nigeria to a place where we can actually start becoming truly sovereign, forget it. All this stuff, you're going to lose it again. Like I said, if these things that I predicted don't come to fruition, then our politicians deserve to burn in hell. Because
sorry, let me just say one thing. What you said.
Sorry. I think Pansat may be right. I think you always narrow. There are other intrinsic things that come at the Naira. Well, there's just the Nigerian consumption of it, which is being capped, but will continue to increase as the value continues to improve. And by the way, the space that fuel thing takes is no more than 25% thereabout. So that's still impactful. But did you not bring up it was you that brought up the chart a few sessions ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it was about
3% for energy.
Yeah. I think they're paying too much.
It's not only that. It's also
to explain what he meant by saying that Nigeria should not make it so difficult to have the price go too low, because that Dangote will not be making any money. I really want to.
No, I disagree with that. If they can crash Dangote for the benefit of the people, let them crash him.
No. Let me explain why I'm saying that. Because you have to be careful. Because if you crash the Dangote refinery, then the Nigeria refinery goes down again, then we have nothing. You see what I mean? And I don't think it's even possible to crash Dangote. Dangote will just sell it overseas and it will make his profit back. Or either way, the Nigerian government should do what they need to do. If they feel like they can bring the petrol price down in Nigeria, they should do it. I think that is not a big point for me. But I'm just thinking that there's no need trying to crash the Dangote refinery since you've already removed the subsidy. There's no point doing that. The price will come down on its own if the Nigerian currency starts appreciating. It will come down on its own. Even at Dangote refinery.
You're a troll. You're a troll.
Oh my God! If you don't know your maths, Pansa, just please keep quiet.
That will say what you said seriously, right? Because you're being a troll, and I'm just going to ignore you until it comes to my turn. I gotta address this issue.
I'm really surprised.
It's quite annoying. I gotta tell you the truth. It's so annoying. It's very annoying.
Let me finish what I'm saying. See, and one man, it's not only the fact that the drop in foreign exchange due to energy production in Nigeria reducing. It's also the fact that we are going to earn more dollars because we are doing value-added manufacturing. Is it not the so-called consumption to production? This is a great example of what consumption to production looks like. That is what we are seeing right now. And this is something that hasn't happened for decades in Nigeria. And thankfully, it's only the oil sector that has been able to provide this in a significant way. And I hope there are other industries that are lined up. This government is actually looking to do in its own initiative to do, because there are consequences to not doing those things. Because eventually, if we remain stagnant, just relying only on oil, there will be problems again. Nigeria really needs to truly become industrialized, like the steel that Dangote was looking to go into before. If he doesn't go back to it, then some other person should take that place. Tinubu should support that person, no matter who he is, whether it's Yoruba, Hausa, he doesn't care. Find one billionaire in Nigeria, put him in charge of steel, and start doing this in heavy steel manufacturing, so that we can start building our own railways. The South that doesn't have a lot of infrastructure due to the terrain, all those problems will be solved. We have an opportunity here, and we cannot squander it, because it's not only about economics; it's also about our survival here. If we don't get industrialized and start building great engineering projects, we are not going to get anywhere. We just saw Russia test some new fancy missile that were just blazing all over Ukraine and all the rest of it. When I look at those things, I feel like we are just like babies. We are not even started. We don't even know what threat is coming. What we know now is what is out there. We don't know the new stuff that is coming on stream. That's why when people like Pansat are talking, this is low-level argument. We should be happy either way, for our economy to be improving, for our manufacturing to improve, and for us to become more and more developed. This is just a tiny window of what is possible. And this is why some people have been telling we've been having this opinion that we have about 5-10 years max to get out of the mess we are in. There is a window now because of the multipolar world that is emerging. This is why you are seeing Nigeria emerge. Why do you think this never happened in the last 20 years when America was the sole superpower in the world? And this is what concerns me about Nigerians that always back America all the time. When America was so powerful, where were we? American power is waning, and you look at what is going on now.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hold on. When America was so powerful, where were we? That was when we were falling, and that's when things were really, really bad for us. But now that America's power is waning, somehow, everything is coming back to the way it was in the 70s, 60s again. Why? Why don't we ask ourselves some critical questions? And I made that analysis about 2 years ago. That I said, all this relationship we had in the West, did you know what happened in the 90s when America was the most powerful country? Nigeria went through hell. Early 2000, we went through hell. Until now, again, we are beginning to emerge again when their power is waning. You have to understand that when you are not powerful, you're going to face these problems. And I've said it before that we have to go out our defensive capability first before you worry about too much economy, because that economy you are going to lose when this will become more powerful again. And the next round of them being powerful. Let me finish what I'm saying. Sorry. Let me finish what I'm saying. The next round, when things stabilize again in the world, where you have an equivalent of a one power world again, that will happen when China and America decide to make nice. And if that happens and we are not out of the mess we are in, then we are completely, totally at their mercy. And there is no other power out there to challenge the powers. At least when America was the sole power in the world, there was still China still there to challenge America. China could have said, okay, if you go too far with these people, I'm going to join them. But now, if they start working with America, it's over. Just like Europeans started working with each other and colonization was a fait accompli in Africa. So we can't take that kind of chance. And when I see that was stuff happening,
there's no way. We're free markets, right? We're a capitalist country. Stop doing that stuff that you do all the time. You're not fooling me.
All right, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let Trump Daddy have that interjection. Give a very brief response to it. Tonight, they will go on to Ajahn Lekoko. Please.
I wanted to talk about that southeast.
Yes, there are only about 5 of us, but I want to, Ajahn Lekoko has not been on for so long, so I want to loop around very quickly.
I want to give special greetings to Ajahn Lekoko. Actually, it's been a while since you came online. I think I was online once and you bounced off very quickly, so it's good to have you back, Ajahn Lekoko.
All right, Prince. It's good to have me back. I haven't been here all day either. All I do. I haven't been here. Don't hate.
You have been ubiquitous according to your language. Please, who wanted to interject, please?
It was Prince. Prince.
Yeah, I was going to just ask a quick question. I think Pansat's style of interjection is ideal because you can force your way into the conversation and don't have to listen to Niger. But anyway, I was going to ask you, when you say American spies is waning, are you talking about the influence or are you talking about military power? What kind of power are you talking about?
I think it's both, because when your military power capability compared to your nearest rival is diminishing, then your influence generally diminishes too. So, and that is what you are seeing the upheaval in the world about right now. So
okay.
That's where I stand.
Okay, I get it. So, well, interesting. You mentioned Russia's new weapon he just tested. But according to some people on One Man Show, they think Russia is so backwards. The only weapons they have is shakabulas, and that's why they should shut up when America talks. So it's quite interesting. And to people that talk, we don't have to mention names, but did you? I bet you know, to Niger, that in the past decade or so, the Russia's cosmonauts they've been the driving transportation for America's space exploration. Okay. Yeah. So people don't have a clue about Russia. Yes, Russia's not as big and powerful in terms of financial capacity or capability, but to undermine Russia's ingenuity in its science and technology, those people are just. Let's just leave it like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you are correct. You are correct. Underestimating the old Soviet Union, which is basically Russia, is just silly. I saw that happen in the 90s when they were talking about Russia being a third-rate nation. I'm like, are you nuts? These guys, you can. Even when I wasn't that mature, I knew this silly stuff. And these guys are highly advanced. If you have done any of the studies in any of this engineering field, you will see that Russians are at the forefront all the time. They are always challenging the West. They are preoccupied with challenging the West. No matter what else that they can be silly at, they can have their oligarchs and stupidity. But in terms of technology, whatever the West develops, they want to get ahead of them because they understand that if they don't do that, they will become servants to the West. And that is the thing that drives Russians the most. That's what drove Stalin to do what he did. They felt that they cannot become servants, or just like Northerners are afraid that they can't become servants to the South. That is what Russia is afraid of. And they also understand that their location, their geopolitical location in that region, gives them a lot of advantage. If America's power wins, they will become the most influential because they are between China, Western Europe, East and Western Europe, and America is all the way across the ocean. They will become more powerful and they will control that region. Then once they control that region, you control Africa. That is the Mackinder thesis that that the British, that Mackinder was a British guy that discovered this stuff over 100 years ago and advised the West to follow the policy that they are following till today. That's why they are trying to contain Russia. They don't, it's not because Russia hates them or Russia will going to kill America if Russia becomes friends with Europe. But they fear that if Russia does that, the Western Anglo-Saxon power will win, and they don't like it. You know, people don't like to lose power. That's just on that point. And this missile test just reminds people of what they are playing with. Russia is just playing what they call tic-tac-toe with Ukraine. If they really wanted to decimate that place, they will decimate it. But they are not. They are not crazy. They know that these people are their own people too. They are not just going out to blaze everything to the way the Israelis are doing. But they just reminded people when Biden gave the authorization for Zelensky to fire missiles into Russia. They remind them that you are playing with fire here. If you carry on like this, things are going to get out of hand. And I think the West got the message on that front. But quickly, so that I can hand over. On Sunday, I think we had a conversation about the Southeastern issue regarding land sales. And what I discovered was that I checked the map and I found out that the Southwest is practically twice the landmass of the Southeast. And the population level in the Southeast is quite high. Especially if you remove Lagos. Lagos is a very concentrated landmass in the Southwest. If you take Lagos out of the Southwest, the Southeast is probably twice the population density that the Southwest has. So you can see just by default, the way they perceive land will be more, it will be different. Just like in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, you can't get citizenship in Dubai because if they start handing out citizenship to other people, they will become minorities in no time. The same thing in China, where they have so many people, they don't want to give people citizenship because they have more than enough people. So nations have these peculiarities, just like even within nations, you have peculiarities. I don't think the Southeastern need to apologize for that. And that is the trick. That is the point and that needs to come out of it, that they don't need to apologize for not selling land because land is scarce.
But they are couching the narrative under clannishness and insularity. That's really, yeah.
That is my point. That's why you need to look at things on a macro level. So you see the reasons why people behave the way they do. Because if somebody evolves to hunt fish because they live next to waterways, why would you fault them for that? That is not how it works. If I have a piece of meat and the other person have a whole nama to eat, and then you ask me for my piece of meat, I say I don't want to share too much with you. Then the other person will share it freely. You can't expect us to behave the same way. That is not how it is. And what you are seeing in the South is a representation of the preciousness of land to them because they don't have that many to give away. And the gentleman that you played highlighted it, but he didn't highlight it as a key issue. And what that means is that if that is a realization, then the Southeasterners don't need to apologize for what they are. They don't need to apologize for not selling land because they don't have enough. It's not a clannish thing to realize that land is more precious to you. Land is, you have very, very little of it. I've lived with this stereotype since I was young. When I was in Port Harcourt, you hear by people don't sell land, or you hear of all this stuff, but I never really understood why that is. I don't see any other region that has so much population in Nigeria. In short, that density of population, if you take Lagos out of it, there's no other region that has that kind of density of population. So what do you expect to happen?
Excuse me for interrupting you again. You are mixing
No,
up.
I wanted him to learn, so we go.
I want to challenge him on. He's misrepresenting the issue. There's an issue that's legitimately raised, falsely. If you don't sell land to somebody because of their tribe or the region they come from or their religion, that is against the law, no matter how small your land is. So that particular point is what those who raise that point are pointing at. That's a legitimate thing to point, but it's false.
I get what you are saying. You see how I
hold
was
on now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you went off at a tangent, and I think it's deliberate, right? Talking about cultures that you know nothing about. The point is that if you don't sell somebody something because of their religion or their tribe, let's say you have a small piece of meat, like you're saying, and when somebody asks you meat, you say, hey, I'm not going to give you meat because you come from the north, for example. And then you turn around and give it to somebody from the southeast. That is discrimination. That is wrong. That's against the law. So anybody who has a case like that,
all right,
bring it forth.
Let me try to learn.
You bring it forth and say, hey, look, I went there to buy land and they said they won't sell it to me because I'm from the north, I'm from the Yoruba, but he sold it to an Igbo person, right? That's against the law. And that's wrong. So that's what you should point out. Forget about if somebody don't want to sell land for whatever reason. They don't have to sell your land. It's the same thing here in New York or in Los Angeles or Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
If somebody don't need money, besides, you can't be saying that Igbos love money at the same time you say they don't want to sell your land. So one of them has to be debunked tonight in this conversation. Now we're going to deal with that point. Thank you. So deal with what I just said now. What do you think about that?
All right, bring it home, but don't get into a conversation with Pansad. Just bring it home, and then we're going to.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. It's a fair point that he raised, but however, the point still stands that if you have less of something, it's not discrimination to say you don't want to give it away. Like the example I gave with meat or Dubai, not giving other people citizenship easily. Because if you have less of something and you feel that thing is precious to you, you don't give it away. It's just common sense. It's not about discrimination. If they don't want to sell to another tribe, it's because they want to keep it within in-house. Just like the Dubai people want to make sure the citizens, actual citizens of the nation, are people from that land. Otherwise, they will lose it. Don't you see that? And you can say that, okay, there is the fact that you are discriminating. If, let's say, they were selling to everybody else, like they sell to Hausa man, but they don't sell to Yoruba man, then you can say that's discrimination because you are now giving the property away to foreigners, but you are not allowing certain foreigners to get access to it. That is discrimination. But if they are not giving to anybody, they are only selling to people within their tribe for this reason, you can see why, because it's also
time out.
Okay, fine.
No,
all right, I'm time out. I agree.
Time out. That is by definition discrimination. I cannot believe I'm actually agreeing with Pansak on this. That is, if you're going to just base selling of land to your own tribe and bar everybody from buying their land because they're not Igbos, that is discrimination by definition, dumbass.
Yeah, but Muslims are already doing that.
Time out. Okay. By definition, that is itself. So you cannot claim that we are all Nigerians, and when it comes to land, you want to travel. Okay?
Don't sell to them. Don't sell to them wherever they go.
Hold on. Just what Pastor said earlier. He said that you cannot sell to yourself as Igbos and then say because somebody's from. So he's actually right. Just listen to what he said earlier. I cannot believe I'm actually agreeing with my friend from
you heard the caveat.
The norm is to love me.
I provided a caveat that if
there's no caveat, and by the way, you cannot hold on. You've been for 2 hours now. You cannot remove Lagos from the equation. Lagos is part of Southwest. So, and this is the issue I've had with some Nigerians that have been unfairly labeled on this platform. You cannot promote liberalism in other places and be conservative in your own area. Then you don't have the country. Then, if you want to be open in every area, then open up your own space to everybody else.
But you are not the same as them. You have
all
aspects.
Hey, listen. All aspects. No, hold on. If we truly say we have a country, I don't care if you have 7% of land. We are still Nigerians. And if somebody comes to you and wants to develop that space, you cannot deny somebody land based on tribe. That in itself is discrimination by definition.
Right, but Baba T,
no
you still have to, you cannot
there's no caveat
they have
to
a right
it.
to do it.
No, hold on. There's no caveat to it. Let's stop doing this. We are all Nigerians, right? If we are all Nigerians, all lands in Nigeria should be available to everybody. That is just it.
Baba T, listen to me. What I'm saying is that what you're saying is exactly true. But then you still have to prove that happened. Do you understand? There's a second shoe that needs to drop. You go to buy land from somebody, they say, look, it's not for sale, even if you don't give you a reason. But then somebody goes out there and then buys that land, and that person is an Igbo person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a case.
That's my point.
Yeah, hold on.
That's my point I'm making.
It's gonna take 30 seconds. What I'm saying is that I'm saying that that's not happening. But to prove me wrong, you have to show. So if you go there, the person doesn't want to sell land to an Igbo person, he doesn't want to sell land to a Yoruba person, right? That's not discrimination. But if that land ends up being sold to an Igbo person, then you have a case. That's against the law.
That's my point.
Right. But show where that happened.
No, I'm not saying that I don't have enough, but I'm saying that if that ever happens, that by itself that's the point.
Yes.
But this guy keeps telling me that they have the right to do that.
No.
They
don't have the right.
You can't
They
do
have
that.
a right to because of
they don't have a right to. By law, you don't have a right to.
Why don't you tell Dubai that they don't have a right to ban other people from being citizens when they go to
We
other
are all
countries?
Nigerians, God damn it. Are you from Dubai?
It's the same internally.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold
fine.
on. Listen, just listen. East is still part of Nigeria, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you say Dubai, it's a different country if you go over there.
So then why is it that the South gets more oil?
One man, shall I me 30 seconds?
Talking about forget
Because there are peculiarities in every nation. If
now.
as if it doesn't exist, you're going to just be
No,
arguing against yourselves.
Nigerians stop doing this. When it comes to issues like this, then all of a sudden you are your own nation within a nation. If you're all Nigerians, then goddamn it, we're all Nigerians. You don't get to move the goalposts when it suits you, your narrative. What is this, man?
In the US, they have.
Yeah, so 1 second tonight, guys. So, BT, I'm not chiming on this issue since it kind of came up. And I was going to say, every time we analyze situation based on logic and common sense, and devoid of reality, this is how we kind of end up, okay? Tonight, your submission, I agree with it based on logic and common sense, quite frankly. But we know that's the reality. And to your point, BT, what is wrong with self-preservation or cultural preservation? What is wrong with that? If they want to sell to their own people, to preserve their own culture, and their own.
No. Just to wrap what I'm saying. See, I'm not saying that you couldn't do that, but by definition, it's discriminatory. But even if you're going to do that regardless, then everybody else just do the same thing. But you can't go somewhere else and have them open up that space to you, but you don't do the same thing. That's why.
But they're not force other people. See, they have a reason. Legitimate or not, they have a reason.
Nigerian law itself opens up the space to everybody. I'm saying that the law of the land opens up the space to everybody because we are all Nigerians.
I know, but the law recognizes
because you're part of the country.
The law recognizes self-preservation, cultural preservation. Does the law allow anything for that? I don't know.
You can. Okay, here's my point. Let me calm down. This is my point to you. If we all agree to be part of the country, and we all sign, I know people have issues with Nigerian constitution, whatever, but goddamn it, we're still part of the country. If you all agree to that, then you cannot. This idea of preservation that you talked about does not apply in regards to land. Even if you're doing it among yourself. If I say, okay, Prince, I won't give you my land because you're not Yoruba, you are Fulani, but I can give it to one man, and that's the way it's going to be. By definition, that's I should sue you for that. I can sue you in court for that, for discrimination. That is by definition itself. You are discriminated because I'm a Nigerian. So you can't bring Dubai as an example to me. Oh, because in Dubai they have 10 people there, so when somebody comes from Saudi Arabia, they are foreign. God damn it, we're all Nigerians.
I hear what you're saying. It shouldn't be official, but we shouldn't be condemning them for selling less.
No, I don't give a damn about your law. What does the law say?
No, the law says no discrimination.
Hold on, to Niger, hold on. The point you and what's it called, Trump daddy are making is bullshit. You are essentially saying that some group of people enjoy special status. You don't enjoy special status if you consider yourself a normal citizen. It's not like the people from the southeast are like what's it called, indigenous Indians in America, that they have to have special protective status. We're all citizens of the country. There should be no way where you're where the discriminatory practice is justified in the name of culture. It's total bunk.
Can anybody hear me?
Not based on
Article
culture, based on
42(1) of our constitution prohibits
Can you hear me?
on religion,
Okay.
ethnicity, place of origin.
Yeah, we all can, Prince. We all can.
So it's
my headset's some problem. Sorry.
It's constitutionally barred, even if you go in to preserve any kind of tradition or whatever, right? If you apply the same thing across the board and maintain that tradition, then that you're fine. But that the 42(1) Article 42(1) prohibits discrimination. But there's something a lot of people are doing here.
Okay, well.
Let me just say this. Right now, you're tagging along a fallacy, which means that happened, that occurred, the way you're talking about it, right? It's a miscalculation, it's a misjudgment.
It's already happening. Right? Make your peace with it.
Wait. So hold on. When I'm trying to make my point, let me just land.
If we all
hold on. No, you hold on.
If we all do the same thing,
if you're discussing it and you're tagging along a fallacy, a falsehood, as if that happened, I'm saying that is something that it should be even an ignore. Bring it up.
I'm addressing what he said.
And then they ended up selling it to a fellow Southeastern. In this case, let's say it's in the Southeast. This is there's nothing Southeast does, nobody else doesn't do. Everything we're talking about in the Southeast right now also obtains in the Southwest, obtains in the North. People try to hold on to stuff like that, right? So it's not happening, it's what I'm saying. If it happens, it's against the law. All you have to do, you'll be rich.
That's my point.
Right now, I followed you. The article is 42(1). Okay, it's in our constitution.
I am not discussing that. But my point is, I am addressing what Fafada said. That is escape. But because if let's say in the north now, they say no land available to anybody else. If we are all doing that, then I'm sorry, we don't have a country then. Because it goes against freedom of movement. Everybody can actually go anywhere.
Okay, think about it now.
Why country then?
No. Let's be reasonable here. Think about it now. If the US allows foreigners to become citizens and the UK does it, and many Western European countries does it,
we are all Nigerians. Stop saying foreigners. God damn it.
Okay, let's
Why do we have quarters? Why do we have quarters? Why do we have
foreigners? Are you foreigners in Nigeria?
Okay, then if
No.
let's go inside Nigeria then. Let's go inside Nigeria. If you want me to go inside Nigeria because you don't understand interaction dynamics.
Are you a foreigner in Nigeria?
No, you're not a foreigner in Nigeria, but the point was making about interaction dynamics. These people are still human beings. Okay, I gave you an example with human beings. Somebody that has less meat. But in Nigeria now, you have a situation whereby the South gets more oil resources. Do you say that, because it's...
allow me, please. You talk about this issue like a plain vanilla. You're not trying to, try to reason the other parameters that come into play. Why do they have protected lands in some places? Why do they have quotas and affirmative action in certain places? Why? All those things, quite frankly, are discrimination. Let
me answer you.
Hold on, but the reason why they make such provision is because of they trying to find a balance somewhat, or be mindful of those that may be disenfranchised. Now, again, using logic, one can agree with Tunaga's position on this matter. Okay, so Kolata, you can just say it's nonsense what we say. Not at all. But again, if you ask me personally, I'm not sharing my personal view, by the way. I'm not. I'm only simply making an argument based on the submission on logic and common sense. And for that reason, it is acceptable. It is acceptable.
You should not share your
But
own.
you can't say in order. You can't say we have one Nigeria. Therefore, we should try to. If you believe in one Nigeria and you believe that your action that you're taking is going to discriminate someone and disenfranchise people,
hold on.
then hold on. One Nigeria we're trying to preserve.
No, you hold on. How do you make an argument that I have money, I want to make a purchase, but I'm going to discriminate against you. I will not allow you to make that purchase. And then you compare that to a case of equity, which is affirmative action. In what world is that even equivalent?
Well, I maybe it came late. If you pay attention, also there's need for see. There's nothing wrong, by the way, for self-preservation. You gotta keep that in mind. No matter what
This is not self-preservation. That's
There's
discrimination.
nothing wrong with self-preservation or cultural preservation. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, that's not cultural preservation. This is a purchase. It's a commerce.
Palata is right.
Well, obviously.
What is wrong with Prince, man? Killing son now.
I think beyond.
I'm making an argument.
Pansad is such a bushman. I don't know what is wrong with you, Pansad. Can you imagine? I'm arguing on the side of the southeast, and Pansad is arguing. That's not crazy.
I want to be logical, right? I don't have a side. Like Trump Daddy says, let me argue this legally first. I haven't even come to tell you my opinion. This has nothing to do with somebody's opinion. It's our laws. That's what
we have to get to Ajan Lekoko at some point, but I'll carry on.
Ajan Lekoko? Me, I came before Ajan Lekoko, but it's okay. Here's what I'm saying. The language is right there in the private section. So that's why I was trying to untangle it with 290 when it's cobbling it together. Trying to do me a favor. Don't do me a favor. I don't want that kind of favor.
The private sector, business,
whatever you do to A, you have to do B, C. Now, to answer Trump that is then preserving something, it's for all. There's no discrimination involved. You have to understand that the key thing that is against the law is the discrimination. So the way you deal with Northerners, you have to deal with Southerners. With Yorubas, with Igbos, you do the same thing, then you're fine, right?
So do you accept reverse discrimination too in that regards?
Do I explain that? What do you mean?
Do you accept reverse discrimination? Yes, not standing in line for non-Igbos is discrimination, but at the same time, when you try to wipe away their culture or their heritage, isn't that discrimination in itself?
No, you're supposed to maintain your culture, maintain everything, tradition, but you have to do it without discrimination. Do you understand? There's nothing, I haven't agreed to the contrary here, right? If you're going to maintain, as far as whatever you're doing is not based on cultural basis or tribal or religious basis, you're fine if it's legal.
What if it's based on scarcity?
Yeah, if it's based on scarcity, you're fine. Right?
But that's what is happening.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If somebody says, I'm not going to sell my land because land is important, I'm going to hold on to my land or whatever is it. Or if we sell our land, our firstborn dies. But then a Yoruba person comes to buy that land, you tell him that, but an Igbo person comes to buy land, then you sell it to him. That's discrimination. And it's everywhere. Even here, there's some neighborhoods we have here, you go there, especially maybe 20 years ago, they won't sell you a black person land or a house.
One man, what's going on here? Is it full moon?
So,
that's
I don't know. I don't know.
Fansa ate amala today. That's why.
I'm a fair guy. I'm very fair.
I was stunned when you said you agreed with Pansa. I think the 3 years we've been doing this, I think that's the first time you've ever said that, BT.
I couldn't. And I can't believe that depends on what he's talking about.
Because many Southeasterners, I think they have this inbuilt this to defend the fact that they don't like to discriminate against other people. But in reality, I had a conversation with a Southeasterner just yesterday or 2 days ago. He acknowledged to us that land is so precious to them. They treat it like with such this. I said there's a reason why that is, because it's scarce. They have so much population.
Yeah, BT. When we make arguments, we have to do so based on the parameters that we're given. Now, if we know the Southeast, they have problems with their land, maybe erosion and many other environmental factors. That is fine. But the argument not to sell. I mean, by the way, I don't think they're going to come out right. So I don't want to sell to an Igbo Yoruba person or a Hausa Fulani person. I don't think they'll do that. But the seller, hold on, the seller of a property or of an asset, I think they have the right to choose whomever they want to sell the property to. Now you can go for maybe what you call a class lawsuit if you see a pattern of general discrimination against one ethnic group. But to tell an able person that no, you can't sell your land, it's against the law to sell your land to another Igbo person. I don't think it's going to fly.
Nobody said
You have to
No,
establish.
man, it's over 10 minutes.
Some things that
What are you talking about? I said, like you said,
if the land is 1,000 yards, right? It's less than 0.1% that has erosion in it. So don't go believing those fallacies. And there are a lot of land in the southeast. Yorubas don't have more land than Igbos. Don't look at that nonsense map that is not up to, it's not drawn to scale.
All right, so we're
going into another territory now.
All right, I was praising you before. Don't go.
Yeah, no, you know about now.
Whatever you praise me, I don't consider it to be a virtue. Trust me. You agree with me, it's not a good thing for me. As far as I'm concerned,
I've never.
I know it's bad for me too. I know it's bad.
I've never met anybody that wants to be liked as much as Pansat. I don't know. He wants to be liked. But a man that doesn't make an effort to be liked, Ajande Koko, of course, we've not heard from him in a while. Let me trail Ajande Koko in with this Obasanjo clip. Watch this, and then Ajande Koko pick it up after it.
It's not right. He said, well, NNPC said they can do it. I said, NNPC cannot do it. NNPC, I think you are investigating $1.5 billion that NNPC has spent on refineries since then, and the refineries will not work. But I told my successor that the refineries, from what I have heard and know, will not work. And when you want to sell it, you will not get anybody to buy it for $200 million as scrap. And that is the situation we are in now. So why do we do this type of thing to ourselves? NNPC knew that they cannot, but they knew that they can eat and carry on with the corruption that was going on in NNPC. And when people were there they put pressure. In a civilized society, those people should be jailed. Why do we do this to ourselves? And that is NNPC. Take anything. National.
So there it is. Obasanjo, NNPC would never work. That man is under pressure, but he doesn't even know it. But so NNPC would never work. Bayo Ononuga very, very quickly flash that up. So Ajande Koko, you're up next. Let's hear from you. 10 minutes monologue. Ajande Koko.
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Thank you. Let me thank all the panelists as well. Everybody, Baba T, Kulata, Pansat, my good press Pansat, anthropologists, and to Nigeria, everybody.
Yes, sir.
So, well, so the refinery is.
Do you want to start it with the refinery, or do you want to start it with the flame that Ruben Abate lit that's not consuming the whole country? So it's up to you, but maybe both.
Let me start it with the refinery. You see, yeah. So is back on stream. Is it working to the full capacity, or is just a partial?
Aja Adewale nbinu si o olóòkì òun.
Ade ọmọ Èkìtì, ọmọ ọba Mojúbà o, Prince Ọbalọ́lá Mojúbà o.
70%, Ajande Koko is working to 70%.
So 70%, and how many how many liters per day? Is it
1.4 million.
1.4 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is good. So, yes, I think kudos we go to Tinubu for this, that he followed up on what, is it not Buhari that started it, or Jonathan who started the, I think it's
I think it was Buhari that was really pushing that space, but we just concluded that they were using it to steal money, which they did for a long time, but it's working now.
So, Yoruba will says, ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ kì í ṣolíṣẹ́, ẹni bá parí ẹ̀ tó bá farati lọ́mọ aráyé máa kan tárátì lọ́mọ kan sára fún, meaning that whoever somebody that started a project will not get kudos for it, but the person that completed the project. So Tinubu will take the glory for that. Now it's going to go into history book that during his terms of office, refinery that have been abandoned for a long time started working. So, but what is very important is that they should put it into use for the good of Nigerian people. That is what is very important now. What do I mean by put it into use for the good of Nigerian people? Is that government is about provision of services. So every government enterprise must not be run to strangulate people's economically or financially. It must serve as a relief in such a way that the economic interests of the people will be well served, in such a way that people will see the difference between what they are getting from the government against private-owned refinery. So that is where I think Tinubu should work very, very hard, so that Nigeria can see the difference, that yes, refinery that is owned by Nigerian people is serving Nigeria. Propaganda or all this noise making that really matter now. How can it be put into use for the good of Nigerian people and the happiness of Nigerian people, economic interests of Nigerian people, economic prosperity of Nigerian people as well? So that is what I think they should concentrate on and work very hard to make sure that they achieve and put it into use for the good of Nigerian people. So that's my advice on that. NNPC, if product, or let me say the PMS coming out from there, and this diesel coming out from there, it's going directly to NNPC depot at a very, very cheap price against that of Dangote. Nigerian people can see the difference. Nigerian people can know that, yes, they are benefiting from their government. We know the way it works here. The people that live in government houses here, it's far, far cheaper than renting house from every government service here is cheaper. So that is the way it should be. They should not use it as a profit, extreme profit-making entity. No, that is not what it's meant for. It's a strategic. It's a refinery to serve the strategic interests of Nigerian people and Nigerian state. So what Tinubu should do is to put people that are very competent, people of good character, people that have that reputation in that country, to be at the head and empower that person, that people around him that are not ready to serve well, he can fire them anytime and ensure that, yes, that refinery serves the interests of Nigerian people, because it is very, very, very hard. Businesses are closing down. Private businesses are closing down. Small businesses particularly, they are closing down at a very alarming rate. So what can we do to, you know, stimulate that economic growth? So, but if we can get this thing at a very cheaper price, you know, from the government, I think it will help a long way in stimulating economic growth. So that is what I will suggest for government to do. It should, the price should be far, far low. The price coming out from there to be far, far lower than that of Dangote, refinery. So that's my take on that. So on Abati and this thing, look, I don't know. I like what that man said. Is somebody trying to say something?
No, we lost you for a moment. Carry on.
Okay, so the man that appeared on that in that video that you showed us, yeah, he banned that.
We've lost you. We're losing you quite a bit. You are dipping heavily. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
You can hear me now. Okay, I'm driving. That's why. So, I mean, that man said it clear in that video that Abati was not just making his own opinion. He was reporting what somebody said. The late TOS Benson. But what that man said against what Abati said, I don't understand that. I don't. It's not really clear to me, because is that man trying to tell us that TOS Benson was lying of a situation he reported on a live TV that happened to him and his wife? And what he said, that they gave him land that he used to build post office. Post office is not his personal property. He was, according to Abati, rather, TOS reported on a live interview that, look, I don't know why to build a house for my wife, they even make it difficult. So TOS Benson is not the only person that have said it. We had people that, came on this platform that said, when he was growing up, his mother was trying to buy land because they lived there so long. They make it impossible for their mother to get land, and his father. Several people have reported that. It's what our brothers from the East should tell us is that whatever is responsible for that, whatever is behind it for them not selling their line land to outsider, they should just tell us. It is nothing. I mean, is it because they are small in land mass against other region? Is it because of the civil war that experience that make them to feel, look, let us keep our land for the future generation coming after us? It's not.
Can I ask you a question, Ajalekoko, on that point that you insisted on? Where the hashed out, and I denied it. But since let me ask you a question. Yeah. Have you ever heard, and do you believe that Igbos love money more than any other tribe? Have you ever heard that?
I can't hear you. What's your question?
Okay. Have you ever heard, and do you believe that Igbos love money more than any other tribe? Have you ever heard that? No, just answer me. It's a serious question. You've heard that, right? Yeah. So now you're gonna have to debunk one of those things. If somebody loves money more than anybody else, then they're gonna sell their land, right? Because they love money. So either they don't love money, like you I've heard you say it here, by the way, last year. So my point I'm making to you is that I just stood here and said to Nigeria and others that it's not true. Prove it.
The premise of the argument is not. I don't know.
If you love money,
but why is it? Hold on.
Sell your land because you love money.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Why is it only against Igbo that? Why is it against Igbo that? Why is it only Igbo being accused of not selling their land? Why not Hausa? Why not Yoruba? Why not Bili? Why not other people? Why only?
I'll tell you. I'll answer you. Right? I'll answer you. All right. So what you see there are losers, right? It's in every vertical. There's nothing you're going to talk about here. There's not the Igbos that do more of it if it's a negative thing. If it's something positive, Igbos will do the least of it, right? Because you have non-achievers, underachievers, never do wellers, born losers, right? They go piling on one stereotype after another on the Igbos. I just gave you one, which you acknowledge, that they love more money. How can Igbos love money more than anybody else? Everybody loves money. All these losers, be them in the Yoruba lands or in the Hausa areas, right? They don't want to go to work and go to school. So when you see people successful, if somebody goes to school and is over there, is building mansions, he's making money from all over the world, importing, manufacturing, the listing on his mind is to sell his land. He needs to build. You have to, Obi is trying to teach you how to go from consumption to production. If you're in your family,
where the thing will be the producer,
those who don't,
where the product to.
Let's go to your family and go and look at those who didn't go to school. They're usually there making trouble, accusing those who went to school, being jealous, trying to say that going to school doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean you're better. Right? Every time they want to be proven.
What did you say?
Will you relax, Baba, please? Hold on. So I'm borrowing a just time, but what I'm saying is that they pile all these things on the Igbos, and then when you finally get to see Igbos, you don't see by observation. Go down to the southeast. They keep telling you how Yorubas come there, build, doing their businesses. Go to the southeast and see how well Southwesterners are doing in business, working hard. But those who cannot afford it, they don't have a boot to piss in, or even a window to throw it out of. Even in Lagos, they cannot afford it. You go there, you cannot buy those things unless you have money. If you're wealthy, if you don't have money, you cannot afford it anywhere. But I'm saying I'm out to see one person show proof that they were discriminated against, and I'm going to deal with that issue because it's clear. It's against the law. It's in Article 42(1). It's in the Constitution. So it's nothing somebody could just be mounting of sue. That's all you have. This is something that's action dependent. If somebody discriminates, sue that person because you do have to have a second shoe, which means they sold to somebody based on tribe. Not because they don't want to sell your land that you hear talking nonsense, because you can't afford it. That's why. Losers.
So what you are saying now is that people from other tribes that are saying this thing against Igbo is bad belly they are doing. they are doing bad belly against people.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what I will do, I'll post for one man to show here Yorubas who bought land and do business in the southeast, how well they're doing, right? Yoruba communities.
So let me tell you this. Why is it that we've heard from people from several parts of Nigeria saying the same thing, and I've never heard from any Igbo man said, "Oh, they make it difficult for me to get land in Yoruba land, in Hausa land, in this thing." But you hear from others. Look, let me tell you this: we have to tell ourselves the truth, and the truth is that I don't see if for preservation, you don't sell your land. I don't see anything wrong in that. Why are you not selling your land? You must let people know.
I think with that issue.
Hold on,
Pastor.
Hold on, let me land.
Right? With that issue.
Hold on, let me land. I don't see anything wrong in not selling your land. If for self-preservation, if for any other reason why you are not selling your land to outsider, you must let people know.
Okay.
So to defend, to continue, hold on now.
Hold on now.
Let me land. You have said your own.
Just
I
one
get
second.
quiet for you.
Just 1 second now. I know. Just 1 second.
Okay.
When we hashed that issue out, Nigeria had the position you have, right? And I said there is something wrong with it if it's done by discrimination. If it's done because they don't want to sell it, yes, are you giving them a right? That's their right. They don't have to listen to any nonsense. If I don't want to sell my land, I don't want to sell it. But if I turn around and end up selling it to somebody else, and the reason why I'm not selling it to you is because of your religion, your region, your sex, whatever, and the things that are enumerated in that 42(1), right? You cannot do that. So you should see something wrong with that. So you're not coming here to give Igbos any rights. That's not in the Constitution. But you're also not going to take away any rights they have. And you hear them say, okay, Igbos, they eat people, right? You've heard things like that. Or Igbos, they love money. The reason is the same reason why maybe blacks, Africans, blacks talk about Oyibo. When you're doing good, right, then everybody's going to bandwagon against you, talking all that kind of nonsense against you. So to most Nigerian tribes, the Igbos are like the Oyibos. You see what I'm saying? Of Africa, right? So they go to school, they're courageous, they're smart, both handsome and beautiful. They're successful people. So now, what does human nature do with people like that? They start talking nonsense about them. So unless some people are talking about you, you're not doing very good. When you have achievers, performers, workers, people who succeed, high achievers, right?
You have said that before. You are repeating yourself again.
Human dynamos. Right?
All right, Pansad. Let it flow a bit. Let it flow.
All right, thank you. Should I take it from here?
No, Adan Lekoko is still on.
You said that before. Yeah. You are just repeating yourself. You see? Igbos
carry on,
for not
Jerry.
selling their land. Yeah, for Igbo for not selling their land. They have their reason for not selling their land. And I can say one of those reasons. Civil war. Igbo perceive others as enemy of Igbo after that civil war. Why do you want to sell your land to your enemy? They perceive that others, Yorubas and Hausa, gang up against them to defeat them, to buy their people. Why do you want to sell your land to them, to your enemy? That is one reason that I can hold on now. Hold on. Don't. You see, all this defense, all these people, we are not dumb. We know ourselves better in that country. We know ourselves far more better than any other people outside Nigeria. So it's a psychological thing. I, as a Yoruba man too, if such had happened to my own, so this defense, oh, this, you can't say everybody, people that be saying this, Gaia, and said it on this platform. He said they live in Igbo for several years and they tried to, he said, they made it very, very hard for them. He said it here, maybe is it Efosa? I can't remember the name of that guy. He said
Efosa Isaac. Yeah, I wonder what happened to
Efosa. Is it Efosa one man?
Yeah, Efosa Isaac, yes.
The guy who stays in Spain.
So, and I've had several people that said that too. So, even among the Igbos, it happened to them. Among the Igbos.
Then it's not discrimination.
Hold on now.
Anything they do to Igbos, they do to the Yorubas, it's not discrimination. I explained that very well. You just made my point.
So what I'm saying is that the point, when people are saying this, you should let Nigerians know this is why this is happening in that place. Whether you don't have enough land that is bigger enough for your population, whatever is responsible for you to let us know and not be defending that people are not fool. They know what is going on.
I have a video too for you. I want to show the actual place we're talking about. One man, can you play that video while I just
No, I want to move the conversation around is what I want to do.
Yeah. So when you play the video as he's talking, no sound. So that's the place.
One man, please, it's the same video Pansa brings.
No, it's not the same video.
You can see everybody kept quiet because it's boring.
It's not the same video.
Okay, one man, let me yield for others to speak. So
all right.
All right.
The man is speaking and you cannot even moderate that. Why is he listening to this guy interrupting him now? You know it's
no. Yes. You know, my hope for Pansat is that sometimes it will change. You know, I don't know, but sometimes.
Collateral guy.
Yes. Baba, you're up next. We'll try and stay with it.
No, it's my turn. One man. I'm gonna insist on that.
Let me go with Baba. We do 10 minutes and then we come to you. Just to move it around a bit. Baba, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. I salute everybody, both on the panel and the comment section. Well, let me again lend my voice to this Chief Theophilus Owolabi Shobowale TOS Benson or Jagunlabi Okremeta. Say, I listened to that professor where the clip you showed. This is a problem with people who want to polish something that is already rusty. Because this story, at least, they told me about it. I had something, you know, this subject has been something circulating around. It's not new. That is why my position has always been that why are they giving it oxygen? The Igbos, I mean, it's not a subject to be discussed that, okay, it is your land, Gully oration and all the rest, and the distrust. Well, I don't see any offense in all of that. You see the post office bill in Igbo land. We talk about autonomous community. It is from the autonomous community you start to have the Umuna lands. Within the Umuna lands, there is also subland that belongs to particular family in their own name they are holding. That is the system they run. So that post office was built for the autonomous community as a donation, the land there. But when it comes to the Abechita, that is the family of the wife who died 1961, before Tos Benson married Oprah from, I think, Liberia or so. You know, when you go approach these people, particularly for the family within the Umuna community, there is a way you ask things from them. In a Yoruba setting, when you go to the family, maybe your in-laws, there will be somebody amongst that family that knows what you want, that will even correct you when you are making a mistake and presenting your case. But in the case, in the Igbo, I mean, you just make your case, and if it doesn't cohere with their own tradition, that is it. What chief wanted then, or what chief's wife wanted, that is Shinyere, Dr. Shinyere, was to build a house right inside the family-owned compound by the Obi. Obi is like the father of the house, the where he stays particularly. And that's what they turned down. You see, the thing to do when you approach like that is to tell them, okay, can I just put something here for the family, not for my wife? You don't use the word for your wife. For my wife. Just want to build something big by the side of the Obi or behind it and everything so that everybody can live. Then when you build it, you create a wing for yourself. When you create a wing for yourself, that way they don't have the right, they will not bother you, because there's something for all of them also to move into. So that is the historical context in which this thing happened to Chief Tos Benson. So that narrative that they gave him land and he chose to build a post office, that is Bangladesh. You understand? So putting it in its proper historical perspective. But I've always said that, why are they being defensive? No. You buy land for a purpose. For a purpose, for either commercial purpose or otherwise. So where is the commercial purpose or commercial activity going on in the East? That is, I'm not saying industry. I'm talking about the karakata thing, like open a supermarket and everything. They do it themselves, and they will not allow you to come into competition with them in their own area. And there is the issue of gully erosion, the texture of the soil, and things like that. The whole of that east can fit into Bogu local government in Niger State. Can fit into the whole of it, can fit into Oyo State. So it's a very small land. So, and you know, land will not increase, it's not expanding. God created two people to occupy the whole Mother Earth, which 3/4 of it is occupied by water. We only occupy one. And that thing created for Adam and Eve, two people, is now occupied by 8 billion people all over the world. So I have no qualms with them. It's those who want to hide their place that will hide their place. It's not that attractive to any other person. So let me leave it that. For the petrol refinery, I want to be cautiously optimistic. I don't want to embrace it because I don't feel good. Something tells me something is not right. Something is not right. I've not been able to put my finger to it, but
What is not right, Baba? What did you smell?
They imported 1 billion liters of PMS and AGO just 2 weeks ago. So if you know, if you know your refinery is going to become operational, why did you import? But I rest assured that Dangote also will unravel them. So I'm giving myself just 14 days and see how this dimension plays out.
Baba, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So I've heard from various sources that particular 60,000 refinery as of this point cannot produce PMS, can produce the heavy derivatives, kerosene, diesel, and coal, and naphtha. And I heard that they bought some resins from. I saw evidence, documentary evidence, that they bought some resins from Indorama. I think it used to be called LMA, the former LMA petrochemical in Port Harcourt, to now blend the naphtha into PMS. But this is not my area of specialty. From the little research I've done, you need naphtha for any sort of gasoline or PMS.
Yeah,
So
as a base.
as a base. So, and of course, you need a catalytic converter. So the catalytic converter is what does the blending to PMS. But you,
Correct.
and they also, I mean, without the catalytic converter, are there other types of blending you can do? I guess I'm just a very novice in this space.
Are you saying that this refinery does not have catalytic converter? Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
trying to confirm ni Baba Njale Goku, honestly speaking, because Sahara reporters brought something out that they quickly denied, and the claim is they produce naphtha. I'm like, yeah, well, you have to produce naphtha to get petrol. There's no petrol without naphtha, except
Exactly.
there's no petrol without naphtha. And then they bought some resins, C5 resins or whatever, from LMA Petrochemicals, and you have to mix it up. I mean, this is not, like I said, this is not my area. I know nothing. I'm not
Kulata,
consulted
this is
for this.
why
I think they have catalytic converter at this
no,
because
naturally they will
No,
have.
you think or you know.
no, I will.
Is it working? Is it working?
Actually, apologies, everyone. I'm going to bail out. Tunaja, you shut it down when you're all done. Baba has the floor and start next. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Is the catalytic converter working? Because even Dangote Petrol, when Dangote Refinery, when he started, he couldn't start producing PMS immediately. It took him a long time.
Exactly.
But they are already lifting from Port Harcourt Refinery now. That's what we are talking
Yeah,
about.
I mean,
So
you
when did
blend
they
now.
start?
You can blend.
That's the question.
So
When did they start
lift petrol.
blending?
How do you blend the lifted petrol? How do you blend from
You
refinery?
blend let me tell you, like I said, you blend that resin, I think it's C5 or C3 resin with naphtha to produce petrol. That's the kind of stuff that they were doing out in Malta.
So you are thinking that the refinery, that it is possible that's what they could be doing at the Port Harcourt Refinery.
Is possible, because the petrol part of it may not be ready. I'm not sure.
The reason why I think it is ready is because the last time I got a more detailed explanation of what is going on there, they said about 60,000 liters per liter that per day petrol refinery part is being worked on.
That's what everybody has heard.
Actually produce petrol. Then before they go on to the more modern one that is more efficient at converting crude oil to petrol. So it looks like it does have a catalytic converter in there to convert.
That's why I'm asking Baba, like, if it has catalytic converter, that should be part of the. I guess I don't know, because there's a
Kulata, wait. This is a new refinery. Fine. Before you start producing PMS, to the extent that you have tankers positioned and you start dispensing from your pump, let's examine it. That will have taken at least about 2 weeks of processing. Nothing less than about 10 days to 14 days of processing, because you have to heat the crude oil first. But we didn't hear anything, nothing from any quarters. We just woke up this morning and said they are selling PMS, they are producing. This is where my suspicion actually came, that since when did they start operating and we didn't hear anything? So I don't want to embrace it and do kind of shout hoorah about it, because something is not gelling.
I think you have a point there, because the fact that they are lifting, they say they are lifting, and you can't always be sure, because I was just watching the video. I was thinking, Nigeria, everything is possible under the sun. They could just go and make it up and just. How do we know whether it was even refined at the refinery itself?
That's Dangote will out them. Wait,
Yeah.
they are all fighting themselves.
And I was looking at the video. Sorry, I was looking at the video they had on TV, and the guy that was there and the environment. I feel like these people, even if this thing works, is it going to last at all? They're going to. Man, Nigerians are awful people. You know, they will just find a way to. They steal everything, and the way it looked, it doesn't look very professional. If you look at Dangote's one, when he invited people in, you can see how an environment that does that kind of work looks like. The Port Harcourt one, I'm sorry, didn't look anything close. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I think that bulk they brought in, that 1 billion they brought in, you know, about a month ago, NNPC said we will be importing. Then about 2 weeks ago, they said we will not be importing anymore and will not allow anybody to bring in fuel anymore. If you look at the stories, it's like they were setting us up for today's operation. But I'm very confident that, you know, now Dangote will not just allow them to get away with anything. But they are all in competition now. He will tell us, he will unravel it and tell us the true story of what is going on.
Yeah, but is that not the reason for them not to do that, though? If they know Dangote is going to out them.
You know, didn't they come brazenly and told us that that thing will start operating in August?
Okay, wait, can I ask a technical question? Can you produce gasoline PMS without a catalytic converter with some sort of blending? Is it
not
possible?
possible. It's not possible. It's like removing the catalytic that thing in the exhaust in the car, and you want to, the car will start.
Okay, then because according to the claim, this refinery produced the naphtha, right? It actually did produce naphtha, and then they bought some resins that maybe will be used in the catalytic converter. They bought that from Indorama. I'm confused.
Even at that, Kulata, they can only produce AGO and some other byproducts. PMS is a different thing entirely. There is no way to it.
Yeah, you have. Otherwise, Nigerians would have done it a while ago now if there was another way to without catalytic.
Yeah, it's a different thing entirely. It's your catalytic converter, which they call reformer, that can only get you PMS. And even if they have catalytic, this thing is working, it's not like automatic. Because this is refinery we are talking. Everything is a process. Something is wrong.
Catalytic converter to
is that same man of NMD PRA that came out and said he didn't give Dangote a license? That's Sheriff Abiy Umar. Is the same guy I saw in that video. That guy lies through his teeth.
Bye-bye. Good morning, sir.
Dr. Simba, how you doing?
Oh,
Fine, sir. Yeah, sorry. Is it possible? Oh, to Nigeria, good day.
Yeah, how are the chicken?
Is it possible? Fine. Is it possible that they wanted to be using this thing to cover their track of still continued importation of PMS?
I'm confused. I won't lie to you.
Because, you know, Baba, if you look at it for a while now, they remain silent about this because they have given us several dates which they did not, work. They kept silent for a while and then they came up with this. And from what you just said, that 2 weeks ago, they made importation of like 1 billion liters. Now, because it doesn't make sense for somebody to import such huge amount and then suddenly you said, okay, your refinery is not working.
Even when Larry was there 3 days ago, we talked about this importation, which they did.
I don't think that refinery has started working. And if if you give them some element of that, as okay, maybe I don't still buy what Babangele Goko said. I think the best thing is that if they find a suitable buyer, they should just sell it. Because let me tell you this, if it started working as they claim, just give it some few months, they will grant that refinery again.
You are right there. You are right there.
No, no, Simba, it's under an O&M deal, operate and maintain. So
Okay.
they're not the one going to run it. I think it's some Egyptian company that is going to run.
Because I was hearing some rumor that they said that they are going to privatize it. So that's why I'm saying this.
I think that's probably a long-term plan, but right now, at least they will give them an O&M, run it profitably. Ajahn Koko was saying something about doing it for Nigerian people. I was not near my phone and I was listening. I wanted to talk, but I had to.
In fact, I wanted to vomit, but I just have to take.
But folks, if they are lying to us, I'll be so demoralized.
But the
Because
best way to
I don't
know,
think
the best way to know who's lying.
I'll be so down.
Just 1 minute.
Honestly,
the best way to know who's lying, right? If somebody's manufacturing something in mass, and then somebody's importing something, right? All Dangote has to do is to manufacture his stuff cheaply and undercut the price. It's a deregulated industry right now. That whole thing, if you want to import, you should be able to import.
Is Dangote producing anything?
Just 1 minute. What you are accusing?
No. I'm asking you because you said Dangote should produce. Is it really producing anything?
Why are you trying to get into that?
Let me learn now because
Dangote will drop the price of his imported petrol.
Just hold on. What I'm saying is that if you are manufacturing something en masse, for example, a pencil, if you go make pencil by yourself, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars to make one pencil. But due to free market and people just specializing in different things, people doing rubber for the erasure way there at the bottom of the pencil, the lead, the wood, the carving, everything, the paint to paint the pencil, it's like 2 cents by the time you're done doing it. Due to that, the way it's costed out. So if Dangote is producing what he says he's producing, right, he could sell that thing for like 200 naira a liter. And all these guys are going to go out of business because if you go out there importing something. So, but the problem is that you could tell who's lying because Dangote's price is an importer's price. It's licensed to import. So what Simba is accusing our NNPCL of doing is actually what Dangote is doing. NNPC has already been there. They are part of the government. They went there to inspect.
So you are saying that Dangote imports fuel, then sells it again.
Let me land. That's what he's doing. He's setting up to be the only importer. He wants to shut down NNPCL from importing. But listen to this. Okay. That's a different argument, and you know my position on that. But what I'm saying to you is very easy to tell who's telling the truth or not, right? All Dangote has to do is to come out if he knows they're importing. He's sending third party to come and make that accusation. This Kayare is an ethical guy. He's doing a good job. So
what?
Yeah, listen to me. Listen to me. It's a paradox. Let's take the free market to judge it to Nigeria. Just hold on 1 minute. I know you don't. You know.
They have been in charge for a long time, and look at the refineries are barely. None of them are barely working.
That's true because you have to find out who is undermining it, right? You have to be very as a patriotic Nigerian. Let me ask you something. Nigeria, can you recite our pledge?
Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Stick to the topic.
All I'm saying to you is that you want to be a super patriot. I'm telling you that the market is unimpeachable in things like this. If Dangote is manufacturing petroleum, he shouldn't be competing with importers. The crude is there. A lot of it is given to him for free. So you have this massive thing, and you're fighting with importers. Not somebody who has done it many times with cement and other things, undercut their price.
He's fighting with importers because the importers are using foreign exchange to go and buy from overseas. How is that a controversial point? Why would
maybe Kulata, you could explain to him if you took your medicine, right?
You know, using Nigerian to go and buy it.
No matter what they do, if you're manufacturing, if you are right there refining crude there for an ardent monopolist like him, the only way you're gonna do it is by price. He did it to Ibeto Cement. He knows how to do that kind of stuff. Not going every day fighting with these people, right? Undercut the price, but he's the one. He's the one who is important. Nobody see our regulators went in there.
How can you just be saying
Hold on.
stuff?
Our regulators went in there to inspect that refinery. They came out on TV and they made 3 points.
So, Nigeria, if you are the
Number
moderator,
one,
if you allow this guy to
said-
continue, we not allow any other person to
Yeah,
talk on
I
this
think
platform.
anyone is allowed to interject.
Thank you very much.
No, I have the floor. Have I not?
Okay,
I
Baba.
have
So
the
my point
floor.
I'm making, the last point I'm making is this: the regulators went in there, they inspected him, they came out and they say 3 things. Number one, he's unlicensed. Number 2, they say he's making inferior products. Number 3, they say he wants to be a monopoly. He's not completed his term, not even 50%, right? So if that's not true, Dangote should sue them because that, of course, will affect his business. He didn't sue them for what he's doing. He doesn't have. He saw when they opened this refinery. Finally,
Can I? I'm not even.
Final is this: when this this Port Harcourt refinery opened, they told you they're making, including hydraulic.
Floor back,
Where is
please?
Dangote's hydraulic? Where is this motor oil? These guys just told you the quantity of motor oil they're making, because when you refine crude oil, there'll be a lot of byproducts, a whole bunch of them, including things more expensive than the motor oil.
To Nigeria, can I have the floor back, please?
You know, Dangote sells cement and other things.
Tunaja, let Baba continue. Don't respond. Baba, continue.
Okay, Baba,
this is a refinery. There is nothing.
Somebody that has a history. It's not fair. Please go ahead, Baba.
There is nothing that we will not hear about this. Even on this panel, somebody has said that the refinery is not worth 20 billion. And I start to ask that, does that person know that that refinery is insured by Lloyd's?
Okay.
The refinery is insured. Are you going to, you cannot you can't under-insure it.
Hold on. Let's get that straight, please.
They will value it now. Lloyds are not stupid. Lloyds will go and do the valuation.
Calm down now. Which Lloyds are you talking about? Are we talking about Lloyd TSB in the West or what
TSB now?
Yes,
of course. How many
London. We can't do it locally because we don't have.
Is insured.
Of course, all refineries all over the world.
Pansa, chill out, man. I think if that is the case, then Dangote is on the firm footing.
Yeah, all insurance all over. All refineries are insured. You cannot put a 20 billion manufacturing plant that is incendiary just like that. You have to insure it.
Baba, 5 seconds. If Dangote lies and says, "Oh, it's 20 billion," and he insures it for 20 billion, that's fraud. Now, if they find out, I mean, isn't that why Trump got into trouble? Like. Honestly, continue.
So when they are talking, this is an international business. You buy the crude oil, the main base raw material, you buy in dollars. And if you are buying in Naira, it's equivalent of the dollar price. You pay in Naira. So there is no way Dangote can sell for 300 per liter. Tell me, how does that work? I don't understand. How does that work? The man is in business. The refinery is in free trade zone. Fine. Whatever he has doing with Nigeria, well, is business sense for him. He knows what he's doing.
Can I ask you, if say the Nigerian refinery is operating now and they decide to just like sell it cheap, because they could decide to sell it about cost price. And if they sell the cost price to Nigeria, you're going to be seeing petrol prices somewhere around 700, 600.
How much are they producing? Forget it. What is the quantity that they are producing?
See, to Nigeria already. Wait. Look, this is why I'm not even comfortable, because let's look at the two sides. Dangote, as we speak today, Trafigura, Vitol, they are one of his heaviest buyer, buying AGO, that's diesel, and jet fuel. They are buying and supplying to Europe. You understand? And the PMS, the Onigbases, the debtors of our neighbors, they are already clamoring to buy PMS from him. And I learned that he has sold some parcels of PMS to some of these countries in West Africa.
Let me quick. There's a refining group in Rotterdam that they shut down because primarily Dangote is disrupting the supply chain. It's called Gunvor, Gunvor, Gunvor Group, that shut down.
Anyone in Scotland?
Let me. I'm going to tell you. Then there's Wesseling and some German name. God forgive me. Gelsenki, whatever. Plant in Germany, shut down. Mouth in Scotland too, shut down because of Dangote. And people are telling me he has phantom products.
Exactly. I don't understand. I don't know. Because this thing is plain eye. Kuro, you are seeing it. This 20 billion investment. The guy get hard to.
Dangote is a strategic thinking guy because he knows if he gets it, most African countries that used to buy from other regions will start buying from him, and that is already beginning to happen. And it makes Nigeria. We forget there's a soft power to this. It makes Nigeria a strategic location for a lot of people. So, say you want to cause instability here, nobody wants that to happen. One,
and his products are of the highest quality.
Yeah, Lloyd CLB wouldn't want it to happen. People that buy from Dangote Refinery wouldn't want it to happen. So you can see how important what Dangote achieved. It's a very, very big milestone, and one cannot understate it, given where Nigeria has been for the last 20-something years. You know, so it's a good development. Let's see what happens with the other refineries if they all come on stream. So, but I did ask the question about what if the Nigerian government brings the price down, even if they are not the dominant suppliers in the market, what will happen?
Okay, Larry, come in.
So Niger, number one, if price is gonna go down, it's gonna be marginal, maximum 50 naira. That's the maximum. 50 naira. And that 50 naira is gonna reflect on people that are in Port Harcourt, not really every other person in Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the what they are producing now, I think the maximum they are doing in terms of truck is like 20 trucks or 30 trucks per day. So which means that they still have a long way to go. So I know a lot of Nigeria are kind of like expecting probably there will be sharp decrease in price. So unfortunately, I don't really think so.
They're only producing, hold on, they're only producing 1.4 million liters per day PMS and 1.5 million per day diesel. And again, what's that
Port Harcourt Refinery, right?
The Port Harcourt, the east-west road or whatever you call that road is not good. So it's
not better. When did this? Oh God!
Just look at it. Forget about that 1.4 million. Look at
it's not moving the numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
so
not going
look
to
at
move.
it averagely. What they are doing as of today is 20 to 30 trucks.
That's not going to move the numbers. It's not going to do anything.
Imagine 30 trucks. So 30 trucks alone cannot even go around the whole of.
Oh, but wait, there's a sinister thing, though. If they do 20, I mean, if they produce it and then they supplement with importation, that's the sinister ploy. Because they can supplement with the Russian oil from Malta, and plus whatever they are producing locally.
I know that there is a 270-liter one that they are working on that is at the advanced stages.
Kulata, you are just talking about what I'm suspecting. You understand? They can just start producing at a very low, and then they'll be using it to cover up.
The importation, because look, people are making money in importation. I think it's just going to die like that.
See, I think that other people will spot because demand for dollars, people will know, they will spot it. But I wanted to ask Larry, when let's say the petrol gets into the market, Dangote supplying, Port Harcourt Refinery starts supplying. You said that the price will come down by 15 naira or so.
Yeah, maximum by 15 naira.
What do you think that same this petrol being in Nigeria now, being produced in Nigeria, will have on the foreign exchange?
No, that depends on NNPC, right? It depends on NNPC. I think what the president is trying to do is to probably in the next 1 month tell NNPC focus more on Nigeria. I don't really think NNPC really wants to go out to import now. Right, because
what NNPC would that have on the foreign exchange that they are caught naira?
No. Yeah, you know, the thing is, I really don't want to go to that point of saying something is because there are a lot of variables, right, without foreign exchange. So if we are saying, okay, it's going to have significant effect, that means we are holding every other thing constant, right? We're just saying, oh, ceteris paribus, foreign exchange is going to go down because there's still a whole lot of things that are kind of like affecting that foreign exchange. Yeah, it might have an impact, that which means if they try to work on those other variables that are affecting foreign exchange, yeah, probably. So, but I don't want to just say, oh, it's going to have this impact because
If Nigerian government used to defend the naira and hence they needed to float it, but now they don't have to defend it, and the demand for the dollar reduces while the supply for the dollar increases at the same time. Do you remember? Dangote is doing value-added manufacturing now, not just selling raw material, crude oil away. So,
where do you think Dangote's profits are going? Is dollar? Where do you think it's going now?
But it's in naira, so it's going to count into the Nigerian economy, isn't it?
And so the only thing we get is from Dangote. I mean, to the extent that we get it, is import substitution. To the extent that we can even get
the
it.
people.
No, Kulata, is it not the only? Is it not the one that says to Nigerians? Okay, if he buy crude in dollars from outside and he sells his product outside, is he not going to get the dollar? Is he going to bring the dollar back to the Nigerian economy?
For where he's going to Dubai.
Of course, it's Nigerian economy now because it's being sold to a Nigerian company. Am I wrong there?
Dangote's profits or earnings is going to Dubai. The man has learned his lesson.
So are you telling me that Dangote selling crude oil in Nigeria, when he makes profit, the profit doesn't come to Nigeria?
Some aspect will come to Nigeria, but the ton of his forex is going to Dubai.
So his headquarters is now in Dubai. Is that what you're saying?
The commercial.
He has a commercial office in Dubai and in London too.
Is that his headquarters? Because that's where they
A
pay
buying firm. No, it's a buying firm for purchase crude oil. So what he does is he's right to put his money there so that he can use it to buy crude oil and supply to his refinery. So nobody can fault him for that.
Well, if he puts his dollar in the Nigerian CBN, he doesn't do many damage because when he wants it, he gets his dollar back.
There's no guarantee. He has to open a Form M or whatever instrument they are using in the other countries to buy crude oil.
Yeah, quick point. So, finish, Baba, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Prince Daddy, please.
No, we got to try to understand.
I was going to say,
how a Nigerian company is operating, then you are saying that the earnings goes to other countries.
It's in free trade zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a free trade zone, but in Nigeria, free trade zone.
He has no. Look, that's why I'm confused because Dangote, if he doesn't want to, he needs not talk to us.
Actually, if he's doing that, then he can be sued by Nigeria. You can't have a factory located in Nigeria and then your remittance go to another country.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Go and look at the law that guides free trade zone.
It's only whatever it sells to Nigeria that is covered under Nigerian laws.
Whatever it says to outside, even if you buy crude from outside, once that crude landed in Nigeria and the factory is located in Nigeria, whatever remittance supposed to be, that is the way it's supposed to be.
The dollars has to come to Nigeria. If it doesn't come to Nigeria, then what is the benefit then? The benefit is very, very minimal from the point of view of foreign exchange.
In fact, you people just the open eye. Anyway, continue.
We are not opening eye because the way you are talking is
okay. Let me make my point. I was going to make a point that Dangote's refinery is not worth $20 billion. And to Colata's erroneous point about appraisal or valuation, making Trump's example.
Oh, because of Trump daddy.
No. Actually, but you see, Dangote. I was waiting for somebody to refute what I just said. I said Dangote's refinery is not worth $20 billion.
How did you come about that? How did you arrive at that?
Well, very good question, Baba. I knew you were the only one that would ask that question.
Did you do your independent evaluation?
No, I did not actually. From the horse's mouth, Dangote himself said it. He
When did
said
he say
himself
it?
in an interview. Well, it was being an interview. He said himself, unless you want to add this sunk cost to get in the refinery, you can estimate at $20 billion. But the actual valuation of that asset built is not 20 billion. I think it's around
Okay.
16, 17 billion. You know,
Wait. So,
so maybe
when we
actually
do
even less than that.
okay, I do a lot of project financing. So so what I mean, what because there's so many things you can that will go into the costing of a project. So it's not just the tangibles like, okay, I buy this pipe, I buy this that. There's the human resources part. There's the what's it called, taxation and all whatnot part. There's so many things that goes into it, and I don't think it's going to go lie and then it will be on public press. That's 20 billion when, especially if it's getting insured, then it's a fraud.
You see, let me
It's not.
add
It's not.
to that, to
Listen, no,
Prince Daddy. Let me add.
go
Let
ahead.
me add so that you can evaluate it well. 23 knots outside that FTZ. He has an anchorage there for super tankers that brings in his crude oil. He has a pipe from that place straight to the refinery. That is one. Two, for medium tankers coming in to lift products, he prepared a wharf in that place too, where at least 3 medium tankers can berth. They have gantry trains where you can start doing this.
We're not talking
I'm
about the
trying to,
add-ons.
let me finish so that you can know exactly what you are trying to evaluate here. It's just not that the pipes and the bolts you are seeing for kilometers, I think 23, is it 23 square kilometers? The land alone it contains. About 23, anybody can fact check me, I think offhand.
The area is covered even more than the whole of Lagos Island.
They said
get
it's
my
5
point.
times the size of Victoria.
So be very careful, Prince Daddy, in coming up with this, because that refineries is insured. And when it comes to finance, international finance, nobody will allow him to get away with outlandish figures. We're talking about
Do you know what that means to the insurance company?
But you talking. You've not given me a number that insurance. You've not told me the actual valuation that the insurance company came up with.
I will want to
hold
believe
on.
what Dangote says because it's in the international press.
You don't want to believe what he said. He said.
I would want to believe what Dangote
and I'm
said.
telling you that
because it's in the international press.
Dangote himself. That's why when me, especially me on this platform talks, I like to talk usually from the horse's mouth. I don't make up things. I have no interest. Me watching Dangote being asked. Actually, the interviewer asked him, "So you built or your refinery is worth $20 billion?" And he said, "No, I think he said 16 or 18. I think it's closer maybe to 16." And he gave a reason. He said he spent or the group spent $2 billion in the pursuit of building a refinery first in Ogun State, I believe, or wherever it was, or on those states. He spent $2 billion. That's and built nothing on that. He didn't build. That wasn't part of the cost of building the refinery. So from the guy is saying himself,
he can attribute that cost. He can actually attribute that $2 billion, that initial $2 billion, as part of the cost of the refinery. He can actually make a case for it.
So in finance, you add sunk cost to the value of.
Well, that's if you consider that.
Tell me how the evaluation works. You add sunk cost to the customer.
You can use that as cost of feasibility. I mean, you're doing feasibility on siting the project.
And you add it to the cost of the project.
And then you need to involve what's it called, professional engineering companies or whatever, surveyors that need to check where you can site it. You can make a case for that. Who told you he's accounting now. You and I know accounting. If it's only if he accounted for it. Well, hold on. It's only if he accounted for it as a sunk cost before you say it's sunk cost? Did he ever tell you that's how I
I,
accounted
I
for
just
it?
told you that, but I mean, in that interview, it didn't use, because you and I know it didn't use the word sunk cost. But if you go do exploration elsewhere that had nothing to do with the building of a refinery in another location, though you spent it, we know it's sunk cost.
No, Prince Daddy,
No,
you are
no, 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 no.
mistaken.
You
Wait,
are the one
wait,
making that
Colata,
assumption.
wait. You are doing that. Look, if you have a feasibility study for which you engage experts in a location and that didn't work, and you have to shift to another location, the same experts will have to upgrade that feasibility study. So the cost still remain the same. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's still the same project, but in a new
It's the
location.
same project now. I mean, it's
Exactly.
just
Nah, say okay.
It is still part of
It's
your
just like
cost.
there's creative accounting. I can accept that there's a way you can factor that in as part of the total cost. But I'm telling you that from the Dangote himself does not admit that his refinery is worth $20 billion. So there's no argument about that. If I
For
find
a
the
man,
interview, I'll give it
who
to you
doesn't
guys.
have 20 billion like me, what is the difference between 18 and 20?
Oh, there's a big difference. There's a big difference. Maybe not to you, Baba, but in reality, there's a big
That's why I
difference.
use the word for a man who doesn't have 20 billion. And that's why I use that word.
And again, the thing is, let me make a quick point.
Uh,
This is reported in S&P, in
uh,
Reuters, in every single
Bloomberg.
financial
They can be
reporting
erroneously
institution
reporting.
in the
It's
world.
okay. It's okay.
So
They can be.
they can't make stuff like that up.
He didn't make it up. So we all have that notion. And I'm again, I just told you that the guy that was interviewing him said, so your refinery
That's
is
just an
worth
interview
20.
now. That's not his books now. He just said
No, no.
something now.
Okay. All right.
I think you
Okay,
are
that's fine.
misinterpreting sunk cost. I think you are misinterpreting sunk cost. Now, you cannot, Dangote himself can actually categorize a cost as sunk cost just for making decisions, right? So not just for you to be able to cost the project. You don't decide if that kind of cost is kind of like a sunk cost. So it's not on your own side. It's more of Dangote. If Dangote can say, okay, fine, this particular cost is a sunk cost, which means that I'm not going to recognize it in making future decision or budgetary decisions, right? That's where sunk cost comes in, not when you are trying to like estimate the total cost of what a particular project costs from the point of when it actually started. And in terms of this, what Kolata was basically saying is more like you're not really just factoring the physical cost. Probably you bought this. There are still some services and everything that is still going to put together. So, but I'm not going to dispute if he thinks, it's, for me, I think it's more of the insurance, right? If Dangote says it's 20 billion, probably if the insurance agree, then I would rather say that's the cost.
Well, say, I mean, it can have some intrinsic value to the refinery, but by just deduction, listen to the guy. Obviously, when the guy said your refinery is worth $20 billion, and he said no, the actual cost is about, he gave the number, and he said we spent about $2 billion in another site, another state that didn't work out. So by his own estimation, I heard him live, is that he's taking that $2 billion, for example, to be the sunk cost, and he's not trying to add it to the value of the refinery. So again, in accounting, hold on, in accounting.
Daddy, the problem now is the 2 billion. Yeah, is that 2 billion that is your issue now?
Simba Koji problem. Let me give a good example. So Prince Daddy, you're planning on building you're planning on building this cloud application, and you're planning that, okay, I'm gonna run this cloud application on Amazon web on Amazon platform. And then when you start building it, you see that, okay, the Amazon middleware is not jiving. Meanwhile, I've already kind of like paid Amazon some money to do proof of concept and so on and so forth. Then I decide, okay, it's not going to work on Amazon. It's probably going to work on Azure or going to work on Oracle. That's still part of my project cost.
Okay, well, accepted. Project cost is different from sunk cost and different from the total cost of ownership. For
Yeah, so
example,
it's not
we have to
you're
separate
going
this
to
cost.
factor that because you
You can
borrowed
factor.
money.
You can factor.
Hold on a
But
second,
by the
because
way,
you borrowed
you've been
money. Hold on.
you've been a professional. Okay, so so if Dangote has spent, for example, $10 billion at sunk cost, you're gonna add it to the damn refinery as the total cost of the refinery. Would an evaluator do that?
You will look. I mean, because it's borrowed. I mean, it's borrowing the money, right? So all that stuff adds up to the cost of his refinery, and it's going to make a justification to
So
the.
okay, based on that logic,
Let me just land. It's going to justify his valuation. You just don't value something without the people. Are they stupid? Insurance company upon all people. When you want to get life insurance, don't they check every fucking vital of your body to make sure that they're not taking a stupid risk? They're going to value. They're going to value it and agree to that valuation. So whatever is in the valuation that's in the public press and co, that's the value of his refinery, whether you consider it on cost or not. That is it.
Okay. So
okay, yeah.
the original argument that was going on when the last time I spoke was about whether Dangote refinery selling crude goes to the income goes to foreign countries. The odds of that happening is slimmer than it appears. Because one, the purpose for the Nigerian government building it will be defeated to an extent. Because what is the point of building a refinery if all your income still goes to foreign countries to bolster their own foreign exchange? So if the Nigerian government is going to put that money in any other, let's say, enable Dangote to put the money in Dubai or something, the money has to come through the CBN, then goes out again somehow like that.
To Niger, that is that is you trying to decide what is not possible. What is not possible. So the thing is this, right? Forget about all those things. Dangote, the government does not have any right over what Dangote sells, right? How much any income Dangote makes, the government does not have anything on it. So the only thing you can actually say if Dangote is
So how would so that means it will not be paying tax? Is that what you people are
no, you
saying?
will pay tax now. We are talking
So how
about
would they determine the amount of tax
if
that
the
is going
money
to
is not
pay if they
coming to
don't know?
Nigeria.
Yes.
how would they determine the amount of tax? Do you determine amount of tax based on dollar value?
Yeah.
But they have to know his turnover and
What are
his
you talking
profit.
about?
No.
So hold on.
No.
Do you know Dangote himself said it that
Wait,
he can
wait,
reduce the demand for foreign exchange. He
wait.
said it himself. So
That is
I don't
wait.
think you are. Hold on.
Take it easy.
Hold on now.
Take it easy. Let me just say
You
one
are
thing.
talking on behalf of Dangote,
Let
but
me just say
Dangote
one
spoke for
thing and you
himself.
continue your argument. Let me just say one thing. The only thing that can make Dangote do that if Dangote want to be patriotic, not
Or
because
buy crude oil from Nigeria in Naira.
if he wants to be patriotic,
That is that's probably part of the condition for buying crude oil in Nigeria.
no, buying crude oil, all those things you are saying is only if Dangote buys crude oil only from Nigeria, right? At that point, then you are now ensuring that Dangote does not do any sharp practice. But in this case, the only thing, if Dangote decides, okay, fine, I want to bring this money, and bringing that money does not mean that Dangote is going to take it to CBN. No, it's not government money. The only money that goes to CBN is basically
All money goes through the CBN.
no, wait. What is going to happen is this: going to CBN means that it's a Nigerian money. The only thing that Dangote would do in this case is to sell at that market. What's that market? That window, Baba. What's that market that the other market? This market that
A&E, what do they call it?
yes, that's the only thing. Dangote will take that money to A&E and trade at that point. Not that Dangote will collect money and take it directly, go and put it in CBN. It doesn't work like that.
That is how it works for international companies. The way it
No,
works is that
no.
hold on, let me
The question I want to ask, how is Dangote refinery different from other companies cited in Nigeria?
Now, okay. Other companies cited in Nigeria.
And they also imported their goods, their raw materials. Because to me, importing fuel, crude oil is just like you are just importing your raw material. That's all. So how is it different?
Simba, any export that is any forex that is earned from exporting from the Lagos Free Trade Zone, that particular free trade zone does not repeat after me, does not have to be repatriated to the CBN, and taxes it's also exempt from taxes, except you're selling into Nigeria.
That's the law. That is the
Free
law.
trade zone. No, I think any business that is operating on the Nigerian soil, whether it's on free trade zone or not,
No. You have to read about that particular free trade zone to Nigeria. Don't make wrong assumptions.
So it's considered to be offshore.
Let's
FTZ is considered to be
You
offshore.
people don't even know say Dangote. If you think Dangote na
Do you
stupid man.
think to Nigeria? Do you think Dangote just decided to just build anywhere? He knew all those things, right? He knew all those things.
Okay,
When he wanted to build in Ogun State, it's still the same thing. Building in Lagos State, citing that particular refinery in that space is to take advantage of all those things. So he knows, because he knows that not building within that space, him not having that leeway, means that the Nigerian government have a lot of influence over him. Right?
They can even nationalize the company.
Yes, so they have a lot of influence over. So it's a business.
He's not the richest black man by thinking like to Nigeria. I'm just putting the time.
It's a businessman, and if you're a businessman, everything you need to do is to do everything to your own advantage. So now, what you've said, is good, right? The only thing is, if he wants to be patriotic and he feels that, okay, fine, let me try and help, cushion some foreign exchange effect. If I have more, then let me take it to I&E window. Let people be able to have access to it. Other companies can also go have access to it. And also looking at the fact that if there is bidding, Dangote also bid, right? And what is bidding is basically probably some other people's money too. So that's him being patriotic, not because he must do. No, if he decides he doesn't want to do, there's nothing you can do.
Nobody says whether he must. He said it himself that he was.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on now. Let me finish
So
one statement. Hold on now. Jesus Christ. Can I just say one statement fully? See, the point that was made was that one, if the demand for us buying energy overseas goes away, that is 30% of demand that goes of the foreign exchange. So by just existing, even if he doesn't commit his other incomes into Nigeria, that goes away. My other argument is that some of the funds, some of the profit he is making from overseas will also end up in Nigeria. So in other words, that's another.
That's too simplistic. Sorry,
you can't expect him to keep all his income overseas. Come on.
It's not just that, because first of all, you need to first ask: is NNPC honoring the crude obligations to Dangote?
They are not.
The answer is a big fat no.
But that is not the basis of my discussion. The point I'm making
The basis
is that
is part of the hold on.
This is not even on Dangote. I'm saying if Dangote Refinery is supplying this in petroleum to Nigeria, petroleum products to Nigeria.
If Dangote
demand goes away,
you're not listening. If Dangote has to buy crude from abroad, what does he use to buy it? Is it his blood or dollars? He still needs to use
dollars now. Yeah.
And so wait. That is still a demand for dollars. You can say that, okay, maybe a slight decrease in the demand for dollar because it still needs to buy the crude the NNPC cannot supply, and it still needs to buy it in dollars, and then it sells it to you in naira, but it's just
without going through central bank. He buys.
NNPC supplying the crude now, if I'm not mistaken. I think that started in October already.
Look at Dangote's loan structure, right? Majority of his loan is from where?
Overseas, obviously. Nigerians are not going to give him.
What currency?
Of course, it's in dollars.
Okay.
Even the Nigerian government pays their own shares in dollars.
And on paper, he is not the sole own. It's not a sole ownership business. I think Dangote owns shares.
Sell that 20% where he won't sell. Make men buy a bag.
Nigeria should have kept that 20% because if
Make
whatever
that
profit
I feel like say won't sell the remaining 13% when Nigeria no buy.
I think that is where the Tinubu government totally failed Nigeria because that 13% that they went and gave
Now Baba go chop that 13% now. You know now.
it's not going to chop anything.
Baba no
He
chop am.
didn't pay.
Baba no go
He
chop am
didn't chop
alone. Make
anything.
men buy.
No, but it's serious though because what that could have meant was
I
that
will
all
not fool
that money.
myself now as a Nigerian. I know how these things work. I was not born yesterday.
See, all that money that Dangote is making that you are saying he's putting overseas, if Tabin Nigeria owns 20% of the company, 20% will always belong to Nigeria, no matter where he puts the money.
Yeah.
Will always belong to Nigeria. That is a powerful thing, and this president gave it up. But that's where. But the original point is that it's going to save us at least 30% of foreign exchange demand. That's a significant stuff. That
I don't
should.
think it's that. I don't think it's that high. Honestly.
You don't think it's that high?
No, I don't
For
think
what
so.
reason? Now we have 2 refineries in Nigeria. If Port Harcourt is to be believed.
One of them, how much is Port Harcourt? Port Harcourt is still a joke now. We're just happy.
That's why I was kind of like saying, don't put your hope too high, right? Because that foreign exchange that you're saying, because if you put your hope too high, you know, it's.
See, I'm putting my hope high because I also read the geopolitical weather. What you are saying now is what you should expect to happen. If it didn't happen, then we should have been done for a long time ago.
No.
What is happening is what you should expect to see. So it's not surprising to me.
You know why I said you shouldn't put your hope too high? Because the thing is this. Now, even if we talk about supply, there has been an increase in supply of foreign exchange in that country. And we are still facing the same thing. So now, let's just say, okay, worst case scenario, there is an embargo on imports, right? Nobody, the government kind of like put a fiat, like, okay, nobody imports petrol. Then probably we can start from there, right? But the moment you don't even have that embargo, a lot of things are still happening. And it's not just that. If government wants to really ensure that they want to have some significant impact, I've always said it here, 6 months, let's close that side for 6 months. Let's see the effects. If we can put that embargo for 6 months, let's see the effect. Put some embargoes on some other things. Those other things that that you think, just put one or two, and let's see the effects.
I think that the effect will be they don't even have to do that because based on what is happening now, Dangote has an arrangement with the IPMAN people. Most of the people that tend to incentivize importation of petroleum, they are beginning to have agreements with the Dangote Refinery. And if the Nigerian refinery is beginning to kick into gear. No, and it's not only Nigerian refinery. I hear that there are others on stream too.
One point everybody is failing to make is all this, the impact on Forex is not going to be that vast until we increase our local crude production. As long as we don't have enough crude to go around our local refineries, which
it's
we don't
already
have.
increased. I don't know what you are going on, but it just increased.
It's not. Forget the increase that they still
forget. They have enough.
They don't have enough.
Okay. Kolata, you were here a few months ago when you said Nigerian refineries, Nigerian government has about 300, 500,000.
There's 450,000 that's available for local. A lot of it is
now what is it now?
A lot of it is stocking.
Hold on now. What is it now?
Okay, a lot of that 450,000 is tied down to one deal or the other.
I thought that's what the others were tied down for.
To Buhari. And the small that is left is what is now will be shared amongst the other. And
you sound like people are always giving
Nigerians. Hold on, let me land my point. Before you start your normal indignation.
Start from where you ended up the last time. Go ahead.
Now, for Dangote to buy Nigerian crude, he can get Nigerian crude more reliably by buying from the IOCs. That's the problem is facing. So a lot of times he's forced to go and buy abroad because that local naira whatever deal is still a gimmick. It's not real yet. Ask Dangote himself, how much supply has he gotten? How much crude supply has he gotten in naira? It's crap until we can ramp up our production.
Why is it that a lot of our people are talking on behalf of Dangote here? Dangote
we're not talking about, we're talking reality.
Oh, Dangote Refinery didn't complain about this. You are the one complaining.
Who told you? Why is it still important?
Oh my God! Can you did he tell you that he's importing crude? Well, so do you have a link that tells you that Dangote is importing crude?
Oh, so do you think Dangote is getting all this
See,
crude
now
from
he's
Nigeria?
not answering the question. No. Do you
Of
have
course,
any
yes.
that reports that Dangote is importing crude right
Okay,
now?
let me give you. Well,
Please,
one man is
let's
not
hear
here.
it because
Let me give it to you. Do you think Dangote is getting all this crude from Nigeria right now? Are you kidding
How
me?
many is he importing now? If you know, how many is he importing? Is it 10% of his
This is a
processing crude?
this
Is
is a
it
joke.
20%? No, you tell us now. You
This
know,
is a
tell
joke.
us. You can't just say stuff. You
It's
don't
still
back it up.
imported from what's it called West Texas. I mean, wasn't that last week or something? He's importing crude. The guy is not stupid. He can't rely on Nigerian crude because a lot of the ones that should be available to him is tied in forward sales or swaps.
You don't have any proof of what you are saying.
No,
That's
there is proof now.
Yeah, I can't be wasting my time now when we're not well versed, and then you'll be
I can
arguing.
share it
I
with
don't
the
have
viewers.
time for you.
That was
The viewers
like
can
6
see it.
days ago now. He activated the agreement with the US 6 days ago.
Yes, but I would like to see proof of it. That's what I wanted to see.
So there's a whole
Go
lot
and
of,
search yourself now.
even if you go to Punch,
find
you go to the Punch 6 days ago, you see there is everywhere in the news now. 6 days ago.
Dangote. Let me decide to search now. Dangote crude. I will just put crude news and Dangote locally currency sales swap short of target. So they said that Nigeria's local currency.
You don't even know how to search. Search
sales.
candidate crude import. Stop. You don't even know how to
Pardon?
say candidate crude news.
I said
Search
Dangote
for
crude.
Dangote importing crude. You don't even know the right
Because
term
when
to
you put
search.
Dangote and crude, it will bring everything relating to crude and Dangote. So
Import. Just put import there.
okay, let's see import because it better be from a credible channel and news this thing. And
But
Dangote,
I don't even know why
my
this is
God.
kind of like
I am trying here, and you are just fighting me. I said Dangote crude import. Is that not what you said I should search?
Keep searching. Let others talk.
No, Kulata, I help him put it in the chat. That's Punch.
Thank you for
Okay,
that's 6 days ago.
for public service,
this one that
Larry.
is crying.
Yeah,
I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Dangote is
because I'm impatient now.
after
This
3
is kind of
months.
like AB.
Hold on, just stop now. Stop. He says Dangote resumes. Did you hear that word resumes? Crude purchase after 3 months.
US. Didn't you read the US there?
Yes, resumes US crude purchase after 3 months. So the question is why?
Because
I don't have patience. So hold on. Are you saying that before now he wasn't importing?
He had been importing and been looking all over the world for where he'll get a reliable crude supply. He's gone to Angola, he's gone to what's the name of that country, and he's buying in the US because he can't get reliable supply from Nigeria.
Okay, do you have a percentage for the amount?
Am I working for Dangote? Why will I have percentage?
Okay, then you can't be making categorical statement about such.
If someone is going to do contracts to import crude, 2 and 2 is equal to 4.
No, what is it 2 and 2 equal to 4? Is it 100% or 50% or 10%? You can't stand on anything.
To Nigeria, don't disturb yourself. Dangote himself, official statements that they, most times Dangote Refinery, they have their own official statement. They said NNPC have not met their commitment. They said they were going to give them and they've not given them. So what's this thing? That means and they said they are going back to where they were before. So
it's on Nairametrics. Dangote Refinery resumes importation of crude oil from the US after a 3-month break.
It's everywhere now.
It's everywhere now. I don't even know why.
Dangote himself, the company released an official statement stating all these things. So every other newspaper is just reporting what they released.
Yes, I'm not disputing based on evidence that Dangote is not importing crude oil from the US. What I wanted to know was particularly the amount, because if he's saying that the Nigerian government or
don't deceive yourself. Even if they are giving him anything, now they won't even give him, because that one that is meant for local, it's part of it is even still going to go to this refinery. right?
This is supposed to be a simple discussion, and you guys are making it hard. You don't have any clue the amount he's importing by, and you're making it categorical.
How will I know the amounts? Am I
Maybe
working in
if you
Dangote
read it now,
Refinery?
maybe if you read the page of what you claim
Nobody will tell you that now. Will Dangote tell you how much
they do say
important?
they will say that.
Dangote will tell you it's now 25% or that.
No, they will tell you. They will give you a shortfall, and they will tell you that the Nigerian government is not supplying them enough. Or maybe because their capacity has increased.
Okay, let me read it to you from Naira Metrics. Dangote ordeal to source crude from Nigeria.
Thank you.
The management of Dangote has consistently raised concerns about challenges in sourcing crude from Nigeria. For example, the refinery's vice president, Edwin, whatever the fuck he is, highlighted that IOCs are undermining refinery effort, blah, blah, blah. In response to this, the federal government approved agreement. This is agreement Naira, blah, 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 that is not getting. However, there's a possibility that NFG may not be able to fully meet the crude oil needs of Dangote and other local refineries due to its existing forward sales agreements involving cash swaps with international traders. So far, Dangote has imported crude oil from the United States and Brazil. Deva Kuma, whatever, also noted that the refinery is exploring the option of sourcing crude from Libya. Is that clear enough for you now?
And what is also clear from you, did you pick up anything there? Did you pick up anything else?
So, someone else change the topic. This guy.
You see, now he doesn't
No,
know.
no,
Let me clarify what he didn't pick up.
Guys, hold on.
That the Nigerian government will not
now.
fully be able to, but he didn't pick up that line at all.
So are they telling you Nigeria is not giving him something? He's not getting sufficient.
Yeah, but that is what you don't know. You don't know whether it's 50%, whether it's 30%. And remember,
it's 99% and it's importing 1%. So yeah, case closed. You won.
Let me finish a point. Dangote Refinery is supposed to be able to do about 650,000 barrels per day. If let's say the Nigerian market consume 300 something thousand barrels, and
I have numbers for you. The US the deal, however, the import the deal is that Dangote will receive up to 400,000 barrels of actually that's referencing the Nigerian deal. No, ignore it. That's referencing the Nigerian one. That is not being met. Nigeria is supposed to give me 400,000 barrels, and they're not meeting that 400,000 barrels. So does that give you an inkling into what we're talking about?
Yeah, they are not meeting means that they could be doing 100, they could be doing 200, they could be doing...
Okay, then you now know.
That's
so
what
let's
we don't
move on.
know. No, because it's important we know this thing, because you know how it
Raja, this is arithmetic. It's a 650,000 barrel.
Stop stunting. I'm not blocking what you are saying. I'm just telling you that we need to take it further. I'm not blocking what you are saying.
Okay, go and get employed at Dangote and give us the real
Calm
numbers.
down. Now, why is it? No, do you have an agenda? What is your problem? Let's understand what is going on. I'm saying.
Okay. Can we try this way, please? Can you tell okay. So do you know why it's not getting because he said it's not getting it from them. So from their side, have they said why they're not giving him enough from the side? Do we know?
There could be 1,001 reasons, like for what he said, forward sales. But however,
it's one reason, right? It's one reason.
One of them is forward sales.
But do we have different other reasons that they?
Yeah, there could be other reasons. Maybe the supply, there was a bit of fluctuation in the market, and this availability of crude or something. But the question, the point I was trying to make was that you have to relate that to how he fits into the Nigerian market space. Let's say Nigerian market space needs about 350,000 barrels per day in terms of crude. Then you have to evaluate that, okay, if Nigerian government is giving him 300,000 barrels, it means he's able to satisfy the Nigerian market completely. So that's why it's important to know the details, because then we know, okay, this is how much Nigeria needs from outside.
But
that's coming in.
But what deals did so the agreement with Dangote, they were supposed to supply how much daily to Dangote? The deal the
400,000 from what Kolata said.
So according to this documentation, which I even find hard to believe, they said they're supposed to give him 400,000, while Nigeria has 450,000 that should be available for local refining. And then
they said
Oku 50.
No, the local refinery don't make petrol now. Why give it to them? That one don't make petrol.
They were supposed to give him minimum of 385,000.
Okay.
Yeah, they just said minimum of 385,000.
So where is the increased capacity that the Nigerian government is doing in terms of crude a day? Where is that going to? If they are getting more crude but they are not giving it to Dangote, it's like
That increased capacity is 419. NNPC said they have increased capacity. What's the name of this other NNPC agency? It says a lie.
And there's so much information. There's so much information everywhere.
It's my problem. When you have swap deals in place. So why did you sign the deal with Dangote then when you cannot meet the demand based on the numbers that you have?
But maybe they think that they can increase supply of crude.
No. I'm saying that if you know you have swap deals in place, why are you signing a deal with Dangote to give you 400 a day?
So Niger, you were asking for numbers. How much did Dangote buy from US, right?
Yes.
So Dangote bought last Wednesday. Dangote bought 2 million barrels from US WTI Midland crude on Wednesday. That was last Wednesday. And the last time he bought from the US was in August. So this is according to the trade sources and shipping data.
And based on Dangote doing about, they say it's operating about 50% right now. So that crude is not going to last barely 2 weeks. So what does that mean? It's not going to last 2 weeks. So he's not buying for the entire period of time. We need to know what he's doing. They are doing with the Brazilian.
If he's buying, if he's activated the agreement again, that means it's going to be continuous now.
Fair point. That's a fair point. But we need to know how the agreement is going to, because just because it's bought now doesn't mean it's going to be continuous. And also we don't know what is happening.
I think the what we need to look for is how much has been provided to him in that Naira deal.
That's important.
They gave him just four vessels.
Since when?
Since when they started the whole thing.
So that's a joke now.
And that's just about 1 million barrels.
I think they are both. There's a game that we are privy to in public, and there's a game behind the scenes that they're also playing amongst each other. Something else is.
That's what I'm saying. We will know.
No, honestly speaking, okay, well, there may be gains, but there's also real constraints. Basically, our crude output is low. We don't have, and the one we have, Buhari has used it to borrow money.
It's not only Buhari that uses borrow, and secondly, you can decide to deal with the debts differently. I think the way Nigeria deals with debt, you act as if debt is some kind of it's 10 commandments from God. That's not how it's supposed to be. No, you see, your kind of economy is.
Do you know the main thing of Syria? Yeah, shut up.
Can you let me? I don't even know why if someone like you is talking at all. You look at the economy that your mindset is running right now in Nigeria. If this thing, you have to understand that the economy is like strategy too. You have to give and take. It's not everything you are going to be perfect in, but the areas you decide to target is the area that give you a bigger bang for your buck. The floating of the currency now, like people like Kolata will be like, yeah, it's okay, they should have done it. But in reality, the cost of doing it is higher than the cost to defend it. That is the thinking that you don't have. You don't have economic strategy.
I'm not even going to go there with you. So
of course, don't even go there because you're going to get stuck in there. So this is the way you reason that troubles me sometimes. I don't even know why that is not common sense to you, that the way you treat debt is not the way you treat the way the way your economy is supposed to function. If we are supposed to reduce demand for the dollar, that should be your key focus, because that one impacts the whole economy straight up. Not that debt. That debt will not impact the whole economy. That is strategic thinking.
All right, go and cancel your forward sales agreement and take.
Oh yeah. You're not going to cancel it.
So before when was this? Just to clarify, I'm trying to understand. When was that deal signed with Dangote? The 400, was it before the swap agreement, or did that one come after?
I think it was. They've been talking about it.
That was when the president intervened.
I think it was October.
So after the swap deal was already signed.
Swap done this since now. Existing BC.
So my thing is, if you know you have a swap deal in place and it might affect that number, why did you sign the deal with Dangote, knowing that you cannot meet the 400 daily supply? At least you have an idea, Abi. Or maybe you had issues, then modify the deal, Abi. You go back on the drawing board.
You think Nigerian people are not stupid? Why did that Ogun man decide to go and take debt that they could not pay? This is the kind of thing Nigerians do all the time. They go and sign something, they don't even know what they are signing. I don't even know why people
Which
do these stupid
Okuman?
things.
What are you talking about?
The
Which
one that
Okuman?
caused our access to be seized. The
Oh,
one
who is
that
that?
caused national access to be seized. The one that did deal with the Chinese, and then the whole country got into trouble for it. This kind of thinking is what we do.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Like when you sign deals with people, when you cannot meet the demand or something else happens, you then go back to that person and say, listen, can we find a way around this? Because it's legally binding. It's legally binding, right? This document, right? So,
but there's always measures to be able to address,
that's my
kind of
point.
restructure the debt.
So that plan B, plan C, plan B that they should have put in place is what I'm trying to understand. That in case you cannot meet your foreign supply, how can we find a way around it? I don't know what kind of deals that they signed, really.
That's why I said we need to
not even
drill.
stop themselves. Dangote go and source your food anywhere.
We need to drill our way around.
Because at the end of the day, we'll still keep deceiving ourselves, right? Dangote should just go and source his crude and sell his petrol, how much, whatever amount he thinks is good.
Boy, that defeats the point now. That defeats the whole point of celebrating Dangote now.
I'm trying to tamper this magical. All of a sudden, Naira will start going down to 700, 800. No, Kijem no barrel.
You see his problem. You see his problem. He subscribes to this school of thought that Nigeria has to keep going downhill, and he's fine with it. That is the problem with him. He doesn't see that you can correct the cost.
Are you listening to Kekena Pepe economy that Nigeria was telling us?
I don't blame you. You who are all wrong. You've
been wrong for how many months now.
Nigeria, I salute you.
You see how ignorant some people are. Even if reality is telling them they have been wrong for months and years, they still doing the same thing. How can you be so wrong and be so arrogant about it? It just shows you how you people are. You are so wrong and you still double down.
How can we all be wrong and only you are
when
right?
I told you that floating currency was
it's
a bad idea,
Kekena Pepe economic
you
theory.
all acting against me, and look at the Nigerian economy now, it's in tatters, and you cannot argue with me now.
Nigeria, don't worry.
Currency is not more expensive to us than defending the Naira.
So
and you going to defend to me now that
it's good to be
floating
optimistic.
currency is cheaper than defending the Naira. Can you make that argument credibly now? You can't. But when they tell you, you double down on stupidity. What kind of stuff is that?
To Nigeria, I like you because it's good to always be optimistic and it's good to be patriotic.
I'm not optimistic. I'm realistic. It's actually real numbers.
No, you are not being realistic. You are not being realistic, right? Because if you are, you know why I said you are not being realistic. If you are a financial advisor, right, and you are talking like this, I'm telling you, I can't bet 50 kobo on you.
Don't bet. I don't need you to bet on me.
You know why I said that? You know why I said that? Because you are telling me, because these things you are telling me, and if I kind of like follow your advice, and I feel like, okay, fine, based on what you've said, probably you look at one or two indices and you said, oh, yeah, this is what is going to happen, right? And, I make some decisions based on that. Obviously, nobody needs to tell me that I'm going to lose my money. So the thing is this, let's not deceive ourselves. I understand where you are coming from, right? You just feel like, okay, fine, it will happen like that. But unfortunately, like I said, there are a lot of variables that are even outside what
are those variables? You can't just say variables. I know whenever I say something, I back it up. What are those your variables?
No. There are a lot of variables. I can't even tell you that this is the exact thing, right?
Yeah, but this is what they used to bamboozle our people. They just give us waffle all over the place, and they will just are supposed to accept it.
When I talk about variables, all I mean is look at everything that affects the demand for dollars. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not just crude. Everything in that country that can actually spark up demand for dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just as simple as this festive period alone, there are little things that will spark demand for dollars because you still see people that want to travel out, go do one or two things outside the country for the festive period, then a little bit too. So it's a whole lot of things. You understand what I'm saying? But if the government wants to do something significant, like I said, if we know that, okay, we want to tax, let's try and look at import. Sometimes when you are dealing with different variables, right, you hold one constant and you're able to see the effect of that on every other thing. So if government is strategic about this, let them put a ban on importation. 6 months, let's look at it. Then let's test it on every other thing. Then you can actually say, okay, fine, it's going to have 1 or 2 effects. But if you are still on the fence, we want to do it, we don't want to do it, then for me, I think
the government, if anything, they went and opened the gates for more import in terms of food supplies and everything. That's what they went and did.
Larry, let me ask Larry a quick question. Larry, what did ban of importation of food, what did it cost? What did it cost to Nigerian economy when Buhari banned it? What happened?
No.
This one is worse. This one is worse than what Buhari ever did.
I'm asking Larry now. You're the moderator. Moderate. Let me ask Larry a question.
Maybe I should be asking
that
the question.
That ban, I know where you're coming from, Kolata, but that Buhari one was even different though. The only thing Buhari banned was, let's say, he banned rice. But at that point,
but what did it cost me? I want to know cause and effect. What did it cost?
Okay.
Say it.
What did
if
it
you know
cost?
it, say it.
Food inflation, Abi, what are you coming up with?
Exactly. But continue.
But at least, you know why I said that? Because at least that time that Buhari banned that thing, give it to Buhari, at least, even if it's fake pyramid. You are seeing pyramid everywhere. Even our Ogun State was having that rice pyramid, you know.
The fake one.
And there is a long-lasting effect. You see, I don't know what.
Okay, guys. What about this Doyin Okupe thing?
There is a
Which you said?
long-lasting. Let me just add.
Talk about Doyin Okupe.
Just talking about where Buhari succeeded. There's a long-lasting this thing now. If you go to the Nigerian market now, you will see a lot of Nigerian rice there competing with the foreign rice. So I don't know why you guys don't see it. It's like you just. I'm sure there's no point.
No. For me, I think he tried. But the problem we have, let me use Ogun State as a case study. I'm also worked on that metro rice. And this whole thing, I think I was reading something, over 20 billion. The new guy, this new guy, Dakwa Abiodun, kind of like neglected it. And everything down the drain. So for me, I think Buhari tried, though, in terms of agriculture, at least I think he did a good job with,
He did some strategic things.
With
It's not very, very clever.
He did a good job with Binikebi, did a good job with Shokoto, did a good job with some of those people. But me, I don't even know what actually happened. Because after now, all the pyramid disappeared. All the pyramid.
But the rice is still in the marketplaces.
Larry, I can tell you exactly what happened. What happened was, all of a sudden, Benin Republic became the largest rice importer in the entire world. And all of a sudden, with the border closed, prices of food skyrocketed. All of a sudden, our farmers that borrowed money did not return the money. And the few people that were able to produce started exporting even their own produce. And that was the beginning. You can draw a straight line from that policy to the current food inflation.
But do you see the contradiction in what you just said? The foreigners that are next to Nigeria that are importing a lot of food at cheaper rates to flood the Nigerian market. The Nigerian market produces their own products.
No, Nigeria is Benin Republic, and it's Nigerian that went there and started importing there.
And then why is Cameroon not buying from Benin Republic? Why do they still have to buy from Nigeria? Why is Nigeria able now to grow their own rice and sell to Cameroon? See, if somebody does the right thing, give them the credit and ensure that thing survives in the country. The idea that, Nigeria is not having rice. I bought the rice. I know.
No,
so
Buhari
don't give me that.
No, is that okay? Probably before I joined tonight, is anybody against Buhari?
No, because it's like this thing that we do. We have this way of pretending as if there is no consequence to some of the things we do. Like there is this gradualist approach that whatever we do, no, it's not for us. Let's wait for a worse deal. Then it will be better for us. What kind of thinking is that? The rice policy actually did work to an extent, and what we should do is encourage.
Buhari did a lot of great things. A lot of great things.
It's for us to encourage it now instead of just dismissing it and act as if it's nothing.
A lot of great things. For me, I think Tinubu just needs to consolidate some of those things, and he should work too.
And instead he went and opened the doors for rice to come into the country. That's what he went and did, because he said there was inflation. When he's the one that created inflation himself. But it's okay anyway. My point
Even
is
that rice, as does Kulata, has anybody been following Fisai Oshoyombo?
Well, not really. Sometimes it comes up with some scandalous stories, and I read it.
No. Fisai Oshoyombo has been doing a lot of peace on
the numbers guy.
Is the guy that caught one Tinubu guy that
every day
imports stuff.
Every day, Fisaya has been, as in, is really opening custom. So, and now I keep asking myself, why are we deceiving ourselves? Almost every day, like almost 3,000 cars load with rice is entering this country. So why are we deceiving ourselves with this issue of we are closing border?
But where is that the rice going?
Most
That's
of that
what I
rice
keep
is
on
not being
asking.
bought by
Where are
Nigerians.
they?
Most of that rice is not. Most Nigerians cannot afford it. It's quite expensive. The Nigerian rice is a lot cheaper. I buy Nigerian rice in Nigeria, so those rice is quite expensive. And the good thing is that the Nigerian rice is able to compete with it now. That is actually a good thing. Because the last time I checked the price, the foreign rice is more expensive, at least almost 20 to 30, 50% more expensive than the Nigerian rice. And that is a very good thing that Buhari did. And I just hope they build on it.
Even Lagos.
And the Nigerian rice is better.
No, the Nigerian rice
don't push it that far.
No, the thing is this. I think the Nigerian rice, it's not like it's different now. We just need to improve more on our processing.
Yeah, remove all these, potential.
Yeah, if we improve more on our
I think you cannot even see the difference now. If you see the quality ones, you can't know the difference. Because initially during the Buhari regime, what Nigerians were even doing that, they will go and get all this, they will label the bag Thailand rice, all this for Asian rice, and then they will bag Nigerian rice there. What I want to say is not even about that. The thing we are looking at, we think that in agriculture that we have comparative advantage in all sectors of agriculture. Is not true. For rice, maybe because it's the stable food that everybody is eating in Nigeria now, that's why we focus more on rice. But we don't have comparative advantage in rice production. It's very, very expensive.
Simba, God bless you, because you are landing on my original point that's why we have food inflation. But continue with that point.
Very,
What do you
very
mean by comparative advantage?
No, hold on. That was my Simba. I was going to ask you guys.
Because Nigerian rice is cheaper. So what do you mean by comparative advantage?
Hold on now. Kate talked about I think a few months back, talking about focus on your strength, right? It was talking about you went to some kind of class and talking about focusing on your strength. My question is, in agriculture, where can we focus? Because to me, we should have given up on that rice game like 3-4 years ago. We can't compete. Let's just be honest. So where can we focus on that we can supply? That we can use
cassava.
That's pretty much it. But that rice game thing, we need to give up.
That rice. So now
we're already competing. I don't understand
what you guys mean by.
To Nigeria, you're not competing.
No.
Because there's tariff on the imported ones, and then they have to smuggle it.
Okay, then let the tariff remain.
So I don't understand where you guys are coming in when you're talking about competing. I think it's not for us to compete. I think it's just for us, at least let us grow at least 50% of rice that we consume.
At what cost? At what cost?
No.
Just hold on. It just wanted us to produce for production's sake, so that we say, okay, we have reduced importation.
No.
Let me, if you know, let me tell you. Do you think that worry? It was a good initiative, but it was not a reasonable initiative because it cost us more than what we gain.
No.
Okay, no. Can we ask him? No. Larry, let's not just keep going around this. Tell us why you think that is a bad idea. Because in the market, don't run away from that. In the market right now, the Nigerian rice is cheaper than the foreign rice. Now go tell us why that is a bad thing.
They've already told you why it was so. Because they put a lot of tariff, and it's not even the imported one, because of the tariff on the imported one, and because people have to smuggle it. So that's why and the price, even the price difference that you are talking, it's not more than 5,000 to 10,000.
But how much is the price?
Why do you think, Simba? Because I'm not even understanding what you're saying, right? Because you are kind of
What
like
I, what I'm, let me tell you, if you have been to this Asian country, even some of the South American countries where they produce rice, they don't in Nigeria, what we use, we pump water. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we don't have a natural flooded areas like
those
they have in
swamps.
Thailand.
Those
Yes,
swamps
those
that's in
yes.
Vietnam and Thailand and all these places.
Thailand, Bangladesh, and all those things that when they have monsoon rain and the whole place will be flooded, and then they will just plant without incurring any cost of flooding those areas. But in Nigeria, you need to go and buy diesel. And now people are now installing solar panel and all those things to do all those things. It's actually very expensive, and that's why it's not sustainable. Most of the people that collected those loans, they couldn't even make. Organic collected that loan now. He couldn't even make even.
So if you
As Ogbeni has been on this panel, they did not even.
See, but what you are still not running away from is that in Nigeria right now it is cheaper than foreign rice.
You don't, it's like you only listen to yourself. We have already told you why it is so, and you still
that is how it is in other countries, though. Why do you think we should not
At what cost? At the cost of food inflation. God.
No, if it's at the cost of food
you don't
inflation,
even listen.
eventually, what do you think happens when a nation is about to start manufacturing stuff and start becoming a food sovereign? You have to build your own local manufacturing. How do you think you're ever going to do it?
What you are saying, you don't understand what you are saying. We are saying that we should look for produce that we have comparative advantage, that when we produce it, it will not be higher than the foreign one. That's what we are talking about. The one that we are doing now, the rice now, the cost of production is higher than the foreign one. That's what we are telling you.
I think rice, you have to understand the reason why the Indian population was higher than that of Africa when during the time the British encountered them was because of rice. The value that rice brings, can you just listen? The value that rice brings is what they trouble. You have to invest in it so that it becomes bigger in Nigeria. Nigeria has a lot of rain. I don't know why we say it's because we don't manage it very well. When we get good
rice doesn't require rice requires swamps.
We have swamps now. Don't we have swamps?
Wow. Right, you talk. Okay, let's just move.
Where are they?
Where are we don't have swamps in Nigeria.
Where are they?
They you go to the south now, you see a lot of swamps. What are you going on about?
Your data, how many rights do you produce in your data?
Yeah, but if you say you are looking for swamps, but you can create the environment too.
So,
America does rice too.
The environment, if it's natural,
but the thing is, this issue of rice.
Why must it always be rice?
Even
rice is a powerful concentrated carbohydrate.
Even this issue of rice we are talking about, if not for all this insecurity and everything, I think we're still, prior to this time that we're having a lot of all this insecurity, we used to produce a lot. If you go to Nasarawa, for instance, do you know how much rice that comes out from Nasarawa alone?
Larry, we're the highest producer of rice in Africa right now, but it's not cheaper than what is coming from Asia, and the cost will need to come. You need to pass the cost somewhere. It's either the government subsidizes rice production on a massive scale, so at least it's always cheaper than, it's always going to be cheaper, or we suck it up and continue having expensive prices.
You know yourself now, if they do that, those rice will start flowing to other African countries.
That's what happened when they gave them that loan. Now that's exactly what happened when they gave them that loan, and they didn't even pay back.
They should keep the tariff on rice, otherwise it would destroy. Remember, if somebody can get rice as a form of food source, it will affect the price, the demand for other food sources. And if you keep making rice cheap, it's going to
I think the only advantage we have now is just to provide a form of employment to some people. That's all.
Exactly.
No, see, if we have serious government, some of these states, like Ogun State, if Ogun State were to be serious, they will have sustained that thing. Lagos, look at that agreement Lagos signed with them. Lagos had to cancel it because these guys are not serious.
Oh, the one that was the last year one.
Yeah, Lagos cancelled it.
Excuse? I thought they had the Ogun East farmers at
Lagos cancelled the deal.
Why?
This guy is not ready to.
No, because I know Ogadep was involved.
There was an expose on. I think there was an expose on this whole Ogun rice thing like 2-3 days ago. So basically, this guy, I don't even know what to talk about. This guy. Focus on things that you know. You know, this issue of somebody will just do something and another person will come and you won't even continue. You just scatter the whole thing. Even when, you know, government has spent a whole lot of money.
But Larry, my point is, even the land that was made available for this thing is from his hometown now. Now. It's from the Ogun East now. So what's the problem?
It doesn't be the guy. I don't know.
So like you don't take away some Ogun Mid or Ogun West. It's Ogun East. It's for your people.
Yeah, it does not. I don't know his problem. I don't even know. I think he doesn't.
I beg you people should not bring this your Ogun thing here. Forget about it.
Yeah, we need to bring it because we are supposed to be feeding the whole of Southwest in terms of rice. If that guy has sustained what we have,
why is Ogun feeling guilty for feeding Southwest when all your state is there?
No. We have in terms
massive land.
What comparative advantage
because they have self-esteem issues.
You people should focus on being the New Jersey to New York.
We have comparative advantage when it comes to rice in Southwest.
Rice?
Yes.
Is it because of that place near the water on the right side?
No. When you talk about there's Ofada rice, there are several rice. Ogun State is in terms of in Southwest. Yeah, you can talk about cassava with Oyo, but when it comes to rice, Ogun has comparative advantage there. That is why this guy ought to have worked on those things, but he intentionally left it.
I think, Larry, I think our government, they are not serious. What they are doing, they are just politicizing agriculture. This is what we were partners. Are they really looking at it that is this thing actually, is it profitable? Does it really make economic sense for them to be engaging all those things? They don't do that. They are just doing it for optics. Believe me.
But do you ask yourself why they chose it?
Let me give you an example. Look at the rubbish that is happening in Osun now. They will waste money. One government will come waste money on something. Another government will come and forget about the whole thing and want to do their own thing.
What is that rubbish? Please, can you
with this airport thing that is happening? After somebody you've invested, they've done airports.
We don't need airports in Osun. What do they want to use?
Why should airport be in Osun?
So why? Okay, now you don't need airports.
Even Ibadan does not require an airport. So why do we have?
Do you abandon something when you spent money on it and it's almost 85%?
It was Aregbesola. That they have. It's not even airport. It's an aerodrome.
Wait,
you see that part in Osun State was initially constructed by the United States.
There's a place they call it Offa. It
was constructed by U.S. military in the 60s or in the 50s.
It has been there before the colonial masters left.
So if you
the thing has been there now.
Man, calling people colonial masters. That word is banned. Stop it.
Wait,
stop calling other people masters.
If you spend over 20 billion on
what language is that?
You spent over 20 billion on a project, and now and you think you are actually like 85% completed. It's 85% completed. Rather than you neglecting it, why not finish it? Do the remaining 15%, finish it.
And then
85% is legit.
No. See.
For what?
What use will it be to the people?
It doesn't.
Airport is not what we need in Osun State. Please don't even talk about it. Why would you be talking about airports in Osun State? To go and buy the Doyin Okupe.
No, I think it might have other uses like moving.
Why are you talking like this? So
you're not from Osun.
Don't mind, Larry. The one you have in your governor commission in your state of what use has it been to you people?
Let me tell you something. The problem I have is this issue of wastage. We like wasting things a lot. Okay, now you say you don't need it.
If I'm the governor, I will stop it. I think the person that spent the money initially, that is the person to be blamed.
You know that there are always backup airfields. Hold on. Now, let me just ask something, Larry. There are often, like in the UK now, let's say there is a problem in a flight coming to somewhere. You suddenly find out that they have backup airfields that you can send.
They have in Nigeria. For Lagos Airport, Ilorin Airport is the backup field.
What if that one is flooded?
You can
How
go
can
to
it be
Akure.
flooded?
You can go
How
to
can it be?
Akure.
And I can go to Akure.
You know the problem I have with people, you see, politics has eaten deep into us. And the problem is we said we don't have money, and you keep seeing us wasting. Everything is waste.
Oh, okay, Larry, wait. Before you go into that
Yes.
specification, if they finish that airport, isn't that also a waste? Because it's not
How
going to
is
be
it a
used.
waste? Worst case scenario.
Maybe we'll move Redeem Church to the airport.
Worst case scenario, finish it and sell it off.
Larry, hold on. The past 8 years, all these governors that have built airports, how many of those airports are functional right now?
The one Umar built, the one Umar built now is almost.
It's empty. Nobody's.
It's a joke. It's empty now.
You have one in your state, in Ogun State. There's another one that this guy built in Ekiti, in Ado Ekiti. So where are they now? What are they functioning?
Simba.
And besides,
are you
it's not
seeing
even
this
that.
on the
It's
screen,
not
Simba?
even what we heard. It's not even
The one in Ogun State, they use it to fly Gary and
No. What we have in Ogun State, Babajale Koko.
I don't know why you are. They could be using all kinds of
No, yes, we like it. We want cargo. What we have in Ogun State is a cargo airport. That's why we said cargo.
Cargo and human, they don't need to combine now.
But they have the cargo. They have the cargo at Shagam now.
Forget that. Cargo is what we have. So
Larry, you know when you said about you hate wastage and that they should not waste it, I sympathize with that to an extent. But if you are building something and you discover that thing is redundant, you have to find other uses for it, isn't it? You repurpose it for other uses. So that could be a strategy that they could employ
which other repurpose. You know what will happen to
instead of just completing for the sake of completing its sake. Now that's my point. I'm trying to align with you, but
you see, for me, if you are close to completing,
they can convert it to a stadium now.
If you are close to completing it, complete it. Worst case scenario,
you cannot complete it because additional fund that you require to complete it will also be a waste.
When you've spent, okay now. They said,
Larry, you know what is wrong with you? You have a sunk cost bias.
No,
that's
I don't
exactly
have a sunk
what.
cost bias. Okay,
it's
now
a sunk cost bias because they've spent money on it. Then you want to finish it, and then
let me give you an example. When people were talking about Wike completing this vice president's house, some people were like, why did he go there? Why did he complete it? And for me, practically, I felt that is the best thing to do.
That is not a good example. It's not a good example.
It's not the right time.
It's not a good example.
Wait, let me tell you something. Forget about something is. See, it depends on how much you've gone on that thing.
Larry, don't let us waste time on this issue. It doesn't make any sense. Believe me.
The total cost of what is going to finish the project.
Look at what tonight just said. You can convert it to something meaningful. It doesn't mean that it should be that same thing that is not useful.
How
many can convert it to some other things.
No, how many have they converted? If you have a project,
that is what we're supposed to be talking about, not saying that they should be completing all those useless projects that doesn't have economic bearing on the people.
No, it doesn't make any economic sense.
I think the reason why all these governments
now talk. Okay, when you finish talking, let me know.
Okay. So regarding the economic sense aspect of
it does.
Larry, let me ask you, Larry, so that you understand where other people are coming from. See, let's say you are building something, you built it 80%, 85% completed, but you discover that thing. Let's say you are supposed to get $10 million profit from it annually. I discovered that okay, that thing is no longer there. You're not going to even make this $5 million. You might even run a loss. But there is some other thing that you can repurpose that structure for to make that $100 million. Would you still go ahead and complete the one that is not going to make any profit for you?
See, let me tell you something. Let's say in this case now, I have something. Let's say the total project cost is like 24 billion, and I've spent 20 billion on it, and I have 4 billion to complete it. It makes economic sense for me to complete that thing with that 4 billion, and then I can decide on it. rather than me wasting that 20 billion. And in this case, it's not like they are even canceling the thing. They really, what he wants to do is to reposition, put it in another space, another place, which means that you're going to start from ground zero in another place.
Ah, okay. You see now that's a good. If that's your point,
What are we saying? Somebody is taking something from where he's not taking it, go and start another one in his hometown.
In the same state, in its hometown. Okay, I can see where, because then it's not. It doesn't follow my own argument that.
Larry, I think what they are doing in that country is they are just wasting
Just wasting money
resources.
unnecessarily, and you
Yeah,
start shouting.
look,
Yeah.
in the entirety of that country, we don't need more than 7 airports. Three in the southwest, 1 in the southeast, 1 in the south, 1 in the. Do you want to listen?
I'm listening now.
Because I said 3. Because I said 3 now. I know that is why you are yelling now.
That's
I
why
said
I'm
3 in the
just
southwest.
laughing. I'm just
Okay,
laughing.
wait
Go
now.
ahead.
Let me land.
Okay.
3 in the southwest, 1 in the southeast, 1 in the south, 1 in the northwest, 1 in the northeast. Why did I say 3? 3 in the south, in the southwest.
Go
We
ahead.
need 1 in Ibadan. That in Ibadan. That one will serve the whole of the Osun, Ondo, and all those places. Lagos has 20 million population.
Baba, we don't need
Hold on now.
Ibadan. It's too close to Lagos. It's too close to Lagos. If you want to locate another one in Southwest, should it be in Ibadan?
Wow, I can't. You know how Nigerians think. This is
no. Let me land now. Let me land. You see, that of Ibadan can serve the whole of Southwest. Oyo State, Ondo, Ogun, and Oyo, Osun, and Ekiti. It can serve all those areas. While that of Lagos, the 2 in Lagos, 1 in Lekki area, and that Murtala Mohammed Airport. That Murtala Mohammed Airport can serve people all the way to Ogun, Abeokuta, and the rest. While that of in Lekki, that one can serve people going to Ijebu side, like Ijebu Ode and all those areas, Lekki and all the rest. Because Lagos is 20 million population.
Which one is more international again then?
Because Lagos is 20 million population.
20 million population doesn't
20
mean
million population. So with 2 airports, that is not
small
too much.
area. It's about community.
Yeah.
It's about
And
community.
those two places, they are very strategic area that I mentioned.
How
One
many
in Lekki.
How many airports are in New York? Major airports.
In New York, we have like 3 or 4 airports.
Let's say probably like 2 major ones. JFK
No, the LaGuardia and JFK.
And if you look at the passenger number,
we actually have 3.
New Jersey too is close to New York alone.
And New Jersey and Newark is there.
Newark.
Yeah. So
then why would you say that other regions should have one each?
Okay, let me tell you why. You see, 1, because southeast is a very small area, so 1 airport can serve them. What is the economic activity there? What is the this thing? They just need 1 in Anambra State, and that can serve all. We can serve all the southwest. What we need to invest on is the
Kanu has
road infrastructure.
Kanu has almost the same
road infrastructure is what we need to invest more.
I want to let you know that Kanu has
Babaja, even the one in Anambra State, that one in Asaba used to serve very, very well. It's just that maybe Anambra State decided to have it, but now that Anambra State has
that one is quite good actually.
It has reduced the population of the one in Asaba, but before that one in Anambra, Abia, almost that one serve all, then Owerri own serve very well. That one in Asaba, I think that one in Asaba and Owerri, and then we would have served both those south close by.
I think there's no harm in
Actually, Coco,
having
I think
Anambra,
I think I
Anambra
will
State don't need
modify.
that.
I think I'll
Don't really
modify
need
your
that airport.
list. We need 2 in the south. We need 1 in Port Harcourt axis, and I think we need 1 in Calabar, Akwa Ibom axis, and North Central. I believe we need 2. 1 in Abuja.
But that one, I mean, that small area, they are, why is having 2? I mean, just build 1 international airport at Rivers, and that can serve all the way. When we have a good road infrastructure,
then we need trains.
Let me ask Kolata one
people
question.
can drive.
Let me ask Kolata one
They
question.
can even invest more in train system than all these airport they are building. That are not
All
used.
airports should not be more than 1 hour away from the location you want to go to. That's
with all
what my
these airports that we have, number one, how many of them are economically feasible?
Maybe
Number
3.
2, if Nigeria decides today that they want to privatize all the airports, how many of them do you think anybody will buy?
3. Just 3 of them.
They'll buy 3 now.
So which means that 3 of them all over the country are basically economically feasible.
Let me even tell you, what is the traffic? Even in Abuja airport, go there, what is the traffic there?
They don't travel.
We always, the way we are looking, we will always look at, okay, everything, we must duplicate it. We don't need more than 1 airport in that.
No, when we say
in
airport,
Abuja.
it's not just. Are we talking about international? Because if you consider
We are talking about international, yes. If you have been traveling, let me tell you, if you have been traveling through Abuja airport, is, in fact, the traffic there is so low, very, very, very low. The same thing in Kanu.
But
Probably they don't even about.
The way Ajan Lekoko said it, I think he seems to have his eyes on domestic. That's why he talk about Oshun and all those other areas. So is domestic.
No, you don't understand about Ajan Lekoko. Sorry to interrupt. Oyo State is a big area. And in that state alone, if you are traveling from all the way from the Oyo North by road to Ibadan for the airport, sometimes it can take you 4 hours. There's some city or town very far from Ibadan. So
Oyo North can use the lorry.
But you can have a connecting flight from your local
Oyo North can use the lorry.
If you have
I beg you should stop all this. I mean, what even our airport, both Lagos and Abuja, is not even up to 1 airport. Go and look at the traffic now.
But I have a suggestion. Why don't we do what America does? Like my time in Houston, for instance, Austin, the capital, only has a regional airport. It's a regional airport. It's not even international. So what can we have, like in each region? We have like a main regional airport. You can still have international airport if you like, but at least 1 regional airport to connect that region that you can connect to before you fly to your destination.
I think all states because you have to travel a long distance to get to where you need to go.
For me, I will canvass for 3 international airports for Lagos. I want to use it because if you look at mega cities that have the same huge population like that and development, they usually have 3 terminals.
No. It depends on purchasing power.
Can I chip in real quick, guys?
Lagos doesn't require 3 airports.
Can I chip in real quick, guys? Let me chip in real quick.
Can you respond?
Welcome, Adewale.
No. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I've listened to everybody. I think you guys all make sense, and everything you said actually right. Whether wasting of money building airport or the completion of those projects and abandon those projects, you guys are all right. But you see, when we have a government that is serious, honestly, there's no airport that is useless. But what we see is that there's more concentration of people living in an urban area. And I think government should have done well by actually providing a policy that will give incentives to companies that will be starting their company outside those urban areas so that they can depopulate. Now, when you depopulate the urban area, it discongest, the traffic will be lower. Then you cannot be thinking about all those other, airport that has been rendered redundant. Then it could not be put to use. Now, how many people can afford to fly? All right. But if you have an affordable If you said that. Yeah. So people can fly from, even if somebody said Oyo State could serve Ondo, Ekiti, and all that. No, to travel from Oyo State right now, as it is right now, to Ekiti, all the way going towards Kwara area, it will take you hours, 4 or 5 hours sometimes. So you can imagine those hours wasted on the road. Yeah, somebody mentioned that the railway system would have been the best suitable one. There's no one that you can put aside. As a matter of fact, each one can enhance one another. But when we have a system where government does not even care about, as a matter of fact, we're supposed to have a state that will be designated as an industrial-based state like Ogun State. But unfortunately, they've been unfortunate for a very long time. Apology to the Ogun State indigenes here.
No,
But the
we are
bottom
true.
line is that if government actually serious,
Well
they
done,
could come
Professor
up,
Adewale.
they could come up, they could come up with a policy, okay, that will favor those states or those rural areas that will bring development deliberately by giving incentives so that all these urban areas could be discongested, and then people will be able to move. Thank God that Lagos State is pioneering this railway system, and that itself is going to, the effect of which would not be felt now, but maybe in the decades to come, we will now begin to see how, those people that are building houses everywhere, by the time they realize that this thing is bringing in more, affecting life in a positive way, then there will be kind of like an even distribution of way of the transportation in Lagos State, and there won't be area that will be much concentrated on, like a rich people's area or poor people's area. But right now, actually, when my governor in Ekiti State constructed airport, I was one of those people that were actually condemning him, that why wasting money on a project that would not favor all those people in those in Ekiti State. But you can imagine in the next 2 decades, the cost of building such project will quadruple, if not more than. And you can imagine when you don't have a structure, it's better you even have it on ground. And if there's is a way you
Adewale,
can.
I'm sorry to interject though, but that is kind of like an economic upside down thing. Whatever project you build needs to be a viable project. There needs to be, the minimum requirement is viability, meaning if you build something, it's either you use it to attract people or there's enough business that is generating that is going to be self-sustained. Because you build a project that's not a going concern. You just built an ornament. I'm sorry, you built
Well,
an expensive ornament.
government project is not like a one man business where you have to have cash inflow immediately. Remember, for example, the sport, when you have a stadium or you're trying to host a competition or something, you must have those infrastructure in place. Now you can imagine maybe in the nearest future something is about to happen, but you already have an infrastructure in place, like the such airstrips and all that. It will help to facilitate. It's like building on what you already have on ground. I understand what you are trying to prove, Kulata, but you can't, completely dismiss it and say, oh, this is not relevant right now. It may not be relevant in this era, but I can assure you that maybe in the long run, it will be benefiting for, maybe as soon as those areas are opening up. You can never tell. That's why you can't actually dismiss it. But you're right in a way that it can't just be laying, on the ground without being utilized. It's going to become obsolete. It's going to be, you're going to need more money.
How many airports does Lagos have?
One.
Lagos is going to be, right now one, but they're going to be having two.
London has about, I think 6. That is
They
quite.
don't need, Lagos is not that big. They don't need more than 2. It's not that big. If you have a connecting infrastructure train system that can link both, if you have a very good infrastructure like a good road and train system, you don't have too many. It can run effectively if you actually have infrastructure that can enhance both. You don't need more than 2. So that other places will not be left behind.
Can I ask Remy the question now, guys? Remy, let me ask you.
In the south, I think hold on. Let me just have this. I think it's not a bad idea to have airports. It's just like car park. It's not. It depends on what you want to use it.
Just like car park.
What do you have a problem with car parks?
Can you just hold on? Remy.
It's a matter of so that people can be able to go whatever they need to go to.
Can we ask the question? Hold on.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Remy, so you said 3 airports. Where do you have a location for the 3rd airport?
Okay, I have not seen the map. If I check map of Lagos, the reason why I said so is that Lagos State already signed another agreement to start their green light, and if they can connect from Maritime Mohammed Airport through their red or blue line, and the hub will be Marina, and then connect to Lekki and onward to the new proposed airport they want to build. I'm thinking about if they build another terminal, and this. But unfortunately, maybe you guys are right. Maybe 2 will be enough because Ogun State already have another cargo airport. Actually, Ogun State deserve an airport because of the a lot of factories are manufacturing out.
They're manufacturing being done.
So they really deserve an airport.
Like train lines, though. Is it train lines? Maybe you have to ship things very quickly from
there. How much cargo does Ogun State produce that requires airplane rather than ships?
You have to prepare for it now.
No. A dry airport would be okay for cargo or dry airport.
Yeah, dry ports now. Then you ship it to Lagos and you move it out.
Yeah, actually, what
that one is going towards delivery. No, that dry airport is going towards Ogun Central.
The only problem
where they have the airport is Ogun East, so it's a different location. Even though it's
the only problem we are having is this: if we can improve our energy supply, then we can have like a triangle, like Oyo, Ogun, and Lagos, and with a very fast train. That I'm trying to see with a very fast train that from Lagos to Ibadan, if you take less than 30 minutes.
No. I mean that means that it will go through Shagamu.
Wherever it goes, I don't care.
But what is the purpose of that design?
The problem we are having,
it caused the travel time by almost 20 minutes.
Are you guys talking local airports too?
Connecting
actually, Oyo State have an they have already
I think if Ogun manufacturing is to grow, they will need to also have international airport there, because let's say you want to deliver to the sub-region and you want to deliver fast delivery. You don't want to be going to Lagos. You want to go straight from Ogun to Cameroon, to Benin Republic, Ghana, to deliver.
I just told you we need
we don't need too many international airports. The one in Lagos State, if allowed to run 24 hours, that would be enough.
I said,
but for fast delivery, it's not going to work.
You have to it's not going to work.
No, I mean it's going to work, but if you want to really capture the market, you want to do fast delivery.
How many people can afford to fly? Even domestic flight now, you know how much it costs.
Cargo. It's not for people. It's for goods.
Airline only for
spreading goods from Ogun State.
Now.
You have to picture it from the point of view, like Chinese people now, if they want to deliver quickly, they will fly it from Shenzhen,
to Niger. Do you know what Chinese did? Everybody, if you know Shanghai is the commercial city of China, just like Lagos. Then there is 2 neighboring provinces beside them. They developed them hand in hand. We have Georgian and Jiangsu. So then they connect them with fast train.
You mean more Chinese, so see how you pronounce those names. Continue. I'm
even surprised he has not said Guangzhou tonight.
Okay, so what they did was this, like you guys have been talking about, you need to depopulate Lagos and create a new set of new cities from each state. Like, for example, Ogun State now, with that Shagamu, they need to elevate it to become a big city where they have all the infrastructure. That's exactly what Lagos is doing, in what they are doing into various area that this is Lekki assets, mainland assets, this asset, that assets. So that's what China did. And before you can say hello, all these 3 promises joined together, their GDP alone. In fact, you guys in America, I hope and I wish you just travel down there and see how these people turn things around as quickly as possible. It's unbelievable. It's one of the miracles I've seen in my life.
So that speaks to what I proposed earlier, that government being deliberate in their policy.
But the problem we are having in Nigeria is this. I continue to say it. There is this division in Nigeria. And an average Nigeria is not patriotic enough. Forget whether they are using authoritarian society or whatever in China. The people are ready to be patriotic and sacrifice for their country for future generation to enjoy. They are not thinking about what I have to put into my pocket. Or most of the cities, most of the provinces in China, they also have their own airport.
Or people that have been pummeled to conquest, they can't do nothing other than to listen to their leader. They have no voice.
No, you are wrong, Adewale. You are wrong. That is
My brother, we've lived in an authoritarian system before. When you see people that have been conquered, there's no, in fact, you won't look twice before you know.
Continue to propagate. You are wrong. It's not like
that. Right.
It's not like that.
Dewale, I've been to China before. It's not like that.
It's not like that.
One man, I mean, Kulata, it's not like that. But I tell you this: people. I mean, sorry, Jare Kulata. When you see, it's easier to conclude that no, they are full of patriotism, but people that have been indoctrinated in a way that this is their life should they've programmed their life in a certain way. And they have not gone beyond their province before, so they wouldn't know what is being obtainable outside their domain.
Dewale, no, it's different. That was the mentality I carried to China. I was shook to my core when I got there. It's not like that. I'm not gonna.
It's not like that. Let me tell you something. A lot of young Chinese that you cannot even think of, they just come up and developing their small app, and before you know it, they become instant millionaires. All those what do you call it? You TikTok now. It's from mainland China. They call it Doyin there. They develop it first before they now started developing the app for Europe, Asia, and America.
I'm weary of any society that doesn't have some little fiber of liberalism in them. That everything is being programmed from top to the bottom.
Who told you that they don't have liberalism in them? You are making a mistake. You've not been to China. Stop saying this. When you get there,
you know what?
I may not have been there, but
this is just Western propaganda.
You guys went to the city and have a conclusion that
the American media has done a good job on Diwali. That's what happened.
Yeah,
see, that is the problem. Gulata went to Guangzhou and what was his name? Remy went to only God knows Cancun or whatever and concluded that
I went to look. Let me tell you something. Dewale, I flew from Beijing to Hong Kong. Flying over Beijing to Hong Kong, do you know the number of cities that are as big as New York that I could see while flying? I could not believe it. From one to the other, and all of them are like built up like New York City. And there's all the liberalism stuff, all the freedom is there. Forget the story that American press gives you.
You know what? Adewale, I will tell you.
This man.
Dewale gets off one. Let me tell you something. I was outside my hotel. Is that liberal?
I'm not they have that in Dubai as well.
Hold on. Okay, finish that story.
No, but
okay.
Kulata, as conservative as UAE is, such things still happening there. So it's not new.
UAE is not conservative now.
So it's not like that, Adewale.
No.
Even at the airport, I'm telling you, Adewale, you that
like that.
Your head will not be on your neck when you get to any international airport.
China is one place that I got to, and I got a shocker when I got to China. I was shocked to my bone marrows. Like,
a friend of mine came from London. I picked him up at the second terminal of Puxi International Airport in Shanghai, and from the same airport, we get on it another fast train because we are going to a factory. We get onto the train from that international airport because they are together. We get into a fast train and we go to that city. Before it was like a train ride of 6 hours. With this new bullet train, they call it bullet train. They have not introduced that one in Nigeria because you guys you are still backward a little bit. So under 1 hour, we are already in that city we are going. They pick us up because my friend is coming from UK and he really want to do business because this guy have a contract with the discos of Ibadan. They lodged us in a 5-star hotel. My friend was just asking me questions throughout. This thing, comparing London with
you can't compare. London is useless.
And he was telling me that there's nothing in London. There's nothing now because your airport is in shambles, and everything in China is in multitude, very big. It's not small one. No. Things you go to the airport, you will see like more than 20 or 50 gates. What are we talking about here? So Adiwale, you should go down there, please.
Before we round up, let me go to my favorite topic that I've been telling people about all this while. I will just share this. Don't start with me now. You know we can't finish this without talking about potential. All this stuff we are talking about could just fail. But let me have some other person say the same thing. Let's see.
Before you go to this one,
yeah.
Before you go to this one tonight, I think Larry, Colata, and the rest of you should apologize to me. The day before yesterday, I was telling you that Port Harcourt Refinery was about to be ready. He said no.
I said it before you. They didn't apologize to me.
No.
Wait, was I there? Did I say I wasn't on the platform for a while now?
Maybe you are not there. I'm talking about Larry. Yes.
Remy? And I said it last week to these people. It was Larry that actually dismissed it and said, "I don't believe these people."
It's not possible. It's just.
But why are you asking them to apologize? They have reasons to be very doubtful.
The way they dismiss it was just like nothing good can ever come from that country. That things will never come out good. So
Doubting Thomases.
If you are listening, you should.
Larry apologize to Bebel.
I get a feeling that
no, you can't just apologize by mouth now. You have to go and get some, some NSC and
Larry left already.
Larry now foul NSC.
Okay.
Make una no apologize to Gazette newspaper has disqualified that.
What do you mean disqualified?
Go and sleep.
That in the GDS today. And say that the refinery is working.
When we should find the refinery to one pump, we see that.
And Gese should go and sleep.
Okay, I'm playing it now.
Maybe when they start to sell to marketers and the man, say the refinery the work.
There's one bottom line determining factor with all of them, and that's that before their revolutions, before they commanded respect, the situation in each one of those countries was not great, whether it was being indebted to Western banksters, whether it was a series of illegal coups or regime change operations or assassinations. These countries did not command respect on the global stage to the Western imperialists. That's the same problem that Africa is facing today. There is no respect that is commanded to the imperialists except for the new confederation in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. And we've seen Russia come in and help secure the region against the US-backed threats from Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. But ultimately, I think that Africa needs to learn from China, from Korea, from Iran, and from Russia, who first had these beautiful revolutions that commanded the respect. Then they developed their militaries, they developed nuclear bombs, they developed all these sorts of things, and then they built their economies. We're sitting here and we're talking about being in the United Nations, having a rotating seat in the United Nations Security Council. We're talking about the economic plans of Africa in the future, new currencies, African Union. All of that doesn't mean a whole lot if the West is going to come in and trample all over you. What good is a seat at the United Nations if they're not going to listen to you? The United States has to listen to China. They have to listen to Russia because China and Russia have a bunch of nuclear bombs that are already pointed at every Western city.
Basically, what he's saying is that Africans.
So the point is clearly made, and this is a submission that I reached years ago, and all this stuff we are working for, the only thing that can ensure that it remains is if we are able to defend ourselves. I don't think our people are ready. And my fear is that we are going to go back into where we were when these people are ready again, when they organize themselves, things are going to get bad again. But That is all I think I should share with people, and it's something that we need to think about. That said, I think we should be running up now. If you want to say any parting shot to Nigerians before tomorrow, you can do that. We will give it everybody 1 minute to have their say, starting from Mr. Babati, Kulata, Remi, Ekene, Enuma,
Before the
Simba.
parting shot, I don't think Africa should bother themselves about war. First, we should find a way to feed ourselves and develop our economy first.
But you just hadn't give you examples how other people succeeded. You can't succeed without that.
What do you mean you can't succeed without
You can
that?
pretend as if it's not
allow
happening.
you to succeed? How many years does it take them to?
They didn't allow China. China went for, you see.
How many years does it take them? China is a world power from day one.
Because because they didn't have it. They just had him tell you that they were an agrarian society. The
what
life
I'm
was
trying
bad
to
for
tell
them.
you is that from the before they got their independence, China is already a superpower. It is when they now have problem because of the Second World War and the war they fought with their neighbor.
To you, this might be a debate. This might be a debate. This is conclusive. Go and ask anybody, even ask your ChatGPT, ask anybody, will tell you the same thing. It's conclusive. It's common sense now. It's not a debate. If you don't,
what are you trying to say?
Before, protect your wealth.
Let me tell you something. What did China did? First, they find a way to feed their populace. When they now have enough,
that's not what they did.
Listen. They went on agricultural revolution. Before initially they are shortage of food.
It was practically the same time.
They have to ration food among themselves. Then later they started with this. They come together and they started pushing their citizens all over the world to go and study in various universities. And they forced them to come back to their country. You cannot just stay there. If you stay back, they kill your family or they imprison your family. Because it's the state resources they used to send them all over to Europe, to America, every one of them. And these people, they're also giving them to spy on technology of all those countries. And you are talking about
what are the timelines you are talking about?
Listen. A country that where they have one nationality, they are nationality, almost about 90% of them, compared to your country where you are coming from, over 240 ethnic groups, and there's still that division there. People are still shouting.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why.
I'm trying to tell you, we don't need to build on our.
You have to.
Let him speak.
No. But he has been speaking now. Come on, he's not. Don't say I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him hear his view. You may
you're stifling his opinion. Let him share his opinion freely.
We don't have very long.
But let him share it. So don't interrupt him when he's sharing.
If you are tired, we can continue to talk.
He's already had his view. Let me.
He's not had his view.
He has gone round and said
you heckled him throughout.
He has gone round and said that that he said it twice now. That
what did I say twice? What did I say twice?
Because you say we don't need to do these things. You started with it, then you went and spoke everything, then you went back to it again. It means you circle round to.
I'm trying to give you an example of a great nation, what they have done before they reached that level. And when they reached that level, they now started to build on their defense system. They did not.
What nation ever emerged without building their defense?
I'm trying to tell you, they did not start with their defense systems first. They started with being that they have a plan and they followed their plan very well. And when they think they are okay, they started opening. And when they open up, they did not open with selling ammunition. They open up with trade, with business.
China, people were dying of hunger in China when they were building their nukes. What more example do you need?
No, you don't get it. Anybody can talk. I don't
know what other example you need. They were dying. They were rationing food in China when they were building their nukes. What does that tell you?
So it is the nukes that they built that helped them to develop their manufacturing sector, Abi.
Yes.
Look at this.
Are you surprised? Don't you see?
You don't know nothing about that.
Let me hear you now. You can say I don't know anything, but I can tell you.
I don't want to debate with you because
let me give you an example.
I'm not that type of person that will continue to blah 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 blah.
You see, you can disagree with me all you want, but the records are there. If you look at Lin Kuan Yew, what he did was he knows his country is very strong, that's very small, and he didn't have any way of defending his country. But you know what he said? See, and we might be small, and I think Nigerians should learn something from this. We may not be as big as China, but we can learn something from Lin Kuan Yew. He said, we might be small, but we have to make ourselves so strong that if anybody tries to...
Lin Kuan Yew?
Can I finish now?
China or Singapore? What are you talking about here?
No, it's the same logic. The idea that you have to
But
defend
it's
yourself.
not for China, it's for Singapore. You are talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm telling you.
You don't know about them, and you are.
I'm not talking about China now because China is slightly different. China is a massive 1.something billion population.
Well, Father, can you let the man just finish his point for 1 minute?
Maybe I should finish. He's already finished his own. Let me finish.
How do you know that it's finished?
He
Let him
interrupts
finish.
me.
Let him even talk without you interrupting.
Okay, can I just finish what I'm saying? If you don't
You
want to
are a
listen, you
dictator.
can go
You are a
somewhere else.
dictator.
No, you people are. I don't know what you people represent. I really don't understand you people. It's like you want your children to die or something.
No, you are a warmonger. You are a dictator.
Which of your children will not die?
If you
Or what
don't
are you
prepare
talking
for
about?
war, if you don't prepare for war, you are condemning your people. If you don't prepare for it,
stop
what you
this
fail to understand.
stuff now.
What kind of people like this? You are the ones that this type of thinking is why Nigeria is where
Can
it
you
is.
stop talking like this? People have different opinions.
Oh,
You
look at
have to
that. They are all
respect
scared
it.
now. They are all scared.
Nobody is scared.
Are facing the sky. What you are doing, what you are doing here is that you don't want to have
To Nigeria, let other people talk so we can wrap up.
No. He has had his say. Let me have my say. Then he can.
No, you are the moderator. Let other
I'm
people
not the
talk.
moderator. I'm having conversation. You see now, a
Stop
panelist is
acting
telling
like
moderator
Agberu.
when to talk and when not to talk. A panelist is the one moderating the moderator now. You see the point? Our people that don't want to follow rules, they want to act like slaves forever.
You don't follow rules, goddamn it! You don't follow rules.
Let other people talk and not mute it.
I make the
Don't you watch television? Does the anchor interrupt a guest?
I make the rules. I'm the moderator.
You don't make
You've been
nothing.
saying
You
this
don't make
shit for
shit.
how long now? Nobody's listening to you. Get
I'm
a
not
clue.
being unfair. He spoke for about 2 to 3 minutes.
And you interrupted him throughout.
No. And you kept interrupting me. I've not even spoken for 1 minute.
Who kept interrupting you? You interrupted Remy. You didn't let Remy speak.
Interrupting me. Say, okay, let me.
You are projecting what you did on me.
Now you want to talk about interrupt. You see, some people have an interest in us not having our conversation. They want us to having conversation about.
I bet that's bullshit. Let Remy speak uninterrupted.
Anybody that interrupts me, I consider them traitors.
You want to dominate this?
Another traitor.
Yeah, because you think you have the expertise when it comes to these issues of national.
You see them now. You know the people that want us to have conversation that will not get us anywhere. They want us to keep having this conversation until the colonizers return and finish.
Niger, let us say something now.
I don't know what
because I've not finished. See, you're not going to say anything. Remember, I can end the stream right now. So my point is that if you
Go
don't
ahead and do your worst.
why would you want to talk if you don't let me talk?
Moderator,
You don't
like to follow rules. You don't like to follow
You're a
rules.
dictator. That's why Africa is not moving
You need
forward.
a dictator in your lives because
Given you know you have a problem. You've been saying the same thing.
Hey, I will mute you. I will mute all of you.
You Niger, mute me, oh.
You people need to stop. You can't block this conversation. What kind of attitude is this? Are you people so scared? I think this is latent fear that is coming out here. Going on. You people don't want to talk about anything. Do you think hiding away from it is going to make it go away? It's not. That man is telling you the truth, but you don't want to listen to it because you are scared.
But
what it means.
Okay, we want to talk about something else. Why are we forcing the topic there? We don't want to talk about it.
No. I just said that we're going to be rounding up soon. Let me have my say on this. Then you can.
Nobody wants to listen to you.
No. You can't say nobody wants to listen to me because I want to listen to myself. You don't know what the viewers.
The one you just said for the past 30 minutes. That's not enough.
Can you just?
This one now, Agberu, moderator.
You guys need to stop.
The professional for one.
Yeah. A princess, you see how they are treating me here? I hope they don't want me to talk because they are scared. They don't want to help. They don't want to defend themselves. They want to just pretend as if there are no powers out there.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Are you going to build a nuclear weapon for us? If your answer is no, then let another person.
I will. Give me the resources. I will build it. So see, that's the thing. You
go build one in your village in
let us build one in Agbo first.
If I give the Kulata the resources, you know what he's going to do with the money? He's going to end up in Dubai because that's the way they think. That is the problem. I'm not like
Nigeria, you want me to borrow you my 2 cents?
There's no 2 cents I need to borrow.
Listen, there's no nation in this era that is going to eat their nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb without economic empowerment.
Oh
What
my
we have
It's like
in
Pakistan.
Africa, what we have in Africa,
Oh my God.
okay, is that Africa is so big and unique in a way that we find it difficult to speak in one voice, and we're not able to
Because of
get
people
our
like
priority
you.
right. Hold on. Outside interference is limited. I mean, it can be to some extent, because if you don't allow outside influence, things won't go wrong. But what we have is a systemic way that African has been put in this perpetual position where we have to kowtow and knocking at the door of the Western world for
Why do you
everything.
think that is the case?
Now, what that gentleman was referring to is that what is the essence of having a seat at the National Security Council when you can't even when you don't have a voice? He's right, but I tell you this: it's not something that will happen overnight, because the moment you are having that breakthrough, you will be isolated. Go and ask
So what
North
is wrong with
Korea.
being isolated?
Hold on. You have to play the master at the game. Now, what we have is that unfortunately we don't have some kind of unity that we can say we're projecting to the outside world in Africa. That is why African Union has been in a disrepute for a very long time. Now, what we can do now is, if somebody mentioned feeding ourselves first, taking care
Oh
of
my
our
God.
needs.
These
This
men worrying about
interdependency.
their
Hold
belly
on.
before their children's survival.
Interdependency on the Western world.
Unbelievable.
Hold on. This interdependency on the Western world. You don't get to know who I am if I don't come knocking at your door. Remember, during COVID, we had to rely on the Western world for vaccine. We were at their mercy to the point that we were actually relegated to the back burner of the most.
Then you should be advocating
Hold
the
on.
opposite then.
Hold
Wow,
on.
you're going on long.
This in this world, what I believe that will help Africa the most is that, number one, ability to be able to feed yourself and develop in terms of technological advancement. That is
So what if
what
I
we
keep
need.
coming to stop
You
you?
see
What
this
if okay,
warmongering
let me put
stuff that
myself
you are
in the
talking about,
hold on, Adewale.
Niger,
building.
let him speak now.
No, he's been going on. I want to ask him questions now. What if I'm in the West and I don't want you to do that? Then you try to do it and I try to stop you. What do? You want to feed yourself. All you want to do is feed yourself, but I keep trying to stop you. What do you do?
If I don't open up my space, you won't interfere.
Why not? You don't
If
have
I
anything to stop me. You use all my
because
equipment. You use my technology all the time.
Necessity is what breed innovation. But because we have alternative and alternatives have been
So you
provided
are
for
saying that
us
you want to be isolated now.
on the
So you are saying if I cannot interfere with you, you mean you want to be isolated? Because if you are not
You,
isolated, I can interfere
look,
with you.
you will not if Africa choose today, if Africa's nations choose to be by themselves, to have the same protection by themselves, by each state members, we won't have the Western world interfering in our world, in our affair.
Why not?
But because
What would you do to stop me if I wanted to? Let's say I'm the West, what would you do to stop me?
okay, in this 21st century, you can't invade my country unlike before.
Who will stop me?
They will just say you send Shango and Ogun to stop, and all these are
Then
going to
you
stop.
see that, then he just
You,
reveals
you
that
can't just carry arms and
any answer
ammunition and
for
say you are going to invade my country when I've not done anything or encroaching into your territory. I mean, we have an ocean between us.
You mean they took a permission from us the last time, eh?
Hold on.
They went to
Like
headmaster to take
maybe
permission.
you didn't take time to listen to the theory that I'm promulgating. That if we are able to come together as a nation, as African, as a continent, and depend on each other by looking inward and tapping on their potential, we won't have to depend on the Western world. Nothing is given freely
But
in
what
the
if they want
Western
to
world,
disrupt
and
it?
that is why they will keep having interference and they will not allow us.
I hear what you are saying. It's a
Okay,
good
so
thing, but what if they
and
can disrupt it? What do you do to stop them?
Africa is not picking weapons tomorrow to go and confront America to go start war.
You are not answering the question still. What would you do to stop somebody like China now that wants to sell us cheap rice, and you want to start working with your fellow African country to make rice and all this thing? What would you do if they decide to come and disrupt your operation, the plan you have? What would you do?
Okay, like I said earlier, African nations are not able to sit down together because we are multinational. We have got diverse cultural background in a way. And that is why Angola can go to China tomorrow and say, I want to buy your rice, and neglect his brother in Nigeria or in Liberia. But when the AU deliberately committing all the member states to a certain cause, just like the way they force everybody to, to embrace this climate change of a thing, and force them to embrace one identity, African identity, in a way that each state will be able to patronize one another. You will now see this withdrawal from depending on the Western world. The Western world entice us by knowing that what we don't have, they have, and they use it as the bargaining chips. And that is why they will continue to interfere in our affair. But the moment we depend on
I asked was
ourselves.
I wanted to interrupt whatever you want to do.
You can't just bring your ships and it's not. You see, it's not possible. It's not possible if you don't have something that will bring you to my coast to encroach into my territory. No, you can't.
I want your
Why?
cobalt,
Why must you come to my look? Nobody is coming to colonize anybody.
Is that logical? Why would you ask them? Why must you? The reason why they need your stuff is they want to help their people. What are you talking about? That's how it works.
So if I choose not to open my door, would they come and knock my door down?
Yes.
This is not 1960, brother. This is 2024.
Now, ladies
okay.
and gentlemen,
Others can come in.
Apart from
your
that, there is what we call allied. We signed a lot of bilateral agreement between ourselves. Do you think any Western country would just get up to that and say, okay, I am France, I want to annex Nigeria? What do you think UK and America would do? Don't you think they have a lot of interest in those countries? They will protect it. It's not
they did
easy
it once. What makes you think it cannot happen again? They did it once already.
It cannot happen anymore. We are already past that.
Why can it not happen?
It cannot. It cannot happen anymore.
What are you going to do to stop them? You see,
I don't understand. Wait, is this format Naija arguing with everybody or people giving?
No. I'm asking pertinent question. It's like asking questions about
okay.
1 + 1 is 2.
Can you let him speak first?
The world has moved past that stage. Come on, man. The world has moved past. When you look at what
stop them?
Listen. If you look at what is panning out in the world today, it's all about businesses, trade, agreement, how to improve each other country. We are passed down to, we are even having nuclear warrior. Look at all the Scandinavian country here. If you come here, you see the way they set up their country. Finland is as poor as anything 50 years ago. But today, they are one of the wealthiest countries in Europe. They plan very well. And they continue to plan.
And did you bother to check their military and their security position 50 years ago?
I checked. Here, let me tell you.
And they were far more militarized than we are now.
No, they are not militarized yet.
You see, because you didn't check.
So if you have allowed to Nigeria to box you into all these
military nonsense.
That one has already said he faced the economist and he's here talking. I don't know why Kulata is talking. You should have retired.
Nuclear bomb.
I don't know why you're he failed the economist.
Talking about those wala, we don't want all those.
I'm asking, I'm just asking critical questions so that it tests your reasoning, so that the viewers can hear what you're saying.
Take it easy. Let's talk one by one. Even America, the biggest country with more than 1,840 tanks, they are even thinking about how to build up their whole cities, how to improve trade, how to make their populace more happier. They have a lot of problems there. Do you think they want to go to any stupid fighting with any country?
So your argument is that they have problems, they will never attack us. Okay, fine. That is a good one. Anybody else has a better argument for why?
No, we don't want to talk about this one. Let's see the topic. We are not interested in all this fighting.
Are you scared? Are you scared? What is the use of having conversations that everybody can see? You know, this conversation is probably the most important conversation you've had today.
You will not
know, but
as the mod, you need to learn to read the room.
I'm not the mod.
Or the just
I'm a panelist.
Yeah.
What do you want me to read?
Read the room. Nobody wants to discuss what you want to discuss. I don't know why you keep forcing.
I will discuss what I want to discuss. That's the whole point of being a mod. And your job is to either interact like the way Adewale has, and I've asked him questions. He did try to answer it. The viewers can decide whether he answered it appropriately.
The viewers they've dozed off.
Princess Rosie is here.
We have about
look at the one. Look at the one that is
we have
those
about
looking at
10
the same time. Do you
10
understand that
people.
that is contradictory statement? But it's okay. Princess Rosie,
Even Larry know that is there as those ones.
Kulata, you are tired. Just calm down. Or do you want to make a case since you are smart? Kulata, make a case. Let me ask you questions.
I think we came here to speak now.
Sorry, but I wanted people to make a case. If you want to, make a case.
Let Ekene speak. Okay, Ekene, let Ekene talk.
Okay,
Ekene, please.
Go ahead, make your case.
Talk about tomato and
don't talk about tomatoes. Come on, talk about the
Tinubu is going to France tomorrow, so are you not going to miss him?
Oh, Ekene, let's talk about the local government people that they've taken over that market.
Do you hear what they are promoting?
You hear about that, right, Ekene?
All these scared.
No, Ekene wants to talk about the land in Southeast.
All these scared people that would rather call foreign another woman's husband masters.
Ekene, can we
this
discuss
is kind of
market,
behavior you would demonstrate here.
Let the man.
We are not. We are not having that conversation. Let Kene talk. Kene, go ahead, and if you want to address, you'll probably disagree with me or agree with me. But the point is, I will ask you simple questions.
Ekene wants to talk about the
Nigeria and local
Nigeria.
Tunaja, it's not as if what you are saying is not making sense, but we are too far from what you are.
Thank you very much.
Very, very far.
No, we are not too far. While I'm here, I'm not far from it, so you're not that far off it. You are.
Like somebody who listens to InfoWord every day.
Why I'm saying that we are very far from it is that people like us that live in Nigeria don't even know what you are talking about. So the most important thing now is how to put food for belly for this country.
Food for belly.
You are telling them about.
But don't you understand?
You are telling them about all this. Before
let me
the
ask
first
you
thing for you, this thing you are saying now, you just have to go and think about to get your election very well, sir, before you begin to talk about all these things you are talking about.
Okay, now let me ask
you. When you never had discussed about electoral reform and all those things, how to get elect good leaders.
If you are correct, let me ask you this question. Then why
let Ekene even start talking first now? I don't said anything.
Calm down now. You know now. You're supposed to be relaxing.
I came to listen to Ekene. I'm waiting for
period. Kulata, you should be relaxing. This is your retirement time. Chill out, Kulata. Where's Kene? I wanted to ask him if you are correct, why is Nigeria losing almost $60 billion in GDP every year due to insecurity? If the belly was the more important thing, our farmers were going to farm once, but security superseded that because they can't go to farms now. We are losing $50 billion every year.
To Nigeria, what I mean is that what you are saying is not bad, but I want you to understand that we are very far from what you are saying. Very, very far. You can be talking about that with the Western people, or that we have not even done anything in our country. Nothing has been done. We're just trying to get ourselves together. Even the issue of ethnicity is biting us very hard. So before you talk about your electoral reform, when you elect leaders that think towards that direction, then you begin to talk about it. So just fight for your electoral reform first. Elect leaders on a good manner, at least 70% or 60%. The way you elect your leader, the way you get your leaders into power will not even.
Or you will not produce those leaders if you don't get a populace that understands these concepts. You will not produce such leaders. David,
before people start to understand the concept, you have to get a leader that will educate them.
No, you have to sensitize people, like I'm doing right now. If you don't start talking to people about these things, if this is wrong, let me give you an example. David, who then came to
how many you just think about this? You are talking to people that lives in abroad. How many people comes to this platform from Nigeria?
It doesn't matter whether they come. See, many of these people still end up going back to Nigeria. I did hear that years ago, more than 20 years ago, when some of the population now, the ones that are ruling Nigeria now, they were having such conversations, but they had them at the serviceman level where they just want to go to Nigeria and go and make money and do all the nonsense that they are doing now. But if you don't have people, populace, and that have the kind of mindset to actually free their people, you are going to be like this, and things may get worse even. So the question I wanted to ask you was that if this is not useful to us, why did someone like David Hudein, when he came to Dr. Damages, one of the statements he made towards the end was that he sometimes it drives him crazy the kind of conversations our people have, that we always keep having low-level conversations. We don't have strategic conversations and political conversations. That he is very grateful that there was a platform that actually is beginning to cover these topics. So this is an important subject matter because it has a greater effect on us. Let me 15 seconds. He said that all the stuff we tend to talk about, tribalism and all those things, is just a symptom of a bigger problem. So please go ahead.
If you listen to this Shetima State, that governor there, what's he been I've forgotten it. Zulum. If you have listened to him very recently, you know that the man you acknowledge what I'm telling you. The man has acknowledged that we are very far. He talked about our education, even the kind of orientation, the system value is very, very low. The man has acknowledged it, and it will take. Thank God, thank governor has understood, and he has now started to talk about it. His people saying it out. Imagine somebody that went to IDP camp with one wife, with 3 or 4 wives in IDP camp. What is the problem? Is it non-education, the value system? You went to an IDP camp with one wife, or 3 wives in an IDP camp, bear more children. So the man is already complaining. So that's why I said we are still very far. The education, he talked about the educational reform that needs to make our young ones have productive mind, which I always say here. When we talk about production, but your education is not building productive mind. You understand? So and a governor like Zulum is now understanding it, but how is he going to implement it? I don't know. So first of all, you have to talk about how to get things done.
I don't think we are far. It's just a mindset change, and maybe someday a catalytic event will force us to start changing our minds. Because where we are right now, we think we are going to get out of this without suffering somehow, or things are not going to get bad. Things are already bad, by the way.
Let me ask Ekene a quick question. Ekene, you are aware of that thing they just changed in Lagos? Which market is that? That they replaced all the. Is it Ladipo? Is that your market?
It's not my market.
It's not my market, but that's going to come to your market too. I hope you know that, right?
Okay, so let's bring a Princess Rosie in, because they are the last one that came in.
Ekene has not even said anything now.
We don't have a lot of time now. We don't have a lot of time left. So that she can be
You
able to.
use this time to dominate the conversation. You're now saying we don't have a lot of time.
Let me see. You're not the moderator now. Kolata, you want to be
Do
moderator?
you want to, do you want to leave? You can leave.
Kolata will be a fascinating moderator.
Okay, leave. Put up in the backstage.
Look at that. Look at this.
You
want to go backstage? Okay, if you want to talk backstage,
we'll
then
go now.
So let me allow Princess Rosie say her piece first before, except.
And when you do, you will leave, Ivy. When you do,
we'll kick him and his nuclear weapon out.
What kind of all this bad people?
Look at
them. They are scared though.
Sunaja wants us to start producing bomb and missiles when we have not eaten in Nigeria.
We never
want us to
chop.
start producing bomb. We never chop. They talk about bomb.
The point is that I want you to eat. That's why I'm asking you to get those things. If you like your food so much, you need to get those things because you're not going to eat. If you
think nuclear weapon, does it come with Bokoto or Shaki?
It comes with Shaki. Just in case you can order it with cold drinks. See, point is that's what he's telling you. He said they build this thing before they build the economy, but you are not listening. It's okay. Let me bring Princess Rosie in. Princess Rosie, thank you for joining us. What do you think about what you've had so far? As you can see, it's been a very, very one-sided argument. Are you there, Princess Rosie?
She don't sleep now. With
Princess Rosie one. Hold on now.
You are causing headache to people.
Don't you know that? Don't you know when you are saying all these things? A lot of people here has gotten to
like
sleep.
the reaction
Don't you know?
getting.
Princess Rosie 4.
Silence is good.
I don't have time. I don't have time for this reaction. See, what do you think this is? Do you think I'm here for?
We are not interested in your topic.
We are not interested. Leave the room.
Don't be interested. I don't care whether you are interested. You are going to hear it. If you don't want to hear it, it's up to you.
Tunaja is forcing us to talk what we don't want to talk. It's forcing us to discuss this topic.
No, I'm not forcing you. I'm just going to round up right now. I gave her the opportunity to speak, so it doesn't look like I just going to close this in without consulting her. It's just only fair. Let's round up now. Since you guys are scared of,
you don't want to hear my take.
Don't worry. There are people that are willing to talk about these things.
Allow us to discuss the propaganda in Nigeria now. Give us some 30 minutes to discuss the propaganda in Nigeria now. Make ourselves
you are not the ones available in Nigeria.
Must we talk about domination every time you come? I beg now.
We've been talking about
propaganda. Even Davido has replied. Davido has replied.
We've been talking about refineries. We've been talking about Southeast. We've been talking about airports. We've talked about everything. I just talked about this one, but it's okay. You don't have to talk about it. There are people that are more educated than you that will talk about these things. You are free to talk
exactly
about
carry that missile and carry and go.
There is somebody in the that want to say something. Let me move. Oh no, that was Adele Coco. I don't know, Princess. This is not here.
Rosie says she no one bomb anybody. Leave her.
No, she's not here. She probably just came to do this thing. I think Boaz Big is the one that was complaining that people are going to suffer in this in chat. If this is the future of Nigeria, you guys are condemning your people.
We are condemned. Leave us alone. Let's condemn Anita Mala. Anita Mala.
Good night. Good night.
If you guys are the future of Nigeria, you're condemning your people. That's for sure. Because the good thing is that it's not.
At least we'll eat Amala when we're condemned. That's okay.
People that are better than you guys. I don't know why Konata is opening his mouth. This is a guy that sold this rubbish economy.
Yeah, I sold Nigeria for a plate of a bar.
And Adewale, look at how he's laughing. Adewale is one of the worst. He goes everywhere selling. I don't know what I was.
Tunaja, are you saying that Kulata sold? Are you saying that Kulata sold the current Nigerian to us?
No, he sold the current economy. He was like, "Oh, Tinubu is doing. He did it right by floating the currency and all the rest."
Okay, let's discuss about Kulata. Why he sold Nigeria to us? Let's discuss Kulata. How he sold the current.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. I hope you are all happy with yourselves. This video is online. This video is actually online. The conversation I was having.
Good night.
Hold on, let me hear.
Good night. Good night.
Let the world hear what you are doing today. Hold on.
Good night. Tonight. Good night.
Don't let the world hear. No, you see, they are people to be ashamed. That one is no. I'm going to take people back. Then I will talk about the reason why you all are laughing. And I hope this video remains. I will probably capture it. Let me get the reason why you all are laughing. Hold on. You see them, they are quiet. They are afraid.
You see my profile picture, eh?
That is Adewale is the one that never wants to talk about Nigerians being able to defend themselves from being able to be enslaved. Okay, you can go now. So now, the conversation we're having here was
nobody talking to you now.
Hold on now. Okay, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not talking to you. I just want to talk to the viewers. There are people listening out there, not only you guys. So the conversation we're having is that I played a video about somebody saying that there is nothing we are doing now that is going to change our fates. That everything we are doing, what stops others, the people that did it before, from coming over again and taking it and destroying it, everything, that every progress we made, that they cannot reverse it again. This is something that we've seen happen before, and we've been colonized, enslaved. We've even gone through a civil war, then we had a boom and we went down. Now the dial is shifting again. We begin to rise again. So when we're having this conversation, do you know what people are doing here? These men, Adewale, Kolata, Ajale Koko, and Simba, all of them, they are laughing When somebody is telling them that they have, no matter what they do now, they're building for their future and their children, that it's not going to amount to anything if they don't do anything to defend it. These are people that own properties where they put burglary proof, where they hope that there's security everywhere, but they don't want to do that for their own people. So now that issue has been resolved. That is why they are laughing. That is a problem for me to talk about. I don't know whether they are scared. If they are scared, it's understandable. But to be laughing at somebody for saying such things, if you don't want to talk about it, just remain quiet. Say, okay, I'm not interested in this topic. There's no need to laugh about it like it's a joke matter. For me, it's a very, very serious matter. That's my whole purpose of being online. My whole purpose of being online is for us to get to a point whereby we can actually do whatever we want without anybody taking it away from us. That is the key thing. We've had it before and it was taken away. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about politics. I don't care about tribe. I don't care about religion. I don't care about any of this stuff these people care about. Because that's all they like to talk about all day. If you bring them here, they will talk about tribalism, politics, and all the rest, on and on and on. But they'll never talk anything about defending their people that are getting slaughtered. I saw a video on YouTube, on Twitter. You will see all kinds of devastating stuff in Nigeria, but all they care about is this thing, talking about economy. When your country is losing $50 billion, they don't care. But they want to talk about economy. What kind of economist doesn't care about $50 billion? But it's okay anyway. I'm the crazy guy. All right. So I'll bring everybody back and thank everybody for showing up and close the show as it was always meant to be. They forced me to keep it this long in the first place. I don't even know why so many people came in when we are supposed to be closing.
Is your saliva dry now? Can you put us in the backstage and let's continue talking?
Did you take your medicine today?
It's okay now. It's okay. I said my piece. You all can.
Do Nigeria, you don't satisfy. Now, maybe we talk about Nigeria, big. Maybe we talk about hungry they catch us here. Maybe we talk about the one where they are.
You're not hungry enough. Not worry. When hungry catch you.
Now, bet Nigeria with the. Now, bet Nigeria with the.
Let me.
Now, bet Nigeria with the take survive. Now, bet Nigeria now with the take survive.
Can you let me round
up? Now, gambling with the take survive for Nigeria.
Can we round up now? Come on. See, Remy is still backstage. I think let me take Princess this in back and bring Remy backstage. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Let me see. I can't even see you guys very
well. Put us back there. Let us abuse you properly.
Ola Tumbo Osunleti. Thank you for coming.
Stop it. Ola Tumbo Osunleti. Stop muddling Yoruba people.
Okay. Oh, you see, it's a very long name, eh? Simba, thank you for coming in. Ajale Gogo, thank you for coming in. Kulata, thank you for coming in. The retiree. BT Babati, thank you for coming in. Adewale, thank you for being here up till this time. That's quite a lot of people for this time of day. Boaz Biggie, he came from all the way from the chat to join the panel. Thank you for coming in. Ekene Enuma, thank you for coming in, Ekene Enuma. I appreciate you. Remy, thank you for coming in. And let me, there's nobody to thank in the chat apart from Aderemi Koka. Thank you for coming in.
Put Remy back in.
Kolata is an enemy.
You already put me back in.
Look at that. You see that? You can't even see. Fast is too slow. Thank you for coming in. Fast is too slow. Thank you for coming in. And I think that's just about it. And I is on. Thank you for coming in. I'm going to round up with whatever there is to play you all out. Let's see. Is there a lady
just log off and let's talk. Leave us alone.
Why you? This is a professional hostess. I'm doing a very professional job. I have to close it up properly. What is wrong with you? You don't want it to close up properly? All right. Thank you all. I will play us out with this one. It's not going to go to the end. It's just going to play for about a minute.
Yeah, so for that, by the way, why do you think your page is not growing? With this kind of attitude, your page will not grow now. You just be stuck.
I'm sorry. I'm not crying. I would rather have 600 or 500 subscribers.
How many adherents do you have with this your nuclear mantra?
What does it matter? Are you asking for your masters? Are you asking for your masters?
Zero. I'm sure it's zero.
Look at this one that worships other people's husbands.
You might as well be speaking it to yourself.
You're supposed to have respect for yourself.
Just record monologue. Africa, go and get nuclear weapons.
Okay. Let's take it backstage because I think we've all had our say on this. Thank you very much.
Obunu gini kama chosunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me.